Chapter 321. Entering an Unknown Place. At that moment, he recalled the workstation within the metallic structure of the pendant space, the one used for modifying system logic. He was certain that someone was in the pendant space. He simply hadn't encountered them. The one who had snatched his crystal core, stolen the spherical seed and the green root fibers, and this time, controlled his body to kill the frail evil spirit. It had to be the same person. If that were the case, then the yellow crystal core in the frail evil spirit's mind must have been taken by them as well? The pendant space changed every time it received a crystal core. Xiao Jian suddenly grew curious. This time, the pendant had acquired 2 crystal cores, one of them a high-grade yellow one. What kind of changes would occur within the pendant space? He glanced at the ugly horse lying on the floor, its lips smacking and drool escaping from the corner of its mouth, lost in some sweet dream. Meanwhile, on the bed, the little dumpling and Warner had somehow ended up in an embrace, their 4 legs tangled together, a rather jarring sight. It seemed that they had fully recovered. They were simply exhausted and hadn't woken up yet. Xiao Jian decided not to wake them. He prepared some porridge in the kitchen and then entered the pendant space. He wanted to get some green grass for the ugly horse, and also see if the pendant space had undergone any changes. As soon as he entered, he noticed that another building had appeared behind the metallic structure containing the workstation. This building was partially concealed by the front one, only a corner of it visible, a curved edge that was lower than the metallic structure. Actually, this building had appeared before, but he was trapped in the orb of light at the time and couldn't see its full form. Later, when he brought a large amount of food into the pendant space, which must have consumed a lot of energy, the building had disappeared again. Xiao Jian casually plucked a bundle of green grass, quickly exited, tossed the grass to the ugly horse, and then returned to the pendant space. He was both excited and curious about what might be found inside this new building. Once inside, Xiao Jian went straight towards the low building. Bypassing the front metallic structure, he could finally see the building's full appearance. Calling it a building wasn't entirely accurate. It was, in reality, a peculiar sphere. The surface of the sphere was a deep blue, smooth like glass, giving it a mysterious aura. The sphere was less than 5 zhong, approximately 16 meters, in diameter, a little larger than a single room. At the bottom of the sphere was a gray metallic pillar, holding the sphere in midair. Xiao Jian looked up and surveyed the sphere. It was entirely sealed, without a single seam to be seen. He walked around the metallic pillar, but still couldn't find an entrance. Xiao Jian frowned as he looked at the sphere, his mind wondering, perhaps this wasn't a building at all, but rather a component of some kind of equipment. But what kind of equipment could this be? He reached out and patted the metallic pillar. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the pillar, and a beam of light shot out from the sphere above, enveloping him. The next moment, everything went white, and he found himself in a narrow space. It was a small, column-shaped space. Around him were 5 circular doorways, with strange characters he didn't recognize above each one. One of the doorways had characters above it that emitted a soft green glow. Without thinking, Xiao Jian walked towards this doorway. He believed that the pendant space would never harm him. Xiao Jian stepped through the circular doorway. His vision blurred for a moment, and then the scenery changed completely. He looked around and found himself at the edge of a vast, endless desert. The doorway he had just walked through had vanished. To his delight, his internal cultivation method began to automatically circulate. Here, he could feel spiritual energy. He hadn't felt spiritual energy in ages. He remembered the last time, a wisp of it in the cultivation ground, but it quickly disappeared. Afraid that the spiritual energy here would disappear like in the cultivation ground, Xiao Jian quickly sat down and began to cultivate, absorbing the energy. Not far from him, a burly man suddenly spotted Xiao Jian. He paused for a moment, then, without saying a word, swung his blade, charging towards him. Xiao Jian had only just finished one cycle of his cultivation when the burly man interrupted him. Annoyed, he looked at the burly man and was instantly stunned. The man's crimson eyes, glowing with a green light, openly revealed his identity. It was a soul-devouring evil spirit. How could the soul-devouring evil spirits here be so bold? They didn't seem to hide their identities at all. While Xiao Jian was still in shock, a whip suddenly flew out from behind him, lashing at the soul-devouring evil spirit. Caught off guard, the evil spirit's neck was ensnared by the whip. With a gentle tug, the evil spirit's eyes widened, its tongue sticking out, pinched. Xiao Jian came to his senses, picked up a rock, and rushed towards the evil spirit, smashing it against its head. Don't! A delicate shout came from behind him. Xiao Jian turned around to see a girl flying towards him, grabbing his hand and running towards the depths of the desert, as if some great evil were chasing after them. Deep in the desert, the girl held the whip, warily circling Xiao Jian, staring at his eyes for a long time. Confirming that he was not a threat, she patted her chest and said, "Are you stupid? If you kill a soul-devouring evil spirit, it will seize your body." The girl looked around again and said, "Luckily it was at the edge of the desert. The soul light won't dare to pursue us into the desert, otherwise, if it took over your body, I'd have to fight you again." Xiao Jian was not nervous. He had fought soul-devouring evil spirits many times before, and he wasn't afraid of these low-level ones. She had meant well, so he didn't say much. Xiao Jian turned to look back at the way they had come. To his surprise, he found no footprints on the dunes they had just crossed. Looking around, he saw 2 sets of footprints appear on their right side. Xiao Jian looked at the footprints in confusion and frowned. "How did our footprints appear over there?" he asked. Xiao Jian's question caused the girl to frown. She looked around and her face changed dramatically, panicked. "Illusion formation. This is an illusion formation. We've stumbled into an illusion formation." Hearing illusion formation, Xiao Jian's pupils constricted and his mouth went dry. He searched his person for supplies, but found nothing. Lost in the desert without a drop of water? It was a death sentence. The girl unslung her water pouch and passed it to him. He took it, shook it, and only a half-full pouch remained. He took a small sip and gave it back. "Hey, can you find a water source around here?" Xiao Jian didn't know how to address her. The girl looked towards the right. The footprints that were just there now seemed as if someone had filled them with sand, disappearing without a trace. She looked up at the sky, which was a gloomy gray without any sun. The girl wore a bitter expression. She spread her hands and said helplessly, "There is water in the desert, but—" The girl didn't continue, and Xiao Jian understood immediately. Water sources in the desert were extremely scarce. Expecting to find them in an illusion formation was no more likely than hoping to walk straight out of the desert. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate again. As long as he could cultivate, he wouldn't die of thirst. But the spiritual energy around them was almost non-existent, making it impossible to cultivate. The girl stood next to him and said, "There is no spiritual energy in the desert. The soul-devouring evil spirits don't enter the desert because it lacks spiritual energy." Chapter 322. Stumbling into a bizarre illusion formation. Xiao Jian asked strangely, "If there is no spiritual energy, they can't survive?" He thought, in the unknown space, and in his own world, there was also no spiritual energy, but he didn't see soul-devouring evil spirits unable to survive. The girl was surprised. She turned to Xiao Jian and asked, "Aren't you a local?" From her expression, it was clear that everyone local would know this. "Just came out of the mountains. Are there many soul-devouring evil spirits here?" Xiao Jian did not know how to explain his identity, so he made up a weak excuse. The girl explained, "Soul-devouring evil spirits are no different from us, but the soul lights dissipate more easily in areas with lacking spiritual energy. Even in areas with rich spiritual energy, they can only survive for a few days." She added, "When a soul-devouring evil spirit dies, its soul turns into a light that flies out, which can possess a person instantly." After hearing the girl's explanation, Xiao Jian understood. In the unknown space, after a soul-devouring evil spirit was killed, its soul turned into a soul mist. Perhaps because this place had spiritual energy supporting their consumption, their souls became soul lights. No wonder the girl had pulled him into the desert. Once a soul-devouring evil spirit was killed, its soul light would need to possess someone as soon as possible. And the best choice would be the person who killed them. This place was different from the unknown space. Even if he extracted the crystal core, the soul-devouring evil spirit's soul light wouldn't immediately explode. Is possession hard to fight against? Xiao Jian was still confused. In his experience, the soul mist of a soul-devouring evil spirit wasn't that hard to deal with. Was there a big difference between soul light and soul mist? The girl glanced at Xiao Jian and said, "Lower-level ones aren't hard to deal with, but once soul lights reach level 3, nobody can dodge them. And no one has ever been known to have killed one." The girl's tone clearly indicated that she was downcast. Anyone would feel disheartened if they were faced with an unkillable monster. Could soul lights really not be killed? He had killed one in the pendant space, but he didn't feel like it was that difficult. Thinking of the pendant space, he had an idea. If he could return to the pendant space, The problem of a lack of water would be easily solved. He immediately focused his mind on the pendant, and in the blink of an eye, he was inside the pendant space. But he had entered an unfamiliar space. There was no familiar red sun, no black net, only a very faint light. Xiao Jian's heart sank. This path might be blocked. He felt like this space was a box, no more than a few zhang in size. He sensed the spiritual energy around him. It was just as sparse as in the desert. Xiao Jian's consciousness tried to return to the world outside the pendant, but the familiar scene did not appear. He was still in the box. He was instantly cold and sweating, afraid he was trapped here, unable to leave. Before, he could always leave the pendant space whenever his consciousness tried to go outside the pendant. He suddenly thought, could this small space not actually be inside the pendant? Xiao Jian searched everywhere and suddenly kicked something round, which made him slip and fall on the floor. He looked down and was shocked. These were the hand grenades he had brought from Nine Dragons Mountain. How could they be here? He had collected these hand grenades in Nine Dragons Mountain and stored them in his pendant space. Most of them had been moved to the base, and the rest were placed near the entrance to the pendant space, for use if needed. What puzzled him was, who had moved the hand grenades here? Xiao Jian subconsciously looked around, having the feeling that an invisible hand was controlling everything. Since they had moved his hand grenades here, would they be kind enough to send him some water? He searched the floor again, making sure there were no other objects, before picking up the hand grenades and attaching them to his waist. He had been brought here for some unknown reason, and without any weapons, these hand grenades might be useful. Since they had even sent the hand grenades, there must be an exit from this box. Otherwise, why would they have done all of this? He continued to search around, banging on the walls and shouting, "I want to leave, let me out." As soon as he finished speaking, everything turned white. He was indeed back in the desert. He glanced at the girl, who was sitting on the trunk of a poplar tree not far away. Xiao Jian clearly remembered that the girl had been standing next to him when he entered the pendant space. So, the box he had been in wasn't actually inside the pendant space. It had to be a small space between the circular doorway in the pendant and the outside world. This small space had already left the pendant's range, and time within it was synchronized with time here in the desert. If the pendant space could not solve the problem, Xiao Jian could think of no other solution and did not want to waste time staying here. "Hey, we can't just stay here, waiting forever," Xiao Jian said, starting to walk forward, with the girl nodding and following close behind. After walking for about half an hour, Xiao Jian suddenly felt that everything around him had gone eerily quiet. He turned around to find the girl gone. He gulped, his face immediately turning pale. He took a few steps back, calling out loudly. But the surroundings were frighteningly silent, with no response. Xiao Jian's eyes were full of disbelief. The girl had been a few steps behind him. How could she just disappear? This place was too strange. Xiao Jian decided to forget everything else and continue walking in the same direction. If it was only that his sight and hearing were blocked, as long as he continued forward, he would eventually get out of this bizarre place. Xiao Jian had no idea how long he had been walking. The gray sky never changed, and ahead of him, there were still endless sand dunes. He hadn't had any water for days and felt weak and powerless. His hands and feet were numb. He sat down, trying to heal himself through cultivation. But the bit of spiritual energy he had absorbed before was used up, and the outside world offered no more to replenish it. He tried one cycle, but it was pointless, so he had to give up. He was so weak that even breathing was difficult. He felt dizzy and wanted to fall asleep, but he knew that once he fell asleep, he would never wake up again. Xiao Jian struggled to get up. His feet felt like they were bound by thousands of kilograms. No matter how hard he tried, he could not lift them, and with every step he took, a deep groove was dragged out behind him. He struggled to climb over a dune, but he suddenly stumbled and fell. He tried to get up again, but it was no longer within his power. He gritted his teeth, staring straight ahead, and continued to crawl. Behind him, a deep groove was left in the sand, but soon, it would strangely disappear. When he was extremely exhausted and about to give up, the sand beneath him suddenly started moving. Quicksand? He used every last bit of strength he had to crawl towards the dunes to the side, but he had only crawled a few steps before being dragged back down by the moving sand and into the vortex. He completely despaired. The surrounding sand dunes seemed to grow taller and taller, and his body sunk deeper and deeper. The depth of the sand became too much to support itself, and the surrounding sand dunes began to collapse. In an instant, sand rushed down like an avalanche, instantly burying him. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he heard a deep rumble and the sand beneath him was suddenly sucked away. With no sand to support him, he dropped vertically downwards. He had fallen into an underground cave. Xiao Jian breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping the intense heat. There was even a trace of cool air in this cave. Best of all, the spiritual energy in the area was relatively thick. Xiao Jian immediately sat down and began to cultivate, to restore his strength. His body was like a dry sponge dropped into water, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The density of spiritual energy here was even greater than outside in the desert. He had only cultivated for a short time before he had restored much of his strength. Xiao Jian activated his perception ability, intending to explore the situation in the cave, but discovered that his perception ability seemed to have disappeared. All he could access was his consciousness. He slumped down onto the ground, feeling extremely frustrated. After his perception orb had been destroyed by the frail evil spirit in the unknown space, he had not used his perception ability. Had his perception ability been destroyed along with the perception orb? No, perception was a talent that he was born with, an ability innate in the soul. The perception orb only formed in his mind after his perception ability had been upgraded. As long as his soul was still there, his perception ability wouldn't disappear, and if his consciousness could still be accessed, that meant his perception ability still existed. Thinking this through, he then realized that he could now let his consciousness go outside his body. Before, his consciousness had never left his body, and it only worked within the perception orb. Chapter 323, Finding a Pendant Fragment. Actually, it wasn't like he had never used it. When he had stolen the green crystal core from the frail evil spirit, his consciousness had entered the pendant space and even transformed into a small person. Because at the time his consciousness had entered the pendant space from the perception orb, he hadn't paid too much attention to it. The ability to let his consciousness go outside his body was just like the technique of externalizing one's spiritual sense that was mentioned in his techniques. He was unaware that his consciousness had been upgraded to spiritual sense. It seemed that the frail evil spirit destroying his perception orb wasn't completely without benefit. At least, he now knew how to use his spiritual sense to observe the outside world. Before, he could only observe the outside through his perception ability. Now, by letting his spiritual sense go out, he could save his perception ability. Xiao Jian comforted himself, and his mood brightened. He released his spiritual sense, examining the area around him. It was a wide tunnel, and the sides and top were made of large rocks. He patted the rocks on the side, and they felt like he had been patting loose soil. The rock had sunken in under his touch, leaving a deep palm print. These rocks, after who knew how many years, had already rotted away. He looked up at the entrance he had fallen from, and the quicksand was still flowing down. Suddenly, he heard a deep rumble from the top of the cave. The cave floor was shaking. Another sand dune had collapsed outside. Next, a crack appeared in a rock at the entrance, and then, with a crack, it broke and fell down, and a large amount of quicksand came pouring into the cave. Xiao Jian felt like something was wrong. Was the tunnel going to collapse? The rocks were all corroded. If one of them broke, the others wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and would break as well. He was shocked, so he had jumped out of the wolf's den just to fall into the tiger's lair. All the joy of discovering his consciousness upgrade disappeared. He quickly jumped up and ran into the depths of the tunnel. Behind him, the low roar of rumble grew closer. Rocks from the tunnel roof were breaking, one after another, and a large amount of quicksand was heading towards him. At the end of the tunnel, a white circular door blocked his path. The quicksand behind him was rushing at him, and he forcefully smashed himself against the circular door. There was a clang, and he was thrown back. The strong door prevented him from getting through. The door and frame were made of metal, an unknown white metal. The rumbling behind him was coming closer and closer. A few small pieces of rock dust suddenly fell onto his head, and he felt a chill run through his spine. He looked up, and first, small pieces of rock were falling, and then, suddenly, with a crack, it broke open, and a huge amount of quicksand poured down. Xiao Jian was terrified. He leaned against the door. Quicksand quickly covered his calves. He kept trying to step his feet, to avoid being buried by the quicksand. As the sand beneath his feet got higher and higher, his head was against the door frame and he could no longer go up. The sand continued to fill the small space, slowly burying his thighs, and then his chest, and it started to become difficult to breathe. He was going to be buried alive. Xiao Jian was terrified. He waved his fist with all his strength. hitting the metal door frame. Although he knew he could not break the thick metal, he still wanted to fight till the bitter end. Bang! His fist struck the door frame hard. His hand became covered in blood and revealed his bones, but the door frame was unscathed. He was not ready to give up and hit the door frame with his fist over and over again, despite the pain. The sand had reached his neck. Like a rope around his throat, it made it difficult to breathe. He started to feel dizzy, and his punches became weaker and weaker. Squeak, squeak. Just when he had completely despaired, a sound of metal friction echoed, sounding like the most beautiful music. The door behind him was opening. Xiao Jian looked up at the doorframe. Apart from being covered in blood, there were no other marks. He had hit the doorframe over a dozen times, and not even a dent was formed. He did not have time to think about why the door had opened. He just jumped into the inner room. Immediately, his mouth hung open, his face full of disbelief. He stared blankly at this cylindrical space. Its walls were made entirely of white metal. There were no luminous objects on the walls, but the room seemed very bright. The circular door leading into the room was connected to the metal walls by a special structure. The door itself was 2 chi, about 0.7 meters, thick, and its edges were smooth and exquisite. This room was like an independent metal pillar. It looked out of place when compared to the rough tunnel outside. The cylindrical space felt more like a component of some larger object. The cylindrical space was filled with white mist. In the center was a yellow circular pool, full of milky white liquid that emitted a thick, almost solid, spiritual mist. There was a metal chair on the inner side of the wall. The chair's armrests had some strange, protruding cylindrical objects whose purpose was unclear. On the metal chair sat a human-shaped skeleton, and around its neck, it wore a pendant. A dark, ugly pendant. When he first saw the pendant on Xiao Jian's chest trembled as if it wanted to break free from its shackles, and Xiao Jian grew extremely excited. This ugly pendant was the same material as the pendant hanging from his chest. Their shapes were very similar too. He could not help but walk forward to take it off, but then he suddenly thought that he was being too abrupt, so he bowed instead. Before he could say anything, the human-shaped skeleton's head suddenly fired a golden beam of light that entered Xiao Jian's forehead. At the same time, the pendant hanging on his chest flew straight to him and merged with the pendant on his chest. A message suddenly appeared in Xiao Jian's mind. Found a pendant fragment. Reward. Basic perception ability technique. Soul grasp. The ability to make your spiritual sense manifest into hands. Destroy souls. Immediately afterwards, an excruciating pain shot through his mind. It felt like numerous rasps were scratching at his head, or numerous maggots were gnawing at his mind. Pain. Unbearable pain. Not only was his body in pain, it was as if his soul had been rudely torn to pieces and reassembled. This pain from the soul was so unbearable that he wanted to die. His eyes widened, and the eyeballs were unnaturally protruding from his sockets. The muscles on his face were as twisted as a piece of dough. His nostrils kept flaring, but he forgot to breathe. He instinctively retreated, wanting to escape this beam of golden light. With a thump, he fell into the central circular pool. The liquid in the pool completely submerged him, and he passed out from the pain. He had no idea how long had passed. When Xiao Jian woke up, he found himself lying in a huge circular basin. The basin was golden yellow, and the bottom of it was covered in sharp crystals. He had woken up because these sharp crystals were piercing his skin. Xiao Jian got up, brushing off the crystals that had embedded into his body. He looked around and realized that this was the circular pool in the middle of the cylindrical space. Apart from the crystals under his feet, there was no liquid in the pool. What about the liquid that was in the pool? It had been full of liquid earlier. How was there not even a single drop of it left? He looked up, and the rich spiritual mist in the room had become extremely thin. The human-shaped skeleton that had been sitting on the chair was gone, leaving behind only a pile of dust. He felt his chest in a panic, and was shocked to find that the pendant he had always been wearing was gone. Chapter 324. Soul Grasp, a technique for dealing with evil spirits. The pendant space was his greatest reliance. He hurriedly searched his body, and then the room, but couldn't find any trace of the pendant. Xiao Jian sat on the ground, frustratedly pulling at his hair. This pendant never left his body. Where could it have gone? And here, he couldn't even enter the pendant space. He suddenly remembered that he could enter the narrow space. If the pendant had really disappeared, he definitely wouldn't be able to enter. As soon as he thought of the narrow space, everything suddenly lit up, and he entered it. The size of the narrow space had not changed. It was just that the space was not as dark as before. Its walls emitted bright light, illuminating the space brilliantly. That pendant on the human-shaped skeleton was a part of his pendant. After the two merged, the pendant space should have recovered some of its functions. Xiao Jian even suspected that his coming to this cultivation realm was probably to retrieve this pendant fragment. Otherwise, how could he have appeared on the edge of the desert and coincidentally fallen into that cave? However, since he could enter this narrow space of the pendant, it meant that the pendant was still with him. Xiao Jian felt himself up again, suddenly realizing, had the pendant merged into his body? He immediately used his spiritual sense to scan his body. Sure enough, he saw a broken black sphere in his dantian. Most of the sphere was still broken, but the appearance still had some shadows of the pendant. Xiao Jian patted his chest. As long as the pendant was still there, that was enough. Before, the pendant was too conspicuous when it was always hanging on his chest. Now that it was hidden in his body, it was much more convenient. Perhaps, it was only today that this pendant truly belonged to him? He had repaired some of its functions, so had it automatically recognized him as its master? Xiao Jian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He returned to the room in the desert and used his spiritual sense to thoroughly search the area again. As usual, he released all of his spiritual sense. Buzz. The space suddenly trembled slightly, startling Xiao Jian. When had his spiritual sense become so powerful? It had even caused the metal walls to shake. Xiao Jian cautiously released his spiritual sense through the doorway, extending it out to search the tunnel. The tunnel had been completely filled with sand. After the rocks on the circular doorway had collapsed, the sand had flowed into the tunnel, leaving only a thin layer of it. His spiritual sense then scanned the desert surface, where he saw a girl lying still on a sand dune. This girl was also in this state because of him. Xiao Jian quickly collected the crystals in the pool and walked towards the doorway. With his current strength, it was effortless to clear the layer of sand outside the doorway. Back on the surface, Xiao Jian quickly ran to the girl. He had just picked her up when everything in front of him blurred. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed. When he looked back, he saw a clear, rippling river, with green vegetation on both sides of the bank. The upstream was even more mountainous and forested. He was holding the girl, standing on the bank of the river. The previous desert was gone without a trace. Looking into the distance, the sky was turning into dusk. The sky was a fiery red, like a huge, burning cloth. Beneath the setting sun, there was a vast array of mountains. Xiao Jian was filled with shock. The previous space seemed to have been folded. Space folding? No. The previous desert was more like an extra space that had been inserted into this place by some mysterious power. When that power disappeared, this place returned to normal. This was a space insertion. Whether it was space folding or space insertion, all of this must be related to that cylindrical space and that ugly pendant. Xiao Jian shook his head. Whether it was space folding or insertion, saving the person was more important. He carried the girl to the riverbank, cupped some water in his hands, and fed it into her mouth, but she didn't respond. He felt her pulse, and she had stopped breathing. Xiao Jian quickly put his palm against her back, slowly channeling spiritual energy into her to restore her recently silenced heart, and then guided her meridians. Her heart started beating again, but she still wasn't breathing. Xiao Jian covered her mouth with his and blew air mixed with spiritual energy into her mouth. MMM. The girl groaned softly and woke up. She suddenly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Xiao Jian kissing her lips. Ah! The girl screamed and jumped up. Cough, cough. If I said that I was rescuing you, would you believe me? Xiao Jian was also very embarrassed, with a feeling like he had been caught in the act. The girl looked at Xiao Jian with disdain, before noticing the change in their surroundings. Huh, where is this? It's so beautiful. She then looked at Xiao Jian warily and asked, what is your intention in bringing me to this place? Xiao Jian spread his hands and said, this place is supposed to be the desert. Why it has turned into this, I don't know. The girl looked up at the river and then upstream, puzzled. This river is the Qing River, but the Qing River comes from Qingyun Mountain, doesn't it? She then pointed to the vast mountains upstream in panic. Qingyun Mountain. Why did you bring me to Qingyun Mountain? This is the territory of soul-devouring evil spirits. You've been possessed, haven't you? Xiao Jian shook his head again, looking dazed, and said, as soon as I came out, you were already here. I haven't been possessed. I'm not a soul-devouring evil spirit. The girl circled around Xiao Jian. You haven't been possessed, that's for sure. But why did you bring me to the territory of soul-devouring evil spirits? What are you trying to do? Hearing that there were soul-devouring evil spirits, Xiao Jian was happy. Is this the territory of soul-devouring evil spirits? That's great. How about we go rob the soul-devouring evil spirits? He wanted to try out the soul grasp technique that he had just learned after a near-death experience, and see if it was as powerful as they said. The girl rolled her eyes at Xiao Jian and said angrily, "Are you crazy? These are all high-level soul-devouring evil spirits, and there are plenty of figurines here too." After she finished speaking, the girl raised her whip, about to lash at Xiao Jian's back. Seeing that he didn't have any power to resist, she quickly retracted her strength, but it still left a mark on his clothes. "Humph, you can't even dodge a simple lash of my whip, and you want to rob them? Are you sure you're not talking in your sleep?" The girl looked at Xiao Jian with a disdainful gaze. Xiao Jian didn't pay attention to the girl's contempt. He looked at the mountains upstream, then turned his head to the girl and asked, "Hey, can you beat them?" He only knew the soul grasp, which he had just learned. When it came to fighting, he mostly relied on hacking and slashing. In this place full of cultivators, he couldn't beat anyone. But his soul grasp shouldn't be that bad, right? It was said that it could crush souls. The girl sat down on the ground, picked up a pebble, and tossed it into the river, saying, "What good would it do even if I could beat them? If we can't win, it's trouble. If we kill them, it's even more trouble. Here, so far from the desert, we have nowhere to hide." She looked into the depths of the mountains, feeling a bit scared and a bit dejected, with endless sadness in her eyes. Xiao Jian thought that the desert was definitely gone. Even if it did exist, it definitely wasn't in this space. Without the protection of the desert, the girl would probably be possessed sooner or later. Xiao Jian felt a twinge of sympathy as the girl had helped him. He said, "The desert will definitely not return. This place is no longer safe. How about you follow me and we will explore together?" The girl pursed her lips and gave Xiao Jian a look of disdain. "How can the desert be gone? Follow you? Are you sure that you can protect me from being possessed?" Xiao Jian nodded solemnly and said, "Yeah, you shouldn't count on the desert anymore. Follow me, and I can guarantee you won't be possessed." As he said this, he put his hands behind his back and calmly walked towards the mountains. Seeing this, the girl stamped her feet and said in disbelief, "Hey, are you really going into Qingyan Mountain?" Xiao Jian continued walking on his own. He was determined to find some soul-devouring evil spirits and try out his soul grasp technique. It would be best if the girl was willing to follow, but if not, he wouldn't force her. Chapter 325. Encountering soul-devouring evil spirits. The girl hesitated for a moment. This fool had no ability to protect himself, and yet he wanted to wander around alone. He would be possessed by a soul-devouring evil spirit sooner or later. The thought of him being possessed made the girl's heart inexplicably ache. She looked around. The terrain here had a strange, familiar feeling. Perhaps the fool was right, and the desert might really be gone. If she lost the protection of the desert, it would be difficult to survive here alone. She gritted her teeth, hesitated no longer, and followed behind Xiao Jian. Seeing the girl follow, Xiao Jian stopped for a moment and asked, "My name is Xiao Jian. Everyone calls me Young Master Xiao. What about you?" "Zhao Jing, Jing of Quiet," the girl replied casually. There wasn't a hint of coyness or affectation. Thinking about it, in such a harsh survival environment, who would have time to worry about the reserve of a girl? Just as they had passed one large mountain, they discovered two soul-devouring evil spirits coming toward them. Xiao Jian and Zhao Jing quickly hid behind a rock. The soul-devouring evil spirit in the lead shouted, "Who's there?" Then, pointing at where Xiao Jian and Zhao Jing were hiding, he laughed loudly. "Just two weaklings. What's the point in hiding?" Immediately after, a fireball came flying at them. Zhao Jing shrieked in surprise and threw a fireball with her palm as well, before getting up and running. Bang! The two fireballs collided in mid-air, bursting into orange-red sparks. Zhao Jing's fireball shattered and dissipated, while the soul-devouring evil spirit's fireball still had a lot of power. Although it had slightly changed direction, it grazed Xiao Jin's body before crashing into the rock behind him. With a loud boom, the rock was blown to smithereens. And this was a fireball with reduced power. It was more powerful than a hand grenade. The soul-devouring evil spirit was still dozens of steps away. Xiao Jian immediately used Soul Grasp and reached out to grab it. Instantly, a phantom shadow resembling an eagle's claw shot out from his hand, rushing towards the soul-devouring evil spirit in the lead. The eagle's claw arrived at the top of the soul-devouring evil spirit's head in an instant, slashing down through its body. But before it had even passed its upper body, the eagle's claw had run out of power, dissipating into nothing. When the soul-devouring evil spirit was pierced by the eagle's claw, its body stiffened. Its eyes turned blank. After a moment, it shook its head and returned to normal. It yelled, "Oh, who would have thought that a weakling like you would have such skills? It seems we can't let you live today." As it finished speaking, it quickened its pace, rushing towards Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian hadn't noticed the soul-devouring evil spirit's actions. He was still staring at his palm in a daze. He thought his soul grasp was supposed to be powerful, but it turned out to be nothing much. It couldn't grab the soul out of the soul-devouring evil spirit's body at all. Seeing that he was still stunned, Zhao Jing turned around and glared at him, shouting loudly, "Idiot, run! One of them is in the core formation realm and the other in the crystal establishment realm. We can't beat them." As she spoke, Zhao Jing pulled Xiao Jian behind her, then lashed her whip at the soul-devouring evil spirit. Xiao Jian finally came to his senses. Zhao Jing had said that they couldn't win. His own skills were too weak. He couldn't kill the soul-devouring evil spirit with them. They turned around and ran wildly down the mountain. The two soul-devouring evil spirits followed close behind, also chasing down the mountain. Seeing that they were getting closer, Zhao Jing turned around and lashed her whip at the soul-devouring evil spirit again. At the same time, the two soul-devouring evil spirits used fireballs and prepared to throw them. Xiao Jian broke out in a cold sweat. He used Soul Grasp again, this time grabbing at the soul-devouring evil spirit in the core formation realm. He knew his Soul Grasp didn't have much effect on the living soul-devouring evil spirit, but the problem was that he only knew this one technique. Before the soul-devouring evil spirit in the core formation realm could send out its fireball, it was grabbed by Xiao Jian's Soul Grasp. It only hesitated for a moment, and then with a boom, the fireball exploded in its hand. Immediately, its eyebrows and hair were burned off by its own fireball technique. But that was it. It didn't do much damage. However, the other soul-devouring evil spirit in the crystal establishment realm was not affected by the Soul Grasp. The fireball it threw went straight at Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing had only had time to take 2 steps back before the fireball exploded at her feet, and the powerful force of the explosion threw her to the ground. Xiao Jian quickly helped Zhao Jing up, and they continued to run. Zhao Jing's leg was injured, and she hobbled along more and more slowly. Big drops of sweat were falling from her face. "You run. Don't worry about me. I'll hold them back." Zhao Jing pushed Xiao Jian, urging him to escape. She could not run anymore. At this speed, the soul-devouring evil spirits would soon catch up with them. Xiao Jian looked back. The soul-devouring evil spirits were less than 30 steps away. He suddenly remembered the hand grenades hanging at his waist. He took out a hand grenade and tapped it on his head, then tossed it behind him before turning around and picking up Zhao Jing and running. The soul-devouring evil spirits had never seen hand grenades before. When they reached the hand grenade, they looked at the metal object on the ground in confusion. The soul-devouring evil spirit in the crystal establishment realm bent down, just about to pick it up to take a look, when suddenly, with a boom, it sent both of them flying to the ground. Xiao Jian looked back. The soul-devouring evil spirit in the crystal establishment realm was covered in blood, and the soul-devouring evil spirit in the core formation realm was just a little dizzy. Soon, the two soul-devouring evil spirits got back up. It was true that hand grenades couldn't kill a high-level cultivator. Zhao Jing, who was being carried on Xiao Jian's back, was shocked. She asked, "What is that thing? It could even hurt a cultivator in the core formation realm?" Xiao Jian took off 2 more hand grenades and handed them to her. "Aim them at the protruding part and tap them on your head. They will explode after a moment." Before long, the 2 soul-devouring evil spirits had caught up again. Zhao Jing took the 2 hand grenades and hit Xiao Jian on the head with them. "Ah, you little devil, you want to kill me?" Xiao Jian reached up to rub his head. She had actually given him 2 bumps on his head. Zhao Jing held the hand grenade in front of her, looking at it. She said, "I thought I was supposed to hit it hard. You weren't clear about that. Oh, by the way, do I need to hit it again?" Hearing this, Xiao Jian immediately felt his soul leave his body. She still hadn't thrown the hand grenade. He shouted, "Throw it quickly. Do you want to blow both of us up?" Zhao Jing's pupils constricted as well, and she hurriedly threw the 2 hand grenades behind her. Just as the hand grenades reached the top of the soul-devouring evil spirits' heads, 2 explosions thundered, and the soul-devouring evil spirits were once again sent flying to the ground. This time, they stayed down for a bit longer. The hand grenades had exploded above their heads, and even though they were strong, they were shaken into a daze. When they saw that Xiao Jian and Zhao Jing had already gone far away, the soul-devouring evil spirits dared not chase again. These metal contraptions were even more powerful than the fireball technique of someone in the crystal establishment realm. They could not only hurt people, but also had a powerful dizziness effect. They were a little afraid. Xiao Jian carried Zhao Jing for several days and left the Qingyun mountain area before putting her down. There was a small town in the distance. Zhao Jing's leg had not recovered, and she needed to find a place to quietly cultivate and treat it. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter the pendant space. Otherwise, with her injury, a leaf from one of the small green trees would be able to take care of it quickly. As they entered the town, they passed under an archway. Xiao Jian looked up at it and saw 3 golden characters, Qingyun Town. Xiao Jian looked at the people coming and going on the street in confusion. There was no sign of panic or fear. Weren't they afraid of the soul-devouring evil spirits? Zhao Jing glanced at Xiao Jian and explained, soul-devouring evil spirits generally don't possess ordinary people, and figurines aren't very interested in them either. There is also a rest in the cap. The big grid is collapsing, or the grid is good to fight. Chapter 326, The Secret of Perception Ability. Xiao Jian nodded, understanding her meaning. Possessing an ordinary person was useless. They would have to spend more effort to cultivate. But figurines? He had already heard Zhao Jing mention them twice now. What were these things? Seeing that he was still confused, Zhao Jing explained, figurines are also soul-devouring evil spirits. It's just that their bodies weren't obtained through possession. Instead, they were formed from their souls. Soul-devouring evil spirits all want to devour human souls, but higher-level soul-devouring evil spirits gain nothing from devouring the souls of lower-level humans. Xiao Jian nodded. The soul-devouring evil spirits he had encountered must have all possessed bodies. He wondered if that bald head could be considered a figurine. When he heard Zhao Jing mention cultivation realms, he asked curiously, how are the cultivation realms divided? Xiao Jian had never met a cultivator before, so he knew nothing about the matter of cultivation. Zhao Jing narrowed her eyes at him and said, I'm really curious. Just what kind of master did you learn from? You don't even know how the realms are divided. Xiao Jian spread his hands and shook his head, helplessly saying, my master just didn't tell me. He didn't have a master. Besides, the division of realms was different in every cultivation world. Even if he knew the divisions in another world, it might not be useful here. Zhao Jing rolled her eyes at him and said, I only know of 7 realms. Foundation building, Yuan Qi liquid, crystal establishment, core, formation, nucleus forging, space breaking, and light splitting. It is said that there are even higher realms, but I don't know about them. Xiao Jian did the math. He should be in the Yuan Qi liquid realm. He asked, then, which realm are you in? And by the way, what was with the fireballs? The girl said, I've been in the crystal establishment realm for a while now. Once you reach the crystal establishment realm, you can use the fireball technique. You don't even need to learn it. When you gather spiritual energy in your palm, a fireball will form. As she spoke, she used her fireball technique and a ball of fire immediately appeared in her palm. Xiao Jian watched for a moment. The fireball was formed by the condensation of spiritual energy. Xiao Jian also gathered spiritual energy in his palm, but he couldn't make it turn into a fireball. He tried to throw it a couple of times, but it didn't work. Zhao Jing was surprised. You're also in the crystal establishment realm? But how can you not use the fireball technique? Only those in the crystal establishment realm could release spiritual energy. This was common knowledge in cultivation. She carefully looked at the spiritual energy that Xiao Jian had gathered and said, your spiritual energy isn't pure. It seems like it has impurities inside. After that, Zhao Jing gave an overview of each realm. In the foundation building realm, only the body is being restored. In the Yuan Qi liquid realm, you can release your spiritual sense. In the crystal establishment realm, you can use the fireball technique, and in the core formation realm, you have an indestructible body. As for the nucleus forging, space breaking, and light splitting realms, she only knew that they existed, but she had never seen anyone in those realms. According to Zhao Jing, in the crystal establishment realm, the spiritual energy in the Dantian should be crystalline, but his spiritual energy was not. Xiao Jian was certain that he was only in the Yuan Qi liquid realm, a Yuan Qi liquid realm that was able to release spiritual energy, which wasn't bad, right? In theory, being able to release spiritual energy meant being able to use the fireball technique. The The fact that his spiritual energy couldn't turn into a fireball must be due to his impure spiritual energy. Maybe it was because he hadn't cultivated for long enough, and his spiritual energy hadn't been purified? Xiao Jian also thought about the bald head. Even a laser gun couldn't hurt it, so it might have already surpassed all of these realms. At the Qingyun Town Inn, Xiao Jian entered the inn, but suddenly realized that he had no idea what kind of currency was used in this world. Seeing him stunned, Zhao Jing knew that he had no money at all. She took out a few yellow gold coins and booked 2 rooms. Zhao Jing even suspected that Xiao Jian had probably never seen what money looked like. She said, "Gold coins are low-value currency. The larger denominations are spirit crystals, and they say there are even immortal crystals." As she finished, she handed a yellow crystal to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian took a look. So these were the spirit crystals, the large denomination currency? Xiao Jian had never seen one before. Inside the guest room, Xiao Jian sat down cross-legged and calmly channeled a ball of spiritual energy into his hand. Looking at the ball of spiritual energy in his palm, he wondered how to turn it into a fireball. In the cultivation world, without any offensive skills, he would be unable to protect himself. He channeled his spiritual sense into the ball of spiritual energy, wanting to see what kind of impurity was preventing the spiritual energy from turning into a fireball. His spiritual sense entered the ball of spiritual energy, and he indeed saw a ball of cyan mist mixed within the milky white spiritual energy. Xiao Jian's expression darkened immediately. When had this ball of cyan mist appeared? Why was it in his spiritual energy? He began to channel a large amount of his spiritual sense surrounding the cyan mist. The particles of the cyan mist were extremely fine. No matter how much spiritual sense he channeled, he could only see a blurry, foggy patch. He started to miss his perception orb. If the perception orb was still here, he would definitely be able to see what the cyan mist was. The spiritual sense itself was too coarse and could not see particles finer than itself, let alone the cyan mist particles that were many times smaller than the spiritual energy particles. Xiao Jian frowned. How could his spiritual energy have such a strange thing? If this uncontrollable thing was present in his spiritual energy, it would probably cause a disaster sooner or later. With a solemn expression, he stared at the ball of spiritual energy in his palm and channeled all of his spiritual sense into it, attempting to use his spiritual sense to drive the cyan mist out. In a moment, the vast spiritual sense crammed into the small ball of spiritual energy, turning it upside down. But it had no effect on the cyan mist. It was still slowly drifting within it, seemingly unaffected by the spiritual sense. Xiao Jian gritted his teeth, hating it to his core. He sharpened his spiritual sense into a cone shape and abruptly stabbed it into the cyan mist to see just how strong it was. As soon as the sharp cone of his spiritual sense pierced into the cyan mist, he suddenly felt a dizzy spell and almost fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a strange scene appeared in his mind. This scene displayed the internal structure of the ball of spiritual energy. It was as if the ball of spiritual energy had been magnified many times, and even the spiritual energy particles in the scene were clearly visible. Xiao Jian was stunned for a moment. How did his spiritual sense become like this? This scene was also familiar. It was actually similar to the perception orb's zoom effect. However, while the magnified scene was clear and detailed, the range of vision was too small. Just viewing one ball of spiritual energy, the scene had already taken up his entire mind. If he were to view a person, wouldn't the scene reach the heavens? He was also extremely confused. The resolution of his spiritual sense wasn't high. How could he see even the spiritual energy particles clearly? Xiao Jian slowly withdrew his spiritual sense from the ball of spiritual energy. Within the strange scene, he could even clearly see his spiritual sense leaving the ball of spiritual energy. He suddenly understood that the scene he was seeing wasn't from his spiritual sense. But a new question came up. If the scene was not coming from his spiritual sense, where was it coming from? How did it establish a connection with his mind? Xiao Jian suddenly thought, could this scene be from the cyan mist? That's right, the shadow of the cyan mist was missing in this scene. He tried to search for the cyan mist in the scene, and discovered that the cyan mist had split into many small groups and was evenly distributed throughout the ball of spiritual energy. He focused his consciousness on one small group of cyan mist. Strangely, the small group of cyan mist that was being viewed suddenly split into many small groups again. Chapter 327, a powerhouse in the nucleus forging realm. And these even smaller cyan mist clusters that had been split off had actually established connections with his mind. The strange scene in his mind had also instantly switched to the covered areas of these smaller cyan mist clusters. In the new scenes, the details that were revealed were even clearer. He could even see the structures inside the spiritual energy particles. Xiao Jin suddenly realized that this was a magnification device. With it, he could see the details of particles. This cyan mist might have been produced by his perception ability. Before, when he was observing and moving in the perception orb, it was all done with his spiritual sense. He had no idea that such a magical thing actually existed in his mind. Spiritual sense was too coarse. Controlling and observing large objects was enough, but it was helpless when it came to extremely small particles. This cyan mist seemed to be able to split infinitely, so the objects it could observe and control could be infinitely small. This was probably the extraordinary part of his perception ability. He could observe and control extremely small particles, even the source particles. An excited expression appeared on Xiao Jin's face. If that was the case, wouldn't it be able to change everything? Thinking of this, he used his spiritual sense to continue splitting the cyan mist clusters, trying to observe even smaller particle structures. However, a sharp pain suddenly struck his head, and the strange scenes in his mind disappeared instantly. Checking his own condition again, he was shocked to find that the spiritual energy in his dantian had been completely used up. It seemed that establishing connections with the cyan mist and exploring the structures of matter particles required spiritual energy. Moreover, the rate of consumption was extremely terrifying. This cyan mist was not as simple as he thought. It probably wouldn't be possible to figure out its true nature in a short time. He quickly sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation method. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and it would only take a few hours to replenish the spiritual energy lost from his dantian. The next day, just as the sky was starting to brighten, Zhao Jing came to Xiao Jin's room. After a night of cultivation and treatment, her injuries had completely recovered. Today, she had changed into a black, tight-fitting outfit, which showed her exquisite and curvy figure to the fullest. Her long plain skirt clung to her slender waist, making her stride light, like she was floating on air. Xiao Jin stared at her blankly. He hadn't noticed that Zhao Jing was actually a stunning beauty. Zhao Jing rolled her eyes at Xiao Jin, but felt a little sweet inside. She jokingly said, "Silly, have you looked enough? Do you want to leave or not?" Oh, right. It's time to leave." Xiao Jin slapped his head and hurriedly packed up his things. The two had agreed to go to Green Mountain City today. Just as they stepped out of the door, they saw a young master dressed in brocade clothes, with a pointed face and beady eyes, strutting down the street. The young master was followed by a weasel-faced lackey and a group of fierce-looking thugs. He heard the young master shaking his head and reciting, "Looking at the distant city walls, they're like the teeth of a saw. The walls are made of earth, and the doors of wood." The lackey next to him immediately raised his thumb, flattering him. "Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Young master's literary talent has improved again." Hearing their conversation, Zhao Jing couldn't help but giggle, before quickly covering her mouth. The lackey heard the laughter and was about to go into a rage, when he turned his head and saw that it was actually a stunningly beautiful girl. He pulled at the young master's sleeve and motioned with his mouth towards Zhao Jing. The young master raised his eyes and was immediately stunned. He stared at Zhao Jing, drool running from his mouth. The lackey nudged the young master's arm and asked, "Young master, this chick is not bad, right?" The young master snapped back to his senses, walked around Zhao Jing, and praised her. "TSK, good. It's absolutely excellent. She has the butt, she has the boobs, and her skin is white and tender, and her figure is tall. She is simply a treasure of the world." The young master's comments were somewhat accurate. Zhao Jing was naturally born with beauty. Although she lived on the edge of the desert, her skin was still as white as jade. And because she cultivated and trained all year round, her whole body radiated a youthful and vibrant air. Seeing that the young master was satisfied, the lackey's beady eyes widened as he shouted at the thugs behind him, "Hey, what are you guys standing around for? Hurry up and go protect your young mistress." A dozen or so thugs immediately surrounded Xiao Jin and Zhao Jing. Xiao Jin was stunned. Were they going to forcibly kidnap a woman in broad daylight? The lackey came forward and shoved at Xiao Jin, but it was as if he was pushing against a rock. He didn't move at all. He was stunned for a moment, then used his shoulder to try and ram Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin crossed his arms and dodged back 2 steps. The lackey stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He triumphantly pointed at Xiao Jin and said to Zhao Jing, Humph, look at your husband. He's so weak. How can he protect a beauty like you? He then cupped his fist at his young master and said, Our young master is wise and powerful and full of talent and learning. Although he is almost 30 years old, he has taken a fancy to a beauty like you, which is a blessing you've earned in your previous life. The young master kicked the lackey to the ground and cursed, Do I look like I'm 30? Can the woman I'm interested in be considered average? He then pointed at Xiao Jian with his paper fan and said, If you follow such a piece of trash, you will get your soul stolen sooner or later. Follow me and I guarantee you a lifetime of stability. While the young master was speaking, the lackey quickly climbed up from the ground. He had been speaking too smoothly and accidentally revealed the young master's actual age. The lackey was afraid that he would lose face in front of his young master, so he had to quickly think of a way to make up for it. He looked around and saw that Xiao Jian was still standing there annoyingly. He glared at the thugs and roared, What are you all still standing there for? Quickly break that piece of trash's legs, then throw him out. Xiao Jian took a few steps back and watched with a grin on his face as these mortals dug a hole for themselves and then buried themselves in it. Zhao Jing was at the Crystal Establishment realm. Indeed, in a short time, all the thugs were defeated and howling in pain on the ground. Zhao Jing stepped on the young master's chest, and with one hand on the lackey's neck, she demanded, Say it. Who is the average beauty here? The lackey's face turned purple from the lack of air. His eyes were bulging out, and his hands flailed around, trying to break free. He muttered, Fai, fairy, SP, spare me. Zhao Jing looked at Xiao Jian, who was standing to the side, watching the show with his arms crossed, blinked, and asked, Take another careful look at my husband. What is he? Your husband isn't a thing. He's handsome and mighty. His neck was being pinched by Zhao Jing, and he couldn't even move his head, let alone see Xiao Jian. Zhao Jing threw the lackey several meters away. She stepped down on the young master, making him foam at the mouth. He was moaning, with no air going in or out. Just as the young master was rolling his eyes, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky, forcing Zhao Jing to retreat a few steps. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of her. The young master quickly climbed up and yelled, Father! These two are bullying me. Xiao Jian stared at the middle-aged man, his mouth twitching. He couldn't react for a long time. This person could actually fly in the sky. Zhao Jing was forced back a few more steps, her eyebrows furrowed. She was shocked as she looked at the middle-aged man. He was in the nucleus forging realm. She was only in the crystal establishment realm. Between them was the core formation realm, 2 realms above her. This small Qingyan town actually had a powerhouse in the nucleus forging realm. This place wasn't too far from Qingyan Mountain. How could he have settled down here? It seemed that there must be a small soul protection array in Qingyan Town. Of course, having a soul protection array didn't mean that everything was safe. This person definitely had other things to rely on. The middle-aged man had a calm expression. The breeze ruffled his hair. He looked at the girl in front of him, with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. In this wilderness, there was such an outstanding girl. He was immediately tempted. If he were to abduct her to his mansion, he would definitely enjoy great pleasure. Chapter 328. Encountering enemies on the road. He then surveyed his surroundings. The street was full of onlookers. This son of his was too inexperienced. He had actually taken action in public. If that caused public outrage, wouldn't it ruin his plans? He glared at the young master and said with a disappointed tone, Don't you dare go back. See how I'll punish you when we return. He changed his expression to a kind one and said to Zhao Jing, My son was unruly and offended you, girl. Fortunately, it did not cause any major disaster. Please be merciful. Zhao Jing quickly cupped her hands in response and said, I was a bit too harsh. Please forgive me, senior. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and then said, Since you have come to Qingyan Town, you are my guest, Hong. I will have my son prepare a banquet to make amends to both of you. Zhao Jing looked at Xiao Jian. Seeing that he was shaking his head slightly, she said, There is no need for any amends. We have important business to attend to, so we will take our leave now. A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and a fox-like smile appeared on his lips as he sneered inwardly. Unfortunately, neither Xiao Jian nor Zhao Jing noticed the middle-aged man's expression. After some more pleasantries, they parted ways. You really aren't a good husband, Zhao Jing pouted, pretending to be very angry. Your wife has already been bullied, and yet you were still watching the show. Xiao Jian's expression stiffened. and her words made him feel breathless. He coughed softly and asked, When did I become your husband? Why don't I know about this? Zhao Jing put her hands on her hips and said righteously, You kissed me, and then took me a long way when I was unconscious. You must have touched places you shouldn't have, so how can you deny it? Xiao Jian spread his hands and said innocently, But I was really only saving you. He then added guiltily, Besides, I didn't touch you. He had indeed carried her for a long distance, and he would inevitably touch some sensitive areas. Saying that he didn't touch her really didn't sound convincing. Zhao Jing giggled and said, I was just teasing you. Look how nervous you are. I wouldn't even want someone like you. To let you be my husband, I would have to worry about you all the time. Who cares? The two of them talked and laughed for most of the day. Just as they entered a forest, 3 people suddenly came out of the forest and blocked their path. The person in the lead wore a pointed helmet and a wide gray robe. He also had a black eye patch over his right eye. He felt somewhat out of place and his clothing didn't match at all. This person only glanced at Xiao Jian before ignoring him, instead staring at Zhao Jing. He disdained Xiao Jian, an ant-like cultivator in the Yuan Qi liquid realm. Zhao Jing's face immediately turned grim. She said softly to Xiao Jian, This person is in the core formation realm. The other 2 are in the crystal establishment realm. I'll hold them back. You run into the forest and escape. One of the 2 cultivators in the crystal establishment realm stepped forward. This person had a hooked nose and triangular eyes, which made it easy to see that he was a treacherous and cunning person. The man with the triangular eyes stopped not far from Zhao Jing and looked at her calmly, asking, Girl, we've been waiting here for a while. Are you going to be sensible? Or do we have to force you to do so? Xiao Jian took out a hand grenade from his waist and leisurely tossed it up and down. He stood in front of Zhao Jing and asked, In broad daylight, what are you planning to do? The triangular-eyed man laughed twice and said, That's ridiculous. What about broad daylight? Just because it's broad daylight, are we not going to do our work? Are we not going to kill people? He stepped forward, glanced at Xiao Jian, and shook his head, looking disdainful. He's only in the Yuan Qi liquid realm, a piece of meat, and a piece of bad meat. After speaking, he ignored Xiao Jian and looked at Zhao Jing again, saying, What do you think we do after we take such a beautiful girl home? Of course, we'd be taking you home to enjoy ourselves. It was clear that these 3 had come specifically for them, or rather, for Zhao Jing. This matter would probably not end well. Xiao Jian tapped the hand grenade in his hand and suddenly threw it at the man's head. The triangular-eyed man quickly took a step back, slightly tilting his head, and then caught the hand grenade in his hand. He looked at the hand grenade in front of him, and then, mimicking Xiao Jian, tossed it in his hand, saying, Do you think you could hit me with this? How ridiculous. The cultivator in the core formation realm with the helmeted head had a cold expression and said, It seems like we'll have to work a little harder. Capture the girl first. He said the last sentence to the other cultivator in the crystal establishment realm next to him. The 2 immediately surrounded Zhao Jing, and the cultivator in the core formation realm stretched out his finger, preparing to use his soul hunting finger, and first knock Zhao Jing unconscious. Neither of them used any killing moves. Zhao Jing cast a fireball at the other cultivator in the crystal establishment realm, who was still only in the early stages of that realm. Xiao Jian looked at the triangular-eyed man who was still tossing the hand grenade and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He took out another hand grenade, activated it and tossed it in his hand, not in a hurry to throw it. Just as the triangular-eyed man tossed the hand grenade into the air, suddenly there was a boom and then a scream. The hand grenade he tossed up had exploded right when it was level with his eyes. It would be difficult to kill someone in the crystal establishment realm with a hand grenade, but it was easy to blind them in front of their eyes. As expected, after the smoke cleared, the triangular-eyed man's face was covered in blood, and his eye sockets were empty, with nothing left, not even the eyelids. The hand grenade in Xiao Jian's hand had been tossed 4 times after being activated. This was the weighting limit of the hand grenade. He threw the hand grenade at the cultivator in the core formation realm. The hand grenade had just reached the front of the cultivator in the core formation realm when it exploded with a loud boom, blasting him back several steps. His chest had even been blown into shreds. This was all that a hand grenade could do to a powerhouse in the core formation realm. The powerful shock wave and kinetic energy from the shrapnel could sometimes even knock him down, but it was difficult for them to penetrate his body. The core formation realm had an indestructible body. The hand grenade had frightened the cultivator in the core formation realm. The soul hunting finger that he was about to cast was also interrupted by the hand grenade. He was immediately enraged and abandoned Zhao Jing, charging towards Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian was naturally no match for the cultivator in the core formation realm. He turned and ran. It was good that he could lure him away. Otherwise, Zhao Jing would soon be defeated. After the cultivator in the core formation realm was lured away by Xiao Jian, Zhao Jing was easily able to deal with the cultivator in the early stages of the crystal establishment realm. Seeing that the cultivator in the core formation realm was chasing after Xiao Jian, she immediately panicked and cast another fireball, while her whip didn't stop, attacking the cultivator in the early stages of the crystal establishment realm. This person was immediately in a dangerous situation. He was an early-stage cultivator, and fighting someone in the same realm but a later stage was purely suicidal. Zhao Jing felt relaxed, as all the pressure was now on Xiao Jian. The speed of the cultivator in the core formation realm was extremely fast, and Xiao Jian hadn't run far before he was able to catch up. The footsteps of the cultivator in the core formation realm were getting closer. Xiao Jian used his soul grasp technique, and without turning his head, he grabbed behind him, regardless of what the effect would be, and continued to flee forward. Suddenly being covered by the soul grasp, the cultivator in the core formation realm was stunned for a moment. He was just about to cast his soul hunting finger when he was interrupted by Xiao Jian once again. The soul hunting finger required the use of spiritual sense to be channeled to the finger, and the cultivator in the core formation realm's spiritual sense was still too weak. It needed a long preparation time. But once it was cast, it could make people dizzy, or even destroy their consciousness, and make them insane or cause their death. After his soul hunting finger was interrupted again, he stopped casting it, and instead used the fireball technique. The fireball technique required no preparation, and a fireball was created in a moment. He immediately shot the fireball at Xiao Jian. Boom! The fireball hit Xiao Jian's back, sending him flying. A large area of his back was burned, but other than that, it didn't cause him much harm. Chapter 329. Hunted by a core forging realm cultivator. The core forging realm cultivator was stunned. A mere essence condensation realm ant had actually directly withstood his fireball art and hadn't been blown to smithereens. This kid's physical body was even stronger than a crystallization realm cultivator. It was approaching the indestructible body of a core forging realm expert. Xiao Jian had no time to worry about what was behind him. He could only desperately flee forward. Seeing this rare opportunity, the core forging realm cultivator began to prepare his soul hunting finger again. Although the fireball art was quick, fireballs traveled relatively slow. It was not easy to hit his target in this dense forest. The soul hunting finger, however, had no such flaw. Although it took a while to prepare, its attack speed was extremely fast. It could be said that it hit precisely where it was aimed. After a few moments of preparation, the soul hunting finger was finally ready. He pointed his finger at Xiao Jian, and a strand of divine soul instantly struck him. Xiao Jian suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, his steps faltered, and he fell to the ground. However, his divine sense naturally formed an eagle claw that crushed this strand of divine soul into pieces, and he quickly regained his senses. Just as Xiao Jian was about to get up and run again, the powerful pressure of the core forging realm came right in front of him. Turning around, he saw the cultivator standing not far away. The cultivator stared at Xiao Jian with his single eye and said, "You have quite a few secrets. The soul hunting finger didn't even affect you. It's a pity your realm is too low." Xiao Jian suddenly understood. He pointed at the core forging realm cultivator and exclaimed, You are actually a soul-devouring evil spirit. Then why are those two humans with you?" Those two crystallization realm cultivators were definitely not soul-devouring evil spirits. Xiao Jian looked at the cultivator with his mouth wide open, his eyes filled with disbelief. Humans were actually colluding with soul-devouring evil spirits. The core forging realm cultivator looked down at Xiao Jian with apathetic eyes. He took off his black eye patch, revealing that his right eye was red and purple. No wonder he was wearing a helmet and eye patch. The helmet was to hide his pointed horns, and the red in his eyes could be stacked in his right eye. The eye patch covered his right eye. His eyes suddenly flickered with eerie light, and his face became horribly distorted, making one afraid to look directly at him. He coldly said, "You guessed right, but knowing too much means I must reward you with an invisible palm." He suddenly pulled his hand back towards his chest, and then slowly pushed it towards Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian watched the core forging realm cultivator's palm with confusion. His attack speed didn't seem fast. Why was it called the invisible palm? Since it dared to be called the invisible palm, it must have something extraordinary. He immediately gathered his spiritual energy in front of his chest to defend. At the moment, that was all he could do. Just as he finished his defense, the core forging realm cultivator's palm suddenly disappeared. Xiao Jian was immediately horrified. He braced his hands on the ground, trying to retreat backward. He never saw its trajectory. The core forging realm cultivator's palm struck his chest. With a bang, blood mist spurted from both Xiao Jian's mouth and nose, and his ears slowly bled. Even with spiritual energy protecting his body, he was still severely injured. Several of his ribs were broken, and the bones throughout his body were almost shattered by this palm. He felt great difficulty breathing, and each breath was accompanied by intense pain. Xiao Jian knew that he was completely finished this time. Even if Xiao Jing arrived in time, she would not be a match for the core forging realm cultivator. Now, no one could save him. He deeply missed the pendant space. If only he could enter it, none of this would be a problem. Since coming to this realm, he had seemed to lose contact with the pendant space. The pendant in his dantian was still there, but he just couldn't find a way to enter it. Now, he couldn't even cast fireball art. His only technique was the soul-catching hand, but it wouldn't work against a living soul-devouring evil spirit. He had a few grenades on him, but even if they were strapped onto the core forging realm cultivator, he probably wouldn't be killed. He lay on the ground, looking at the sky with empty, dazed eyes. His mood was extremely low. The core forging realm soul-devouring evil spirit stared at him blankly, not reacting for a long time. An invisible palm hadn't even killed him. This kid was just at the essence condensation realm. How could his physical body be so strong? You have to understand, an invisible palm, even if struck on a core forging realm cultivator, could cause serious injuries. He crouched down, patted Xiao Jian's face and said, "It's such a pity to destroy this body. It would be great to give it to my companions for possession. It's just a pity that its realm is too low, otherwise, I would have been interested in it." Xiao Jian's ears were constantly buzzing. He could only see the cultivator's mouth opening and closing, but he couldn't hear what he was saying. At this moment, Xiao Jing arrived. Xiao Jian bitterly smiled. It was as if it wasn't enough for him to be trapped here, so another was delivered on a silver platter. The core forging realm cultivator calmly rose, stared at Xiao Jing for a moment, and then a lecherous expression appeared on his face. "TSK, this little girl is really beautiful. No wonder the thief Hong insisted that I capture you. It turns out he wants to play with this body." Xiao Jin immediately became anxious and said, "Xiao Jing, hurry and leave. You can't defeat him." Xiao Jing paid no attention to Xiao Jian's words. She still recklessly lashed her whip at the core forging realm cultivator. She didn't know that this powerful core forging realm expert was actually a soul-devouring evil spirit. The core forging realm cultivator reached out and grabbed Xiao Jing's whip. With a slight tug, he brought Xiao Jing into his arms. He tore off Xiao Jing's tight-fitting coat, revealing the red undergarment on her chest. The full figure of her body pushed the undergarment high. No wonder the thief Hong is so interested. Just these hills alone are irresistible. The soul-devouring evil spirit let out a sinister laugh and said, "I'll play with her first, and give him a second-hand good haha." As he spoke, he lightly touched the bulge with his fingers and then placed his palm on it. Xiao Jing cried out. She frantically squirmed and struggled, but she still couldn't escape his control. A crystallization realm cultivator had absolutely no ability to resist in the hands of a core forging realm expert. She cried out, take your dirty hands away. I'll kill you this beast." Xiao Jing's frantic writhing only aroused its stronger primal desires. He panted heavily and ripped off Xiao Jing's only piece of clothing. Instantly, a pair of snow-white, rabbit-like forms jumped out, her skin as smooth as cream, as white as frost. Roar. Seeing this, Xiao Jian roared like a beast, clenching his fists with blue veins popping out. The core forging realm cultivator stared intently at Xiao Jing's body, caressing her snow-white form. His dirty mouth opened and closed, panting heavily. His yellow teeth were full of filth and grime. It was disgusting. Xiao Jian stared intently at his dirty mouth, wishing he could tear it to pieces. A cluster of spiritual energy mixed with green mist naturally gathered in his palm. The green mist and the spiritual energy instantly established a connection with his mind. Xiao Jian's divine sense naturally followed his gaze and transferred into the core forging realm cultivator's mouth. The spiritual energy in his palm suddenly shrank, as if it had been compressed by something. Then, the green mist mixed in the spiritual energy wrapped around the spiritual energy and instantly appeared in the core forging realm cultivator's mouth. There was no process, no time delay, and no trajectory of travel. The core forging realm cultivator sensed a cluster of spiritual energy suddenly appearing in his mouth. His pupils constricted, and his face drastically changed. He no longer cared about molesting Zhao Jing. He kicked her away and tried to pick the cluster of spiritual energy out of his mouth. But no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. The core forging realm cultivator involuntarily retreated, trying to distance himself from Xiao Jian, but he still could not escape the cluster of spiritual energy invading his mouth. His face was horribly distorted. His crimson eyes stared at Xiao Jian, as if he was about to eat him, but there was also a hint of deep fear. His core forging realm body was actually about to be destroyed by an essence condensation realm cultivator. Possessing a core forging realm body was not easy. Most advanced cultivators were in cities protected by soul-guarding arrays, making possession impossible. There were many low-level cultivators outside, but possessing their bodies would result in losing most of his previous cultivation, and his soul would be damaged. Soul-devouring evil spirits all cherished their physical bodies and didn't want them destroyed unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 330. Seventh Unexpected Return. But today, this core forging realm body was probably not going to survive. When the core forging realm cultivator looked at Xiao Jian, his heart suddenly stirred. Although this young man's body was of low realm, it had more potential. He even faintly sensed that a great secret was hidden within this body, and perhaps this was his opportunity. The soul-devouring evil spirit slowly calmed down, allowing the other party's spiritual energy to spread throughout his body. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Jian's forehead. Once his body was destroyed, he could possess him instantly. The green mist roamed throughout the soul-devouring evil spirit's body, and wherever it went, it would feed back what it saw to Xiao Jian, as if Xiao Jian himself was traveling through the other's body along with the green mist. This scene was too disgusting, and it even made him feel dizzy. Xiao Jian involuntarily retracted his consciousness. The green mist also returned to his body, but the spiritual energy that had been carried out by the green mist did not return to the Dantian. He only felt that the spiritual energy in his Dantian was instantly exhausted. A severe headache suddenly struck, and the pain caused him to faint. The cluster of spiritual energy still remaining in the core forging realm cultivator's body transformed into a fireball the instant it lost the green mist. Boom! The fireball suddenly exploded. The upper body of the possessor was blown to pieces by the dazzling fireball. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, forming a bloody mist. Amidst this red haze, a white light flashed and entered Xiao Jian's forehead. After being kicked away by the core forging realm cultivator, by the time Xiao Jing got up again, only 2 legs were left of the cultivator. And in Xiao Jian's brain, as the soul light group of the core forging realm cultivator entered his mind, it discovered an eagle claw grabbing at it. Ah! The core forging realm cultivator's soul let out a shriek. It couldn't withstand even a single move and was crushed to pieces by the eagle claw. After destroying the foreign soul, the eagle claw quickly dissipated, and the green mist mixed in with it returned to his meridians. In fact, there was also a trace of green mist involved in Xiao Jian's soul-catching hand. However, Xiao Jian had already fainted, and he was completely unaware of this process. Zhao Jing quickly came to Xiao Jian, picked him up from the ground, and held him in her arms. Looking at her bare upper body, she was about to retrieve her clothes. She suddenly noticed that a familiar pressure was rapidly approaching. She didn't care about her modesty anymore. She hugged Xiao Jian and ran into the deep forest. Not long after, a core fusion realm middle-aged man landed slowly near the body of the core forging realm cultivator. This middle-aged man was Hong Chengqiang, the father of the young master from Green Cloud Town. Hong Chengqiang examined the remains of the core forging realm cultivator and was shocked. Only a core fusion realm expert could destroy a core forging realm cultivator to such an extent. He then took to the air to examine the surroundings and found a severely injured, but not dead crystallization realm cultivator. He grabbed out, and the crystallization realm cultivator turned into a cloud of blood mist. The 2 crystallization realm cultivators who had come with the soul-devouring evil spirit were all members of his own family. And what happened here must not leak out, nor should it be connected to him. He patrolled the entire forest, afraid of any omissions that could bring him disaster. Zhao Jing was hugging the unconscious Xiao Jian, hiding deep in a pool of water. The pressure of the core fusion realm expert swept across the area above. She covered Xiao Jian's mouth and nose, afraid to let out even a single breath. The core fusion realm expert did not leave, and Xiao Jian's face had turned purple. His spiritual energy had long been exhausted. He was no different from a normal person now. Zhao Jing lowered her head and put her mouth on his lips, constantly breathing air into his mouth. This was the only way Xiao Jian hadn't suffocated in the water. It wasn't until the pressure of the core fusion realm expert faded that Zhao Jing took Xiao Jian out of the water and placed him on the bank, leaning him against a rock. Looking at her bare chest, she recalled the lewdness of the core forging realm cultivator and felt nauseous. She jumped into the water and scrubbed herself repeatedly. After washing for a long time, she looked up at the bank and saw Xiao Jian staring at her, not blinking. Ah! Zhao Jing quickly submerged herself in the water, her face flushed with embarrassment. She scolded, "Silly, you woke up and didn't say anything." Xiao Jian swallowed, feeling like he had been caught in the act. He said awkwardly, I needed to be able to talk first." Zhao Jing glared at Xiao Jian, but she didn't seem angry. Xiao Jian had already seen all of her when the soul-devouring evil spirit had been groping her. Thinking of the soul-devouring evil spirit's lewd hands, she couldn't help but wonder what her reaction would be if those hands belonged to Xiao Jian. Her body actually started to heat up, as if she were even looking forward to it. But she was, after all, an inexperienced girl. She quickly suppressed her thoughts and shouted, "Hurry and take off your clothes for me. Turn your head away and don't peek." Zhao Jing's belongings had long been lost. Her clothes had been torn off by the soul-devouring evil spirit. She had nothing to change into. I can't move." Just as Xiao Jian raised his hand, a sharp pain went through him. His whole body felt like mush. He couldn't muster any strength at all. His body slumped, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up again. "You, don't move. Close your eyes. I'll do it myself." Seeing his condition, Zhao Jing felt a pang in her heart. She didn't care about her modesty anymore. She quickly went ashore and carefully helped him up. Zhao Jing put on Xiao Jian's shirt and retrieved the clothes that had been torn off by the core forging realm cultivator before they became normal again. Xiao Jian's injuries were too severe. Several ribs were broken, and they could not recover quickly. This place was still several days away from Green Mountain City and not far from Green Cloud Town. But the two of them dared not go back to Green Cloud Town. Zhao Jing had no choice but to find a cave nearby. The two of them stayed in the cave to cultivate and heal their wounds. But they ran into trouble on the first day. Xiao Jian's bones were dislocated all over his body. He was unable to move like a puddle of mud and couldn't even use the toilet. His face was red from holding it in, but he found it difficult to speak. Zhao Jing was shocked. She put her hand on his back to check his injuries, but didn't find anything unusual. She frowned and asked softly, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" This. It was really hard to say. Xiao Jian struggled for a long time, but couldn't spit it out. "Hurry and say it. You're going to kill me with worry." Seeing him stammer, Zhao Jing immediately became anxious. I have a stomachache. I can't hold it in." Xiao Jian's face was red. This matter had to be handled by Zhao Jing, otherwise, he couldn't just relieve himself in his pants, could he? During the time Xiao Jian was recuperating, Zhao Jing took care of him like a virtuous wife. Every day she either fished in the pool or hunted in the mountains. She even had to help him with his toilet needs. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xiao Jian's body had fully recovered. Looking at the cave where they had lived together, Zhao Jing felt reluctant to leave. But at this moment, a progress bar suddenly popped into Xiao Jian's mind. During this time with Xiao Jing, Xiao Jian had forgotten that he had come here from an unknown space. And the reason Xiao Jian could come here was to retrieve the pendant fragments. Now that the pendant fragments had been obtained, his mission was complete. It was impossible for him to stay in this space any longer. He had developed a deep relationship with Zhao Jing during this time. Zhao Jing had taken care of him meticulously. The thought of suddenly leaving her made Xiao Jian very sad. "Zhao Jing, I'm sorry. I can't go to Green Mountain City with you. I have to go back." Zhao Jing looked at Xiao Jian in surprise and asked, "Go back? Go back where?" Then, she walked to Xiao Jian, took his hand, looked into his eyes, and said shyly, "Wherever you go, I will follow you." You've already seen my body. Don't think about running away." As she spoke, her face turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Xiao Jian again. Xiao Jian touched her hair and said bitterly, "Zhao Jing, I lied to you. I'm not from here, and I don't have the ability to take you away from here." Hearing this, Zhao Jing immediately recalled the scene when she first met Xiao Jian. Back then, Xiao Jian had suddenly appeared. She believed what Xiao Jian said. Zhao Jing suddenly hugged Xiao Jian, as if afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Tears fell uncontrollably. She cried, "Sob, sob, you're leaving. But what am I supposed to do?" Xiao Jian held her slender waist, comforting her. "Perhaps we can meet again in the future." He had no idea where this place was, how far away it was from the unknown space and his own world. This time he was able to come here entirely because of the pendant fragments. He had no idea whether he would be able to come again. Zhao Jing held Xiao Jian's arms tighter, pressed them closely to her body, and said, "I don't care. You've seen me. You're my man." After she finished speaking, she kissed Xiao Jian's lips and then furiously tore off his clothes. She was afraid she would never find him again. She was afraid of leaving a lifelong regret. Soon, two naked bodies were intertwined, and gasps echoed in the cave. Chapter 331. Shadows of Hong Island. Xiao Jian gently removed Zhao Jing's hand from his body. Zhao Jing remained still, seemingly asleep. Xiao Jian kept the remaining grenades and the white crystals he had obtained from the cylindrical space. These crystals were what Zhao Jing called immortal crystals, a substance that emitted pure spiritual energy and accelerated cultivation. Even though Xiao Jian knew this, he couldn't take them back. As of yet, he was unable to bring materials back to his own world. Zhao Jing was not actually asleep. She silently watched Xiao Jian's figure until he slowly disappeared from sight. Then she began to sob quietly. Huangshi Hotel. Xiao Jian woke up later than usual. When he arrived in the hall, Yang Yinping was teaching Chen Bihua a foreign language. Upon seeing Xiao Jian, she immediately stood and bowed, surprised. "I thought Master had gone north with the fleet. I just came to tutor Sister Bihua in a foreign language. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you, Master." Xiao Jian waved his hand and smiled. "You should be thanked for tutoring Chen Bihua in a foreign language. It's not a disturbance. The fleet has other missions this time, and will soon return south. How is Chen Bihua's language learning coming along?" Yang Yinping glanced at Chen Bihua and praised her. Sister Bihua has a very strong aptitude for languages. She can now have simple conversations with foreign merchants. You two continue. I'll go outside for a stroll. Afraid of disturbing Chen Bihua's studies, Xiao Jian ate a quick bite and left. Yang Yinping watched Xiao Jian's departing back, admiringly, and said, "Sister Bihua, you are so lucky to have found such a good man as Master." She then leaned closer to Chen Bihua and teased, "You must have been very affectionate last night, weren't you? Look how tired you made Master. He didn't get up until so late." Chen Bihua and Yang Yinping had a close relationship and dared to say anything to each other. Chen Bihua playfully slapped Yang Yinping and said, blushing, "What are you talking about? Last night, we were busy dismantling cannons and loading ships until almost dawn. Nothing like what you are suggesting, you little nymphomaniac. Want me to find you someone, sister?" Yang Yinping's eyes lit up for a moment, then she sighed. "Oh, I'm not as pretty as sister. Who would want me? I hope to find an honest man and get married." Chen Bihua tapped Yang Yinping on the head and said, "Don't say such things. You're so pretty. Which man wouldn't like you? Our senior members at Zionrenping are all still single. You like honest men, and we have several in Zionrenping. I'll create an opportunity for you someday." Yang Yinping quickly poured tea for Chen Bihua, and they giggled together. Ever since Zhang Chun had led the fleet south, Xiao Jian had not been at ease. He visited the pigeon station every day. When Zhang Chun left, he took dozens of long-distance pigeons. If there were an emergency, the pigeon station would know first. But every time Xiao Jian came, he was disappointed. Dogger, seeing Xiao Jian restless, said, "Master, no news is good news. The intelligence department has already established a station on Hong Island, and there hasn't been any relevant intelligence coming back from there. That means they have successfully passed through Hong Island waters. The most dangerous part of the journey south to Coconut Island was Hong Island, which was occupied by the Southern Seas Company. There were many fishing boats in the waters around Hong Island. If Zhang Chun and his fleet had been intercepted there, the intelligence personnel on Hong Island would know." Xiao Jian looked in the direction of Hong Island and muttered, "The intelligence department was established too recently. Hong Island is their first post. I hope they live up to expectations." Hong Island was located on the southern coast of the mainland, a prime geographical position. Inland goods were shipped there for trading, and foreign goods also entered the mainland from there. Therefore, commerce here had always been prosperous. After the Southern Seas Company occupied it, it did not damage local businesses. Prosperous commerce naturally led to the growth of various service industries. Entertainment, in particular, was very vibrant, with gambling dens and pleasure houses everywhere. Even tea houses would have a small stage for singers to perform. There were many tea houses on Hong Island, many of which didn't even have a name. Like this tea house by the road, it only had a sign with the word tea on it. This tea house wasn't far from the fisherman's wharf. Many fishermen would come here to sit and rest, and some merchants from afar would come ashore to take a short break. Due to the shallow water, large merchant ships couldn't dock here, so only small fishing boats used by fishermen were moored here. Alan's family's fishing boat was also always moored at this wharf. This was not a bustling commercial area. The fishermen were not wealthy, and they mostly lived on their boats. The special constables, who could be seen everywhere in the city, usually didn't come here to cause trouble. Since the Southern Seas Company occupied Hong Island, these special constables had appeared. The special constables had immense power, and they could arrest whoever they wanted. If anyone dared to resist, they would even kill them on the street. They were each equipped with 2 short fire pistols and a thin saber. They were constantly bullying men and women, extorting people, and committing all kinds of evil deeds. They never paid for anything they bought. The people of Hong Island hated them and secretly called them short dogs. Once, Alan and her younger brother were walking in the street when one of the short dogs, seeing her beauty, began to touch her inappropriately. Her younger brother, unable to contain his anger, fought back and was cut 3 times. Later, his wounds became swollen and he developed a high fever. The local doctor was helpless. With her father not at home, her brother was on the verge of death when a singing girl in the tea house, using some unknown method, saved his life. This singing girl had not been performing at the tea house for long and wasn't there every day. Sometimes, she wouldn't be seen for 5 or 6 days. There were many singing girls like her on Hong Island, most of whom performed in tea houses or restaurants on the busy streets. Very few singing girls came to poor areas like this. No one was sure if she was the 9th in her family, but everyone called her 9th sister. She was about the same age as Alan, and the two quickly became good friends. Alan didn't come to the tea house often. After the short dogs appeared, she didn't dare to go far. When she returned from fishing, she had nowhere to go and just wandered around the tea house area. If she saw 9th sister performing at the tea house, she would definitely go in to support her. She hadn't even walked far after coming ashore when she saw a dissolute young master walking out of the tea house. Alan was shocked. Why would this dissolute young master be at the tea house now? Was 9th sister there? Was he harassing her again? She hated this young master. He was fair-skinned and looked like a woman. He spoke in a flirtatious manner and often teased 9th sister. Whenever 9th sister came to the tea house, this young master would appear like a cat that had smelled fish. Alan had always wanted to teach him a good lesson and get revenge for 9th sister, but this young master always brought several thugs with him to the tea house. Alan had practiced with her father, and she was confident that she could win in a one-on-one fight. But she was no match for several people at once. Today, she finally got her chance. This dissolute young master, for some unknown reason, had come to the tea house alone without his thugs. Chapter 332, Shadows of Hong Island 2. Such opportunities were rare. Just as Alan was about to rush forward and beat him up, a large group of short dogs appeared on the road. Alan stopped in her tracks. The short dogs and the dissolute young master collided. A leader with a face full of hung ro, a face indicating violence, drew his saber, pointed it at the dissolute young master, and shouted loudly, "Take him alive!" The short dogs tucked their short fire pistols into their waistbands and, wielding their sabers, rushed forward with loud shouts, surrounding him. The dissolute young master, however, seemed calm and collected. He pulled a sharp short knife from somewhere and, fearlessly, charged into the fight, engaging the short dogs. Alan watched with her mouth agape. This dissolute young master, who was usually so flirtatious and as weak as a woman, was actually knocking the short dogs down one after another. Then, suddenly, a figure jumped out of the back window of the tea house and ran towards Alan. Immediately, she heard the short dog leader shout, "Grab her! Don't let her escape!" Alan looked closely and realized that the person who had jumped out of the back window was 9th sister. Just as 9th sister reached a turn not far from Alan, there was a bang of gunfire. 9th sister stumbled and fell to the ground. At this moment, the dissolute young master, who was entangled with the short dogs, went berserk. Ignoring the sabers swinging at him, he flew towards a short dog who was aiming his pistol at 9th sister. His short knife pierced the short dog's back and emerged from his chest. And in turn, he was also hit with 2 cuts, and his clothes instantly became stained with blood. More short dogs were chasing after 9th sister. The dissolute young master, swaying, stood his ground with his short knife and blocked their path. The short dog leader with a face full of hung ro drew his short fire pistol and shot the dissolute young master in the thigh. The dissolute young master lost his balance and fell to the ground. However, he quickly got up and shouted, "Urgent intelligence, send it out within 2 days." Then, he swung his knife and cut down a short dog who approached him. His voice was completely different from the one she had heard at the tea house. It was a female voice. Alan suddenly understood. This dissolute young master was actually a woman in disguise. The woman in male attire was seriously wounded, and blood gushed out like a spring. Although she was still standing, she was unsteady on her feet and could fall at any moment. She suddenly pulled out 2 short fire pistols, which were smaller and more exquisitely made than the short dogs. She held the pistols with both hands and fired 2 shots in quick succession, bringing down 2 short dogs who were trying to pass her to chase after Ninth Sister. Then, she threw the pistols into the sea, creating 2 splashes. Just a short distance in front of Alan, Ninth Sister was crawling forward with difficulty. She had been shot in the lower abdomen, and her lower body was soaked with blood. Alan couldn't help but cry. Ninth Sister was her best friend, and she had also saved her younger brother. And the dissolute young master she hated so much was sacrificing her life to create an escape opportunity for Ninth Sister. Ninth Sister was severely injured and had no hope of escaping, but this dissolute young master was still standing in the road, fighting to the death. Ninth Sister was now clearly out of strength, but she was still struggling to crawl forward. She left a shocking blood trail in her wake. Alan wiped away her tears and quickly ran to Ninth Sister, helped her up, and started to run with her. The dissolute young master's legs had been cut several times, and her legs could no longer support her body. She knelt on the ground, but her short knife was still fighting the short dogs, stopping them from chasing Ninth Sister. Because she couldn't move easily, she couldn't completely block the road. One of the short dogs dodged her and ran towards them. Ninth Sister also heard the footsteps behind her. She took a short fire pistol from her chest and turned around with difficulty. Her hand shook violently and she couldn't aim at the oncoming short dog. Only when he was less than a few feet from her did she fire a shot, and the short dog fell to the ground. Shooting the short dog seemed to have used all her energy. She couldn't even hold the short fire pistol and it fell from her hand. Her face was pale, and her breathing was getting weaker. She looked at Alan and shook her head, with difficulty handed her a piece of paper, and weakly said, "Give it to the contact, Hong Island restaurant, the password." But before she finished speaking, her mouth began to froth with blood. Ninth Sister's eyes suddenly widened, and she stared at Alan, desperately trying to finish what she was saying, but could only gurgle. In the end, she didn't even close her eyes. She died with great reluctance. Alan understood the look in Ninth Sister's eyes before she died. This piece of paper was what they had traded their lives for. It must be something very important, and she hoped Alan could help her deliver it. Alan's eyes were filled with tears. She picked up the short fire pistol that had fallen on the ground and looked up at the dissolute young master. The dissolute young master's body had countless cuts. Her clothes were in tatters, and only a few pieces of fabric were still clinging to her body. Most of her feminine form was exposed. She finally fell to the ground, but she was still using her short knife to fight with the short dogs while holding a black object high in the air. With a loud boom, the black object suddenly exploded, and the short dogs that she had blocked were thrown backwards. Alan's hatred for her had long since disappeared. All that remained was immense respect. She had been buying time for Ninth Sister to escape. Alan didn't know what the exploding object was, but it had delayed the short dogs for a brief moment. She had used her life to buy that short moment. Alan felt that the brief moment was precious, and she made up her mind. No matter what, she would help them make the delivery. She couldn't let them die in vain. She couldn't let their deaths be meaningless. Alan put Ninth Sister down and said, "Sister, rest in peace. I will definitely fulfill your request." Ninth Sister's wide eyes magically closed. She was long gone, but still worried about the piece of paper. Alan's family's fishing boat was moored outside the wharf. She had to get back quickly, so she wouldn't be targeted by the short dogs. She jumped onto a fishing boat, grabbed a bamboo pole used for pushing the boat, stuck the pole into the water, and leaped onto another boat. She was like a flying acrobat, jumping several times, and she returned to her own boat, without getting a drop of water on her. Her younger brother and father were on the fishing boat. Her father was frowning and looking in the direction of the tea house, but didn't notice her. It was too far away from the tea house to see anything. They could only vaguely hear the gunshots, and they knew the short dogs were killing people again. They often opened fire, so the fishermen were used to the sound of gunshots. Most people rarely even looked towards the shore. In this era, human lives were cheap. Alan went back to the cabin, opened the piece of paper Ninth Sister had given her. She didn't understand what it was that was worth them risking their lives to protect it. The paper was stained with blood, but the words on it were still faintly visible, but the squiggly characters were unreadable to her. Alan carefully dried the paper over the stove, wrapped it in a piece of cloth, and put it in a safe place next to her body. She still had some blood stains on her body, so she changed her clothes, hid the short fire pistol under her bed, then sat down to think about what to do. Chapter 333. Searching for the Contact. The Xiangdao Tavern was not far from the dock, but how to find the contact was something she had no idea about. She didn't even understand what contact meant. Was it a person's name? Was it a man or a woman? The short dog-like figure had come to the tea house, probably looking for this note. If she mistook the person and handed the note to that short dog, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. She had to be careful and meticulous. She could not afford to make any mistakes. The voice of the woman in men's clothing echoed in her mind again. Urgent intelligence, deliver it within 2 days. Alana gritted her teeth. She had to find the contact before nightfall tomorrow and hand over the note for him to handle. She looked up at the sun. It was already noon, and the time left for her was limited. She stood up and went to the bow of the boat, just as her father turned around and said, "Alana, I need to go ashore for a while. You and your brother stay on the boat and don't go anywhere." As he spoke, he steered the fishing boat toward the temporary dock and tied the boat to a tree stump before walking away quickly. Her father, who had been practicing martial arts for many years, was a strong middle-aged man with dark skin from the constant exposure to the sun at sea. Her father was always cautious and careful in his actions, so Alana did not dare tell him about the note. If he found out, he would definitely stop her from looking for the contact. She did not want any unnecessary complications. Although Alana lived on the fishing boat as well, her skin was not as dark as her father's or her brother's. In fact, it was very fair. Even after a whole day under the sun, her skin would remain smooth and pale the next day, much to the admiration of the other women around her. Perhaps due to her frequent martial arts training, her physical development was faster than that of other girls her age. Her chest was slightly larger than theirs, her hips were slightly more rounded, and her long, shapely legs made her look older than 14. This often drew unwanted attention. Every time she went into town, she could feel men eyeing her with lecherous looks, scanning her chest and hips with predatory intent, which made her feel extremely disgusted. She couldn't just walk into town like this. She had to disguise herself to make herself less conspicuous. She found a cloth band and tightly bound her chest to flatten it. Then, she wrapped a long bath towel around her waist to make her waist appear less slim and to hide the curve of her hips. She ran her fingers across her smooth, fair face. It wasn't enough. She smeared some black soot on her face, even covering her neck. She checked her arms. They were too fair and obvious, so she rubbed some soot on them as well. She tried every trick to make herself look less attractive. She was afraid that if she went out looking too pretty, perverts would approach her, wasting her time in her search for the contact. When she was about to leave the boat, her younger brother insisted on going with her. Although he was as tall and strong as their father, he was only 13, simple-minded and impulsive, often making things worse. She had to reassure him for a long time before finally promising to bring him back some candy to get rid of him. The Xiangdao Tavern sounded like an upscale place, but in reality, it was just a shabby, low-end tavern. Most of the people eating and drinking here were nearby fishermen. There were a few private rooms on the second floor, but only when receiving important guests did people use them to dine. Otherwise, the first floor was a big hall, cluttered with tables and chairs, offering not only alcohol and meat, but also some light snacks and noodle dishes. Alana sat in a corner of the hall. The waiter came over and smiled. "Alana, why do you look like this today?" This was the closest tavern to the dock, and she sometimes came here with her father. The people here were familiar with her. Alana didn't answer his question. She didn't know what to say and just ordered a bowl of noodles. The waiter knew about the fight between her younger brother and the short dog gang last time. He understood why Alana was dressed this way and kindly said, "Xiangdao is very chaotic these days. You should try to stay indoors as much as possible. If you want anything, let Along get it for you." Along was her younger brother. After saying that, the waiter left, and Alana began observing the customers in the hall. She thought, The contact must also be looking for me, anxiously scanning the hall just like I am. It was already past lunchtime, and there were only a few people left eating in the hall. These were local fishermen whom Alana recognized, so none of them could be the contact she was looking for. The waiter brought her noodles, and as she slowly ate, a man with a brutish face entered the hall. It was the leader of the short dog gang whom she had seen at the tea house. The leader walked up to the waiter, pointed at something, and said a few words. He glanced at Alana, then hurriedly left. Alana broke out in a cold sweat. She wasn't sure if the short dog gang had seen her at the tea house. The customers in the tavern were not who she was looking for, so she quickly ate a few more bites of noodles and prepared to leave. Just then, an unexpected person walked in. Her father. Alana quietly moved toward the door, but before she could slip out, the waiter turned around and saw her father. He greeted him. "Brother Hu, why are you only here now? Your daughter has been waiting for you for a long time." He pointed toward the corner where Alana was sitting. Her father looked at her in surprise, but quickly returned to his usual calm demeanor and smiled at the waiter. "I got delayed, so I let her come ahead." Alana was puzzled. She hadn't come out with her father, so how did he know she was here? It must have been her brother who told him. He knew she was coming here. Her father sat across from her. Unlike usual, he didn't scold her but simply looked at her calmly and asked in a soft voice, "Is the noodle good? How many bowls have you eaten?" She always had to save half of her noodles for her brother, so when had she ever eaten more than one bowl? It seemed like her sneaking out had made her father angry. "Father, I'm full already. You can finish the rest of the noodles," Alana said as she pushed the bowl forward, still containing half a bowl of noodles. In these times, wasting food wasn't acceptable. Even in normal years, no one would dare throw away half a bowl of noodles as if it were trash. Sure enough, her father's eyes widened, and his expression changed. He whispered angrily, "Get back to the boat. Didn't I tell you not to come out?" Ever since her younger brother fought with the short dog gang, her father had repeatedly warned her not to go into town. Alana didn't argue, and quickly got up to leave. She came here to find the contact, and didn't want to draw attention. After buying a candy man for her brother outside the tavern, she reluctantly made her way back to the fishing boat. Her father's interference had ruined her plans for today. It was almost dinner time, and the tavern would soon have more customers, which meant the chances of finding the contact would be higher. Her father would probably stay at the tavern drinking, but who knew when he would return? It seemed like today would not be the day she found the contact. Her father didn't return to the boat until very late. By then, Alana had already gone to bed, but the thought of the contact kept her awake. Her family's fishing boat only had two cabins, the front and the rear. Alana lived in the rear cabin, while her father and brother lived in the front. Her father sat at the bow of the boat for a long time before returning to the cabin. Alana felt like something was bothering him today. Chapter 334, The Unexpected Contact. The next morning, Adi woke up early and tidied himself up, preparing to go ashore. Just as he was about to leave the boat, he inexplicably said to Alan, "I might be gone for a long time. If I'm not back by nightfall, you take along and leave this place." Adi often went out for long stretches at a time. As fishermen, their boat was their home. Wherever the boat went, their home was there. Both Alan and her younger brother were skilled at fishing, so they weren't worried about food. Alan, preoccupied with the contact person matter, nodded distractedly. Today was the last day, and she needed to hurry ashore to find the contact. After Adi left, Alan followed him ashore, arriving near the Xiangdao restaurant. It was still early, and the restaurant had just opened its doors. Alan sat across from it, watching the customers come and go. Around lunchtime, the restaurant filled up with customers, and Alan entered the hall. It was the same waiter from yesterday who greeted her with a few polite words. The waiter was acting strangely today. His gaze kept sweeping over her body, intentionally or unintentionally. This gaze was completely different from what she had seen before. It didn't linger on her chest or hips, but was sharp like an eagle's eye. When their eyes met, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Alan remained calm, ordering a bowl of noodles as usual. She sat in a corner, observing the other diners. Before the waiter could bring her noodles, Adi unexpectedly walked in. He went straight to Alan, his gaze harsh and filled with anger and a hint of brutality. He growled in a low voice, "Alan, what did I tell you? Why are you here again? Get back home immediately." Alan had never seen Adi so fierce before. She didn't dare breathe loudly, and tears of distress welled up in her eyes. She was at a loss. She had never disobeyed Adi before, so she could only stand and leave. Back on the boat, Alan paced the cabin like an ant on a hot pan. She had promised Jiomei that she would fulfill her dying wish. She glanced at the sun in the sky. It was already past noon, with only a few hours remaining. Alan waited anxiously, but 80 still hadn't returned. If she encountered him again at the restaurant, how would she explain herself? The sun was almost setting. Alan knew that if she didn't find the contact before dark, the note would be useless. She snuck back to the Shangdao restaurant again. It was the same waiter. When he saw Alan, his eyes flashed with that same eagle-like look, but it quickly returned to a friendly expression. He smiled and said, "Alan, are you here for noodles? You just wait here. I'll have the kitchen prepare them for you." He then hurried away. Half an hour passed, and Alan was starting to wonder why the waiter hadn't brought her noodles. Suddenly, a group of people entered the restaurant, led by the leader of the dwarf dog gang. The waiter was beside the dwarf dog leader, pointing at her. He said, "Boss, that's the girl. She's been here 3 times. This morning, she was sitting across the street, watching all the customers coming and going." The waiter at the restaurant was actually a member of the dwarf dog gang. Alan had never come here alone before, but her continuous visits to the restaurant these past 2 days, and the fact that she had been chased away by 80 at noon without eating anything, had raised the waiter's suspicions. Alan jumped up and ran towards the kitchen. The entrance was already blocked by the group. She was unarmed, and there was no way she could fight off so many people. Then, a dwarf dog member pulled out a short flintlock pistol and fired it at Alan with a bang, the sound echoing far and wide. Alan happened to leap, flipping over a table blocking her way. The bullet struck the tabletop, making a thump sound. "Idiot! Who told you to shoot? Catch her alive!" The dwarf dog leader kicked the gunman and yelled loudly. Alan rushed into the kitchen, grabbing a cleaver. She suddenly turned and swung it at the dwarf dog member closest behind her. The dwarf dog dodged his head, avoiding a fatal blow, but the cleaver still sliced across his cheek, taking off half of his face skin, including his ear. The dwarf dog dropped his saber and screamed, clutching his face. Alan hooked her foot, sending the saber flying into the air. She snatched the handle and turned, running towards the back door of the kitchen. Just as she reached the back courtyard of the kitchen, the waiter appeared at the back door. The waiter had been the closest to Alan in the hall. Alan hated this deceitful man who had pretended to be friendly. It was he who had tipped off the dwarf dogs and led them to capture her. It was he who was preventing her from fulfilling Jiomei's dying wish. Alan reversed her grip on the saber and threw it at the waiter like a dart. The blade flashed, sinking into the waiter's chest. The waiter cried out and stared, wide-eyed, at the saber piercing his body. He reached out with trembling hands, trying to pull it out, but before he could complete the motion, he fell to his knees with a thump. The back courtyard was small and enclosed by a high wall. With Alan's current skills, she didn't have the ability to directly jump over it without aid. The waiter's body only briefly slowed the pursuing dwarf dogs. They quickly stormed out of the kitchen and into the courtyard. Alan was unarmed. She looked around, but there was nothing she could use to help her scale the wall. The dwarf dogs weren't in a hurry anymore. They slowly surrounded her. The courtyard was a dead end. An unarmed girl, no matter how skilled, couldn't escape from there. Just as the dwarf dogs all focused on Alan, a strong middle-aged man suddenly flew over the wall. Before the dwarf dogs surrounding Alan could react, he had cut down 2 of them. The man was wielding a large cleaver. He swung it, pushing back 2 more dwarf dogs. Then, he grabbed Alan's hand and leapt over the wall. The entire sequence was swift and precise. By the time the dwarf dogs pulled out their flintlock pistols, the man and Alan had disappeared. This middle-aged man was Alan's 80. He took Alan to a hidden spot and roared, "Are you courting death? How many times have I told you? Why do you always run off? It's so dangerous here, can't you see it?" Alan began to sob, "Ooh ooh." The sun was almost setting. She was doomed to fail Jiomei's final request. She thought of Jiomei's final gaze, of the resolute figure of the woman disguised as a man, of the note they had exchanged with their lives and how she, herself, was going to let it be in vain. Alan suddenly knelt in front of 80, crying, "80, let me go one more time. I must go to Shangdao restaurant. No matter how dangerous, I have to try again." 80's eyes suddenly widened, and he asked in astonishment, "Were the noodles delicious? How many bowls did you eat?" Alan was confused, wondering why 80 suddenly asked about noodles. She shook her head and said, "I wasn't there to eat noodles. I was there to find someone." "Who are you trying to find?" Tell me quickly, 80 urged. I'm looking for someone called the Contact. Jiomei told me before she died to give something to him. But I haven't found him, and I don't even know who he is. Alan broke down crying again after she said this. Chapter 335. Zhang Chun arrives at Shualian Island. 80 immediately pulled Alan into his arms, stroking her hair, and said, "Silly girl, I am the Contact you're looking for. But how do you not know the code phrase?" Code phrase? What code phrase? Right? Jiomei mentioned a code phrase at the end, but she didn't finish saying it. Then, she died. She died with great unwillingness. She started to cry again. 80 pushed Alan away and said urgently, "Hurry, give me the intelligence. There's still time to send it out." Alan suddenly became wary. Why should she believe 80 was the Contact? What if 80 was lying, just wanting to get the note and make her give up, and what would she do then? Alan found it hard to believe that 80 could be the Contact. "No, I can't give it to you. Why should I believe that you were the Contact I'm looking for?" Alan seemed obedient, but she always had her own ideas when it came to important matters. 80 could only explain, "Girl, since you don't know the code phrase, when I asked you, were the noodles delicious? How many bowls did you eat?" You should have replied, "I only ate one bowl, and am about to have another." Alan shook her head. This matter was too important, and 80's explanation wasn't enough to convince her. She stubbornly said, "I don't know the code phrase, but I still don't believe you." 80 was at a loss for a moment. Alan didn't know the code phrase, so he couldn't prove his identity using it. He patted himself down, trying to find something that would prove his identity, when suddenly, the short flintlock pistol hanging at his waist reminded him. Maybe his daughter would recognize it. He quickly pulled out the pistol and handed it to Alan, asking, "Do you recognize this?" "A short flintlock. Isn't this the short flintlock pistol that Jiomei had? I hid it under the bed." 80, how did you get it?" Alan examined it carefully. This pistol had been clearly used many times. The grip was worn smooth, and the color was much older. 80, are you really one of them? Are you really the Contact? After she finished speaking, she threw herself into 80's arms and cried. She had finally fulfilled Jiomei's last wish, and she no longer had to live with regret. 80 wiped her tears and said with heartache, "My girl has suffered so much. You did well, but you can't stay on Shangdao Island. I'll send you to a place called Huangshi Village. You'll definitely love it there." Huangshi Village. Xiao Jian once again emerged empty-handed from the pigeon station. He looked at the setting sun and said, "It's been almost for days. They should have already reached the vicinity of Coconut Island, yet Zhang Chun hasn't sent a single pigeon back with a message." Whenever Xiao Jian came to the pigeon station, Goer was always by his side. He glanced casually at the south. Just as he was about to leave, he exclaimed, "Young master, wait a little longer. It looks like a pigeon is coming." Xiao Jian looked up. Sure enough, a small black was quickly flying towards the pigeon station. The two men rushed into the station. A keeper was removing the message tube from a pigeon. Goer asked anxiously, "Where did this pigeon come from?" The keeper handed the message tube to Goer and said, "It's from Shangdao Island." Goer pulled the paper out of the tube and was taken aback. The entire sheet was stained with blood. The message inside was a long string of numbers. He handed the message to Xiao Jian and said, "It's intelligence from the intelligence division. It's even encrypted." Xiao Jian looked at the paper, and then he sniffed it. He said, "It's obvious this intel was hard-won. We will remember these people forever." He then handed the message to Heighten and said, "After it's deciphered, do not destroy the paper. Seal it in glass. When we build the hero's temple, place it there and record the entire process, so that future generations can remember." The translation arrived quickly. Xiao Jian looked at the contents, his eyes widening in shock. He looked up sharply and said, "Inform Luingjia. Bring him here to a meeting immediately." Goer received the intelligence handed to him by Xiao Jian. It read, "South Strike Huang, Galleon 5, Iron Ship 3. They did not get information about Zhang Chun, but they got news about the Southern Ocean Company attacking Huangshi Village." Goer furrowed his brow, his eyes darting around like abacus beads. He said, "They're attacking Huangshi Village right after we took away the coastal artillery. This is too much of a coincidence." Xiao Jian disagreed and said, "We made a racket the whole night we were removing the cannons. Anyone with a telescope could see it clearly, so it's not strange they know about it." Luingjie arrived at the hall almost simultaneously with Xiao Jian. As soon as he sat down, Goer said to Luingjie, "The Southern Ocean Company is attacking Huangshi Village with 5 warships, and 3 iron ships. He turned to Xiao Jian. Young master, what do they mean by iron ship? Fei Ying had already reported that the enemy had built ironclad ships, but Xiao Jian had only mentioned it to Zhang Chun. Lu Yingjie and Goer were not aware of this. He didn't think that they would have made 3 so quickly. Huangshi village was not afraid of ironclads, but at sea, they were a huge threat to any fleet. Xiao Jian explained with a dark expression, ships built with iron and powered by steam engines, fast, and they should be relatively small. Goer and Lu Yingjie were immediately stunned. Aren't ships always built out of wood? Iron could be used to build ships? Xiao Jian said impatiently, don't be so surprised. After our new iron factory starts production, we'll also start building iron warships. It's nothing to make a fuss about. Goer still hadn't recovered from the shock, asking with a trembling voice, young master, iron ships, can we deal with them? Lu Yingjie recovered quickly from his initial shock and said, our pointed pillar-shaped bullets can pierce through several inches of steel plating. For us, there's no difference between iron ships and wooden ones, except that they're a bit faster. Goer took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. After some thought, he said, even if they're fast, they won't be very effective in the narrow waters of Huangshi village. But iron ships are a significant threat to any shipping fleet. Lu Yingjie frowned. He didn't look scared, but his back was sweating. He wasn't worried about Huangshi village. He was worried about Zhang Chun's fleet heading south. He said, I hope Zhang Chun and his fleet don't run into any ironclads. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Zhang Chun wasn't as unlucky as Lu Yingjie thought. The Southern Ocean Company had no idea they were heading south. They arrived smoothly at Coconut Island. They encountered several pirate groups along the way, but they all steered clear of the galleons. These pirates weren't capable of dealing with galleons. They were just grateful if the galleons didn't attack them. After Zhang Chun reached Coconut Island, the fleet anchored off the coast of Shuanglian Island. This island was located southeast of Coconut Island, less than 5 kilometers away. The moment Zhang Chun arrived on Shuanglian Island, he fell in love with it. The island consisted of 2 small islands, one to the north and the other to the south. They were less than 1 kilometer apart, connected by a sandbar roughly 20 steps wide. The sandbar had a west-facing shore where various ships could dock. The southern island had a landmass of roughly 5,000 mu, and the northern island was smaller, about 3,000 mu. On the southern island, there was a natural pond with clear water. Schools of fish swam in its ripples, and when Zhang Chun touched the water with his finger, he discovered it was fresh water. Not far from the pond, he could see some ruins of old buildings, and the trees growing inside were already many feet thick, meaning that there had been a settlement there before. Chapter 336, Coconut Island Wharf. There were a number of fishermen in the sea around the island, and according to these fishermen, merchant ships passing through the area would always stop there to replenish their freshwater supplies. Zhang Chun asked curiously, if there's water here and land for farming, why is nobody living here? The fisherman replied, there used to be a few families living here, but since it's located on a shipping lane, it's a target for pirates. The government doesn't care about this area, and the families were constantly harassed by pirates. They were eventually killed, and since then, no one has lived here. Ordinary civilians couldn't live in such a dangerous place. This island was too close to Coconut Island, so pirates didn't dare take over the area. Over time, it became deserted. Zhang Chun ordered Lai Fu to set up camp here, while he continued sailing with the fleet. He first scouted the coastline of Coconut Island. The closest coast to Shuanglian Island was a long, narrow peninsula. On the inner side, there was a small bay which separated the area from Coconut Island. A few kilometers north of the coast was an inland river. The water current was quite strong, and there was a significant drop in the river level. According to the locals, the river was called Yang River. It flowed from deep within Coconut Island and had never dried up. Coconut Island was under the jurisdiction of Coconut Prefecture. The government offices were in Jushan City, which was located at the north end of Coconut Island. Zhang Chun's fleet continued traveling, and after half a day, they reached the outer sea of Jushan Port. From afar, Jushan Port was an endless expanse of green, reflected in the clear, blue sea. The sky was an endless blue, and the setting sun painted the ocean horizon with hues of yellow and orange. Before they even entered the port, they could already hear the calls of the dockworkers. The harbor was packed with the masts of countless ships, with boats continuously entering and leaving. At this moment, 2 naval patrol ships approached them. The black barrels of their cannons pointed at the galleons. A military official in a blue robe stood on the deck, yelling, "Who are you? And what are your intentions for coming to Jushan Port? Jushan City was a port city, and they had seen their fair share of warships. They weren't surprised by the 2 galleons, and the officer didn't appear to be nervous at all. Zhang Chun came to the edge of the ship. Looking at the emblem on the official's chest, it seemed he was a garrison captain, responsible for around 100 soldiers. Zhang Chun shouted back, "We are part of the Xinjiang Regional Training General, Xiaojian's, fleet. We are here on a military mission to Coconut Island." Coconut Island was in the extreme south of Dahua. The emperor was far away, and information traveled slowly. Zhang Chun just said whatever, not caring whether they believed him or not. At this moment, a small rowboat was lowered from one of the patrol ships. 5 soldiers descended into it, and the garrison captain joined them as well. They all headed towards Zhang Chun's galleon. Upon boarding the ship, the 5 soldiers dispersed and stood guard. The garrison captain bowed and said, "My brothers were simply doing their duty. You are warships, so I had to make a check. You said that you were part of General Li's fleet. Do you have any documents to prove that?" When Zhang Chun had left, Xiao Jian had given him the defense transfer order signed by Li Changhong for Huangshe County. He had also prepared a document himself, with the seal of the regional training general. But that was not likely to be recognized. Zhang Chun produced Xiao Jian's document. The document only stated that Zhang Chun's fleet was on a military mission to the south. It did not mention the specific details. The garrison captain received the document and studied it carefully before handing it back to Zhang Chun. He said respectfully, "General Li's reputation precedes him, but it is my duty to point out that, without a decree from the Ministry of War, I can't let your warships enter the port." Zhang Chun wasn't planning to bring the warships into the port. He also bowed and said, "I need to enter Jushan City to settle some military affairs with the government. The warships will be anchored in the outer sea. I'd be grateful if you would watch over them, so that there isn't any misunderstanding. Otherwise, it could lead to some trouble." The garrison captain hesitated for a moment. He said, "When do you expect to leave?" It wasn't standard procedure to have 2 warships anchored in the outer sea. If a misunderstanding occurred, he would be in trouble. Zhang Chun glanced at the setting sun and said, "I'll enter the city now, and if everything goes smoothly, I should be able to return tomorrow." The garrison captain thought for a moment. He reasoned that more people would come to investigate if the ships remained there, and that would certainly bring trouble. Since he was about to finish his patrol anyway, it might be best to help them out. He said, "I'll leave these brothers on your ship. They will prevent any trouble, and I am about to go back to report anyway, so I will go with you." Zhang Chun thought the garrison captain was quite helpful and said gratefully, "Thank you, Captain, for your help. May I ask your name?" "I am Zhang Chun, a battalion commander under General Li. This is my first time on Coconut Island." The garrison captain returned the bow and said warmly, "You're welcome, Zhang brother. My name is Xue Bin. I am just a junior captain, not worthy of being called a general. It is my honor to be of help to your general. I'm quite familiar with Coconut Island. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." Zhang Chun was surprised at the respect Xue Bin showed to Xiao Jian and said, "Do you know my general, Xue brother?" Xue Bin spoke with lingering fear. "How would I be fortunate enough to know General Li? To be honest, you can say that my life was saved by your general. In the last rebellion, I was hit by an arrow and suffered from a high fever afterward. The physician had given up on me and just left me to die." He sighed deeply and said gratefully, "Thankfully, my older brother got someone to buy a magical medicine that saved my life. Without that, I would probably have been buried a long time ago." Many people habitually called penicillin a magical medicine. Zhang Chun also said with emotion, "My general has saved countless lives in Xinjiang City." Zhang Chun proudly exaggerated how Xiao Jian had saved children in Xinjiang, stopped the plague in Qingsha City, and fearlessly entered Zhao Village, among other stories. The 2 of them chatted happily as their sailboat made its way to Jushan Port. By this time, it was dark. The wharf was ablaze with lights. The ships docked at the port had lit lanterns or oil lamps. Zhang Chun even spotted some horse-drawn lanterns, which he knew were manufactured in Jilong Mountain. Small merchants were weaving through the ships and rowboats. The docks were crowded with stalls, filled with people, and the air was filled with a cacophony of sounds. There were so many ships at the port that all the wharfs were already occupied. Fortunately, Xue Bin was guiding him, so he was able to dock at a private wharf. Since it was impossible to enter the city that night, Xue Bin took Zhang Chun to an inn near the wharf. The inn had a 3-story restaurant facing the street, with 3 large lanterns hanging from the 3rd floor. The lanterns displayed the characters Green Coconut Residence. The guest rooms were in the backyard of the restaurant. Zhang Chun ordered his guards to make arrangements for the rooms, while he invited Xue Bin to have some wine at the restaurant. The wine was the white liquor produced in Julong Mountain. Currently, the Julong Mountain winery hadn't started large-scale production, so the wine was just the fragrant parts of the alcohol that was produced by the pharmaceutical factory when they were making medical alcohol. There wasn't much of this wine in Huangshe village either. Xiao Jian thought that Zhang Chun would have some social engagements, so he had given him a few boxes of it. When the bottle was taken out of its wooden box, Xue Bin was shocked, his eyes wide. He asked, "Zhang brother, what kind of wine is this? It's even in a glass bottle. That bottle itself must be quite valuable." Zhang Chun smiled and said, "You are in luck, Xue brother. This wine is extremely rare, even in Xianrenping. One bottle is worth a few hundred taels of silver internally, and you still can't buy it." Chapter 337. Xue Bin's Concerns. As Zhang Chun spoke, he used a specialized iron key to pop open the wine bottle with a pop, making Xue Bin almost jump in surprise. The bottle cap was actually part of the bottle itself? Opening the cap like that would destroy the bottle. As soon as the bottle was opened, a rich aroma of wine spread out. Xue Bin took a deep sniff. It was so fragrant, he had never smelled such a fragrant wine in his life. Zhang Chun then took out two very small, very transparent glass wine cups from the box and slowly poured the wine into them. From the moment Zhang Chun had taken out the glasses, Xue Bin's eyes hadn't left them. The box even included wine glasses, and they were made of glass. This completely defied his understanding. Zhang Chun lifted a glass and said, "This wine has a high alcohol content, so we can only drink it in small glasses. Please, Xue brother," finishing his sentence by taking a small sip. Xue Bin had been staring at the glasses, not daring to touch them. Although his family used to be wealthy, he had never imagined such a scene. Seeing Xue Bin still in a daze, Zhang Chun laughed and said, "I'm grateful to you for your help today, Xue brother. Otherwise, I'd probably still be on the ship right now." Only then did Xue Bin come back to his senses. He said, "Zhang brother, you're too polite. I feel guilty that you are spending so much on me." With that, he picked up a glass and gently swirled it. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted up and into his lungs. He took a small sip. The smooth liquid glided over his tongue. It was delicate, with a lingering fragrance. Xue Bin gasped and exclaimed, "This is truly amazing wine." After a few rounds, they became more talkative and less reserved. Xue Bin asked, "This is your first time on Coconut Island, Zhang brother. Is there anything I can help you with?" He had originally wanted to ask about Zhang Chun's purpose in coming here, but that seemed too abrupt, so he took a detour. Zhang Chun didn't beat around the bush. He said straightforwardly, "It seems that you are a righteous person, Xue brother, so I won't hide anything from you. I assume you've heard of what happened in Luzon." Xue Bin's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Are you here for the Chinese people of Luzon?" He then said, looking defeated, "Coconut Island has a lot of trade with Luzon. Many people on this island have come from there. How could we not know what happened? It's just too far away for us to help." Zhang Chun said indignantly, "We are here for the Chinese people of Luzon. The Xia people are slaughtering them on a large scale. Our general is filled with righteous indignation, so he has decided to seek justice for them." He did not mention the Southern Ocean Company's potential takeover of Coconut Island. Talking about the horrific events in Luzon, Xue Bin was also filled with righteous anger. He said, "Those Xia people are worse than animals. My brothers and I all hate them to the bone. General Li is so righteous. We admire him greatly. Is there anything we can do to help?" He then patted his chest and said, "I know this area well. Just tell me if there is anything you need." Ever since he had been saved by the magic medicine, Xue Bin had inquired about Xiao Jian from all kinds of sources. His elder brother had a wide social circle and knew a lot about Xiao Jian. He and his brothers had long wanted to befriend him, but the distance was too far, and they had never had a chance. After hearing that it was General Li's fleet outside the port, Xue Bin helped them in every way he could, hoping to leave a good impression on Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun could also see that Xue Bin wanted to become friends with him. He needed information about the local situation and help to resolve the issue of a base of operations. Whether they could develop a deeper relationship in the future was a question for later. Since the other party had expressed his willingness to help, Zhang Chun asked, "I just happen to have something I want to ask about, Xue brother. Is land on Coconut Island for sale?" Xue Bin looked at Zhang Chun and said, "Of course, land can be bought and sold here. What area are you interested in, Zhang brother? Land here is not expensive. If you want to purchase land, My brother is acquainted with the prefectural governor and can introduce you to him. Zhang Chun thought that made sense. Land was often for sale within the Dahua Empire. He then asked directly, what's the situation with Shuanglian Island right now? I need to find a place to settle down, and Shuanglian Island is just the right size. It's not too far from Coconut Island, and it's easy to travel back and forth. He wasn't afraid of others knowing his intentions. Buying land was the gentlest course of action. If the local government didn't cooperate, he would simply take over Shuanglian Island. Xuebin looked at Zhang Chun with admiration. He was of course familiar with Shuanglian Island. It had a deep water port nearby, fresh water, and plenty of flatlands suitable for growing crops. It was the perfect place to establish a military garrison. It seemed that General Li planned to develop his operation here in Coconut Island. This was definitely a great opportunity for the Xue family. Xuebin only thought that if he could handle the land issue well, his relationship with Zhang Chun could be deepened. Therefore, he said, you have good taste, Zhang brother. I'll have my brother ask the prefectural governor about the process. However, I suggest that you also buy a piece of land across from Shuanglian Island, so you can support each other. After all, Xuebin was only a junior captain, and he didn't know much about the government. He looked at things too simply. They drank and chatted. Soon, the bottle of white wine was empty, and they were both a little tipsy. Just before leaving, Zhang Chun took out 2 more bottles of white wine for Xuebin to take to his brother as a gift when they met with the prefectural governor. The morning sun shone on the row of shops along the sea. It was still early, and only a few stores had opened their doors, though the shops extended as far as the eye could see. However, the porters had already started their work, carrying heavy loads while keeping a steady pace between the cargo ships, the docks, and the shops. After breakfast, Zhang Chun walked around the docks. Zhushan Port was much larger than Jinjiang Port. The ships docked at the wharf were different from the naval transport sailboats as well. Most of the ships were long, with sharp bows, deep keels, small beams, and low or non-existent deck camber. This type of ship was obviously more stable and better suited for sailing in the open sea. Zhang Chun was also surprised to find that many of the merchant ships in the port belonged to white people. These white people were freely conducting business on the docks, directing the porters to load and unload goods. The Hua dynasty had implemented a strict maritime ban policy in its early years to prevent coastal areas from being attacked by pirates. The policy had good intentions, but it didn't have its intended effect. The main source of revenue for the coastal areas was trade. The ban greatly hampered the economic development and stability of the entire region. Merchants were unable to engage in trade, forcing many of them to become pirates. The court eventually realized this and began to open up the ban to a limited degree. Now, the ban had become virtually non-existent, and local officials no longer interfered with maritime trade. Port cities like Zhushan, located on a major trade route and far from the capital, were much more open than others. Due to its excellent geographical location, merchant ships from all countries frequented the port, and as long as they paid the taxes, there were no other restrictions. When Zhang Chun returned to the inn, Xuebin and his brother were already waiting for him in a private room. When he entered the room, a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar stood up to greet him. The middle-aged scholar wore a jade-colored robe with wide sleeves and a square cloth cap. From his attire, he was at least a Shiozai, a holder of the lowest degree in the imperial examination. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully and said, I am Xuewan. Greetings, General Zhang. Zhang Chun quickly returned the bow, embarrassed that someone had called him general. He said, please don't make fun of me, Xue brother. I'm not a general. Just call me Zhang Chun. Chapter 338. Superior Weapons. Xuewan still said respectfully, General Zhang, don't be modest. I have heard about you fighting off tens of thousands of bandits in Jilong Mountain. If you aren't a general, then who is? Zhang Chun quickly waved his hands and said, you flatter me, Xue brother. Everything you mentioned was my young master's idea. I was just following his orders. Xuewan truly admired Zhang Chun. In the Battle of the Crossroads Fort, Zhang Chun had seized Jinjiang City and rushed to the fort battlefield, but this wasn't something that they should discuss out in the open. After all, it was somewhat of a sensitive topic. After exchanging pleasantries, they got down to business. Xuewan said, my brother told me yesterday that you wanted to purchase land. Is that correct? Zhang Chun nodded and said, I came to Coconut Island under my young master's orders to find a place to settle down. Xue brother is acquainted with the prefectural governor. Is it possible for us to buy land here? Xuewan said solemnly, buying and selling land is a normal commercial activity, and the prefectural governor has no reason to refuse, surely. He paused and hesitated for a moment before saying, since we are like brothers, I'll be frank. You are probably aware that your general's purchase of land isn't for farming, but rather to establish a military base, so the governor is quite hesitant about it. Zhang Chun wasn't too surprised. They hadn't been hiding their intentions. It was good to put everything out in the open. He said, there are two things that make it necessary for us to establish a garrison here. I believe you have heard about the Southern Ocean Company. In fact, we are racing against them. If we don't set up a garrison, they will take over Coconut Island. That's one. And two, there is the Luzon Island incident. My young master wants to seek justice for the Chinese people. As he spoke, Zhang Chun got up and went to the window, looking at the bustling crowd on the docks. He said with a firm tone, everything my young master has done has been for the good of the Chinese people. We only took over the city defenses in Xinjiang and Qingsha cities. If the local government could protect those cities, we wouldn't have needed to do so. Therefore, regardless of what the prefectural governor thinks, we will establish a base here. Zhang Chun's strong stance made Xuewen feel uncomfortable. He subtly said, Coconut Island is the southern gateway to Dahua. There is a strong navy and garrison by officers from the 12 guards. General Zhang is too worried, perhaps? Zhang Chun shook his head and said, the walls of the capital were high, and there were countless soldiers, yet it was easily destroyed by the barbarians. Xue brother, you don't understand what true power is. The strength of the Southern Ocean Company, whether on land or at sea, is far superior to that of any barbarian. How do you think you can resist them? If Coconut Island's power were as strong as you say, the massacre in Luzon would not have happened. Hearing Zhang Chun blame the Luzon incident on Coconut Island's inaction, Xuewen was displeased, even slightly angered. He said, even if what you say is true, how much of a difference can a few warships make? Zhang Chun turned to look at Xuewen and said seriously, I only brought 2 warships to Coconut Island, but I'm not afraid to tell you, Xue brother, I could destroy the entire Coconut Island Navy with just 1 warship and sink them all into the sea. Zhang Chun's words were extremely provocative. Xuewen stood up with a whoosh, staring at Zhang Chun and saying, is that true? Zhang Chun sighed and said, I have no reason to lie to you, Xue brother. If you don't believe me, we can all go to the warships for a tour. But even with our strength, we can't say that we can defeat the Southern Ocean Company. Coconut Island is just being ignorant. The fall of the capital had always been like a thorn in his heart. The successive falls of Guangzhou, Xiangdao Island, and Macau into foreign hands had long made Xuewen anxious. Coconut Island was only a few hundred miles from Macau. A fast ship could get there in just a day. If Zhang Chun was right, it was only a matter of time before Coconut Island fell. Xuewen was stunned for a long time. He slumped back down in his chair and held his head in his hands, muttering to himself, why is this? What is going on? He suddenly looked up and asked, Zhang brother, you must know why, right? How could such a powerful empire be reduced to this? Zhang Chun shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, as my young master would say, this is the result of the court not paying enough attention to technological development. We have advanced technology, but we can't help the court. The court is too corrupt. It's deeply rooted in corruption. If we completely obey the court, it will drag us down too. Zhang Chun wasn't just talking nonsense. If Xianrenping were to completely accept the court's control, the Jiulong Mountain pharmaceutical and iron factories would be immediately taken over, and who knows, they might not even end up in the hands of the government. Xuewen still couldn't wrap his head around it. The technology Zhang Chun was talking about wasn't just related to craftsmen. Craftsmen were just lowly commoners. Could it really be that these lowly commoners were so important? He was a Xiuzai, and he had studied Confucian classics. He had always looked down on craftsmen. But now, Zhang Chun was suddenly telling him that if they didn't pay attention to craftsmen, they would cause a powerful empire to fall. He just couldn't accept it. Xuewen suddenly stood up and bowed to Zhang Chun and said, Zhang brother, I would like to see your warships and see what kind of weapons can sink the Imperial Navy. Zhang Chun nodded without hesitation. He also said to Xue Bin, Xue brother, get a ship and sail out to the open sea. I'll let you see how many cannonballs the Navy's warships can withstand. During their usual training, the Navy would always use target ships. These ships were simple wooden structures that were quite sturdy and could be recycled after being shot apart by cannons. With his elder brother present, Xue Bin hadn't said a single word all day. When Zhang Chun called him, he looked at his elder brother. Seeing that his elder brother did not object, he said, you go out to the open sea first. I'll bring a target ship over in a bit. With that, he went to prepare. Zhang Chun and Xuewen arrived at the warship in the open sea. They then sailed another few kilometers further out to avoid causing chaos in the port when they fired the cannons. Before Xuebin's target ship arrived, Zhang Chun took a musket from one of the soldiers and introduced it to Xuewon. This musket has an effective range of over 300 steps, a maximum killing distance of over 500 steps, and a firing error of less than 2 inches. The muskets of the Southern Ocean Company have an even longer range and higher accuracy than ours. At that moment, a flock of seagulls happened to fly by overhead. Zhang Chun handed the musket to the guard next to him. The guard raised it, fired, and shot down a seagull. Xuewin's eyes widened as he looked at the musket in the guard's hand. This musket didn't even have a matchlock, and the design was completely different from the muskets used by the soldiers. Zhang Chun took the musket and handed it to Xuewon, saying, "The muskets used by the soldiers have an effective range of only about 60 steps. If they met them with these, how do you think they would fight? They could use 2,000 men to wipe out a 20,000-man government force without suffering a single casualty." Xuewon took the musket and looked at it closely. The barrel was smooth and delicate, and there were even tiny inscriptions on the barrel. When he rubbed his fingers over the inscription, he found out that they were raised letters. Xuewon's heart had sunk. He asked cautiously, "This musket is so advanced. It must be extremely difficult to manufacture, correct?" Chapter 339. Attack on Huangshi Village. Zhang Chun understood what Xuewon meant. He thought that this type of musket couldn't be mass-produced for the troops, so he said, "These muskets are not handcrafted, they're machine-made. As long as we have enough machines, we can produce as many as we need each day. 10,000 isn't a problem." Xuewon's face immediately darkened. From the tiny writing on the barrel, he had guessed that the barrel wasn't handcrafted. Only a machine could produce something like this. Although he didn't know what kind of machine could manufacture such a barrel, it was certain that machine manufacturing was very fast. At that moment, Xuebin sent over a large target ship. It stopped about 500 meters away from the warship, right within the range of the cannons. Zhang Chun waved his hand, and the warship shuddered. A burst of orange-red flames erupted from the cannon muzzle. The target ship over 500 meters away immediately exploded violently. With just one shot, the target ship was blown to pieces. The logs on the target ship were sent flying far away, many of them blasted into multiple sections. Zhang Chun glanced at the target ship and said apologetically to Xuebin, "Sorry, Xuebrother. It seems this target ship is beyond recovery, isn't it?" Xuebin suddenly knelt down and bowed, saying, "Brother Zhang, it was I who was ignorant and failed to treat you with due respect." When Xuebin began his association with Zhang Chun, he had held a high position. After their drinking session, things had only slightly improved. This improvement was mainly due to his desire to connect with Xiao Jian. He didn't have much respect for Zhang Chun himself. Zhang Chun's cannon fire just now had completely awakened Xuebin. As a naval captain, he was nothing in front of Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun helped Xuebin up and scolded him. "What are you doing, Xuebrother? Why do we need such formalities between brothers?" Xuewon was still holding the musket, staring blankly at the shattered remains of the target ship. He hadn't blinked once. The commotion caused by Zhang Chun and Xuebin hadn't even brought him back to his senses. After a long time, he turned his head stiffly. The musket slipped from his hand onto the deck, but he didn't even look at it. He bowed and said to Zhang Chun, "I have learned my lesson. It was I who was short-sighted. With this kind of cannon, what kind of ship could possibly withstand it?" Zhang Chun quickly returned the bow and shook his head, smiling wryly. "You are probably wrong again, Xuebrother. My young master has long said that technological development is a relationship between spear and shield. We have advanced cannons, but the Southern Ocean Company has already built steel warships. Once steel warships mature, even this cannon will be useless." Xiao Jian had specifically mentioned the discovery of steel ships on Xiangdao Island when Zhang Chun was departing, telling him to be extremely careful and not to run into their ironclads. Xuewon was shocked again, asking somewhat incoherently, Steel warships? Does that mean that you're saying warships are made of steel? That's impossible." Zhang Chun replied calmly, "Nothing is impossible. We are also developing steel warships. Perhaps it won't be long before the entire Navy is equipped with them. These wooden galleons are just a temporary measure. They will eventually become history." Xuewon anxiously asked, "You said earlier that the Southern Ocean Company has already built steel warships?" Zhang Chun confirmed, "That's right. Their steel ships are docked at Xiangdao Island. Many people should have seen them. You just need to ask around and you'll find out. However, these steel ships cannot withstand our cannon fire yet, but the Navy's ships are still using solid iron balls. Even if you are anchored right here, you cannot sink it. Xuewen seemed to have aged many years instantly. His face lost its luster and turned pale. There were even new wrinkles around his eyes, and he had lost his energy. Seeing Xuewen's dejected expression, Zhang Chun consoled him. Don't be too discouraged, Xue brother. The technology at Xianrenping is also developing rapidly. It's just that they have a unique advantage, so they have developed faster than we have. Therefore, Coconut Island must not fall into their hands, otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to catch up with them. If that happens, our entire Chinese people will face a life-or-death crisis. After hearing Zhang Chun's words, Xuewen recovered slightly. He bowed again and said, General Zhang, you must save our Coconut Island, save our Dahua. Please don't let them destroy our thousands of years of history and civilization. Zhang Chun helped Xuewen up. He realized that Xuewen wasn't completely stubborn. He actually had some sense of the bigger picture, so, he said gently, everything my young master is doing is for the very things you mentioned. Don't worry, we will definitely defeat them. He then put on a resolute expression and said, Xue brother, tell the prefectural governor when you get back that I have already occupied Shuanglian Island. We will resolve this issue peacefully. We do not lack silver. If he doesn't want to resolve it peacefully, he can come here himself in his warship. Tell him not to send the brothers of the Navy to their death. The last sentence was said with harshness and authority. Through what had happened today, Xuewen had realized that the only one who could save Coconut Island was Xiao Jian. Therefore, he said decisively, General Zhang, please rest assured that I will fully support your decision. I will take care of things with the Coconut Island government. If the prefectural governor doesn't want a peaceful solution, I will reach out to private groups and pressure them. I will not let Coconut Island become a burden to you. After Xuewen left, Zhang Chun did not return to the inn. Xuebin also stayed on the warship. They waited on the open sea for a reply from the prefectural governor. Huangshi Village. Xiao Jian, Lu Yingjie, Goer, and a few others were standing within the coastal fortifications at the entrance to Huangshi Village. Xiao Jian was looking out at the sea with a telescope. The sea was calm and serene. A few seagulls were soaring and circling in the sky. The small waves that kept breaking were like white lotus flowers. The leisurely clouds in the sky floated aimlessly. The scene on the sea, in the sky, and on the ground created a peaceful and beautiful world. The sun was gradually setting, and the waves surged and splashed, reflecting a golden light on the water. Then, on that place where the sea met the sky, a sharp mast suddenly appeared. Then, the sails on the mast were visible. Soon, a galleon broke the surface of the water. The sea breeze started to howl, and the waves crashed one after another. The peace was completely shattered. Xiao Jian, no longer in the mood to look at the sea, handed the telescope to Lu Yingjie and said, They've come. The coastal fortifications at Huangshi Village still had around 30 coastal artillery pieces and around 30 field guns. When the enemy fleet first entered the entrance to Huangshi Village, Lu Yingjie ordered the field guns to return fire, firing solid round shot. The coastal artillery remained silent. The enemy had never seen Huangshi Village's coastal artillery, nor the pillar-shaped exploding shells. They assumed that the field guns were the maximum firepower of the fortifications. After the two sides exchanged fire for a while, the field guns had a limited range, and they couldn't do much to the enemy warships. A few lucky shots hit the enemy's warships, but they only created a few small holes in the hulls. Chapter 340. Overwhelming Force. The enemy was firing spherical exploding shells, but their explosive power was limited. Moreover, they used an outdated flame-based fuse. Some shells exploded prematurely, while others failed to explode at all. Since they were too far from the fortifications, their accuracy was also low, so they didn't pose much of a threat. After a back-and-forth exchange of fire, the sky gradually darkened. The enemy warships retreated a little, stopping outside the range of the cannons and blocking the entrance to Huangshi Village to prevent any ships from leaving. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Xiao Jian finally received a message from Zhang Chun. The note only had a few words: peaceful solution, Shuanglian Island, peninsula to Yang River Wharf, 2,800,000 taels. Xiao Jian immediately took out a map and found those three places. The peninsula to the Yang River Wharf was over 20 kilometers long, including a freshwater river. The area from the peninsula to the Yang River Wharf was the coastline opposite Shuanglian Island. The nearest point was less than 5 kilometers away from Shuanglian Island. By placing coastal artillery on both sides, they could cover the entire area. The location that Zhang Chun had chosen was on the shipping route along the mainland coast. Also, the topography of Shuanglian Island made it easy to defend. It was an excellent base. Overjoyed, Xiao Jian gave Qin Bihua, who was next to him, a hard kiss. Qin Bihua's blush hadn't even faded before a guard came in to report that the enemy warships were starting their attack. Xiao Jian flew into a rage, cursing, "Those bastards! Can't they let us have a decent life? Are they so eager to die?" The Southern Ocean Company's fleet, led by 3 ironclads, began charging towards the entrance of Huangshi village. When they were a few hundred meters away from the fortifications, the hundreds of cannons on the galleons opened fire at the fortifications. They immediately caused significant casualties, killing and injuring over 50 men with just a single volley. Lu Yingjie was trembling with anger. He had wanted to let them come in closer so he could keep them all inside, but they were only maneuvering from side to side and weren't moving forward. If he let them keep firing like that, the thousands of soldiers in the fortifications would not be able to endure that attrition. Lu Yingjie had no choice but to order a counterattack. A firework exploded in the sky. Even before the red streaks disappeared, the cannons on both sides roared at the same time. All of the cannons were targeting the 3 ironclads. The lead ironclad was the first to be struck. The cannonball pierced the side of the ship and made a boom sound, blowing the ironclad into 2 sections. The sailors on board didn't have time to jump into the sea and sank to the bottom with the ship. A field gun also scored a hit, with its cannonball striking the deck of the last ironclad. The angle between the cannonball and the deck was too small, so the cannonball didn't pierce the deck. Instead, it slid forward a few meters before exploding. Immediately, the sailors on deck were all swept away. Inside the pillar-shaped cannonball, there were over 100 steel balls. These steel balls were to insulate heat, and secondly, they increased the lethality of the cannonball. The steel balls, along with the shrapnel from the exploded shell, swept everything in their path like a storm, sending them into the sea. When the remaining 2 ironclads saw that their comrade had been completely destroyed with just a single hit, they lost all confidence in their steel armor. They were so frightened that they put their steam engines into overdrive, and black smoke poured from their chimneys. The galleons were much worse off than the ironclads. They were also trying to adjust their sails to turn around and flee, but these large ships, with their reliance on only weak winds to turn, found it wasn't easy at all. In an instant, the enemy's fleet was in complete chaos. Some ships were running in all directions. 2 galleons even collided with each other. However, the structure of a galleon was very sturdy. A collision like that, apart from knocking a few sailors into the sea, caused no damage to the ships themselves. Suddenly, a white plume of steam came out of an ironclad's chimney. Then the whole ship was shrouded in white steam. Screams rang out from the deck immediately. The sailors didn't have a chance to react before the high-temperature, high-pressure steam cooked them alive. The last remaining ironclad managed to escape to the open sea by weaving through the gaps in the galleons. Lu Yingjie couldn't reach the ironclad anymore, so he vented his anger on the galleons. These galleons were still trying to turn around. Their slow movement made them almost stationary targets. With just a single round of fire, the dozens of coastal artillery pieces blew 2 of the warships apart. The last 2 galleons finally managed to turn around and flee into the open sea. One remaining galleon was still blocking the exit. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, it raised a white flag and dropped all of its sails. Of the 3 ironclads, only one escaped. 2 of the 5 galleons had been sunk, and 1 was captured. Unfortunately, Huangshi village had no warships, so they could only watch helplessly as they sailed away. Xiao Jian, Lu Yingjie, and Goer went to the ironclad. There were no living people on board. The bottom boiler had exploded, and high-temperature steam had entered all the compartments, killing everyone on board. First, they looked at the joints of the iron plating. There were many protruding rivets at the edges, and the joints were sealed with a layer of waterproof rubber on the back. Inside the hull, there was a layer of not very thick wood paneling. Even if water leaked through the riveted iron joints, this paneling would stop the water. This type of ironclad was fully capable of withstanding a round-shot impact. Because it used riveting, the structural integrity of the ironclad was very poor. That was probably the reason why it wasn't very big. Lu Yingjie and Goer were amazed as they looked at the ironclad. Xiao Jian, however, was no longer interested in it. He went straight to the steam engine room in the lower hold. The door to the engine room had been blasted away. Only half of the boiler remained, and the top deck of the boiler had a large hole in the middle. Looking up from the hole, he could see that the other half of the boiler was on the upper deck. A steam engine over 2 meters tall was standing near the stern of the ship. Next to the engine was a toolbox. Xiao Jian took out a wrench and removed the top cover of the steam engine cylinder. It took a lot of effort to remove the piston from the cylinder. The piston seal was made of rubber. The rubber seal on the piston had been deformed by the high-temperature steam, jamming the piston into the cylinder and causing the steam engine to stop running. In a panic, the boiler workers must have assumed that there wasn't enough steam pressure and kept adding coal to raise the temperature of the boiler. The jammed piston meant there was nowhere for the steam to vent, which ultimately caused the boiler to explode. Xiao Jian also looked at the propeller shaft at the stern. It had ball bearings, and the shaft seal was made of rubber. The enemy's usage of rubber had reached a very high level, including rubber gloves, and they were all made of vulcanized rubber. When they came out of the boiler room, Lu Yingjie handed a musket to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian glanced at the barrel. It had regular rifling. The musket still used a flintlock firing mechanism. Lu Yingjie also handed over a bamboo tube. At the top of the tube was a bullet with a sharp tip and 2 raised rings in the middle. After removing the bullet, there was a wooden plug at the bottom. This was probably the standard mini ball, completely copied without any improvements. The powder in the bamboo tube was granular black powder, which was no different from the gunpowder used in their own muskets. Goer handed over a hand grenade. This grenade was much larger than the grenades manufactured in Julong Mountain, and it still used a flame-based ignition system. The seal had a screw, and it was filled with black powder. Xiao Jian asked, "What about their cannons?" Goer said, "They're steel cannons, and the surface has markings from a mold. They must have been cast. The inner barrel is smooth, just like our cannons. They have also been polished, but not as bright as ours." Xiao Jian understood that they probably hadn't used polishing liquid when they polished the cannons. They would only be mirror bright if polishing liquid had been used. Chapter 341, Shadows in Yellowstone Village. As Goer stepped off the ironclad ship, his stomach rumbled loudly. Xiao Jian glanced at the setting sun and said, "We got so caught up, we completely lost track of time. You two haven't had lunch either, have you? There are quite a few restaurants along the commercial street. How about we skip the hotel today and celebrate at a restaurant?" Goer immediately agreed. "There's one place that does excellent seafood. Let's go there. There's so much seafood here that it's hard to find in Jinjiang City, young master." The commercial street was now lined with shops. Yesterday, the Nanyang Company's warships had attacked, causing the shops to close, and the streets were nearly deserted. But this morning, after the attackers were repelled, the street had returned to its former vibrancy, bustling with vendors and hawkers. Ever since the place was turned into a commercial port, foreign merchants had concentrated their purchasing activities here. The sea and land routes were extremely convenient, and merchants quickly recognized the opportunity. They flocked here, buying land and building homes. There were all sorts of shops along the street, including a few brightly lit and flamboyant establishments that Xiao Jian knew were not engaged in legitimate business. The booming commerce had created a huge demand for service industries, especially port laborers. As a result, nearby workers had brought their families and settled down here, causing Yellowstone Village to grow exponentially. Most of the land here was public. After the Yellowstone County officials fled, the court had not sent any replacements, essentially abandoning the place. The laborers built simple thatched huts without any interference, and some even constructed brick houses. When Xiao Jian and the others arrived at a restaurant called Nanyang Seafood with Goer, Xiao Jian was surprised. "That's a clever name," he laughed. "It's not owned by the Nanyang Company, is it?" Goer waved his hand. "I was shocked when I first saw this place too. But after investigating, I found out it's owned by a businessman who escaped from the capital after its fall. He has absolutely no ties to the Nanyang Company." It made sense. If the Nanyang Company were to set up shop here, they wouldn't boldly use the name Nanyang. As they stepped inside, they were met by a row of fish tanks made entirely of glass. The tanks were multi-tiered, with fresh water flowing down from pipes at the top, creating a kind of artificial waterfall effect. Inside, various kinds of fresh seafood were swimming about. Xiao Jian walked around the tanks, admiring them. "Wow, the owner of this place is really generous. Just these fish tanks must have cost a fortune." Glass was still considered a luxury item, and these tanks were made of thick glass panels. Goer explained, "A lot of the glass for these tanks was custom-made. Not only that, but the windows in this restaurant are also made of clear glass." Lu Yingjie commented, "He must be a relative of the imperial family or some bigwig." Xiao Jian waved his hand, laughing. "It doesn't matter. Even if the emperor opened a shop here, I'd welcome it. But we need to strengthen our management of those special trades to avoid any trouble." Lu Yingjie understood what Xiao Jian meant by special trades. The biggest consumers here are the sailors. They've been at sea for months. They deserve to relax when they're on shore. So, some of those businesses are inevitable. There are even a few large casinos further down the street. Xiao Jian nodded. That's a matter of mutual consent. As long as there isn't any forced prostitution or other heinous activities, we shouldn't interfere too much. After all, our biggest spenders here are the foreign merchants. There's no shame in earning their money. As they were heading to a private room upstairs, Qin Bihua and Yang Yinping arrived. Xiao Jian had asked his guards to call them. Xiao Jian turned to Qin Bihua and asked, Qin Bihua, how's the tax collection going here? The absence of officials didn't mean no taxes. Yellowstone County was defended by Xiao Jian's troops, and as the court hadn't given him any military pay, nobody dared to object to him collecting commercial taxes. Qin Bihua looked embarrassed. We haven't started collecting taxes yet. We're not sure how to calculate them. Should we use the official standards? Xiao Jian shook his head. The court's commercial taxes are too low. Our principle is to use commerce to support agriculture. We should also tax the various supplies we purchase. The regular tax rate should not be higher than 7%. We can lower the rate for urgently needed supplies. Special trades should be taxed at a heavy rate of 20% or more. Discuss this in the bank first, and then show it to Uncle Zhao and the others after you have a result. Xiao Jian didn't know much about tax collection, but he was sure that special trades needed heavy taxation to raise the bar and prevent them from running wild. Then he added, in the future, we need to substantially lower or even eliminate agricultural taxes on our land. We even need to subsidize agriculture. Not only Qin Bihua, but Goer and Lu Yingjie were also wide-eyed in disbelief. Historically, no dynasty had ever abolished agricultural taxes. Xiao Jian, seeing their shocked faces, explained, once commerce has developed to a certain level, there will be more factories that need lots of workers. Then, worker wages will increase. By that time, even without agricultural taxes, not many people will want to work in agriculture. Goer said longingly, if that's the case, will nobody starve to death? Everyone would have a job and wages, and if things got really bad, they could always go back to farming. Xiao Jian said, there will always be a wealth gap. Only the presence of a gap drives people to improve. Equal distribution is absolutely impossible. But at that time, it will be about who gets to eat better, live better, and dress better. As they spoke, they reached their private room on the second floor. The table was already laden with dishes. Xiao Jian sat down. Everyone sit down, please. Don't be shy. He looked at Yang Yinping, who was sitting next to Qin Bihua. It was her first time eating with them. He said politely, Yang Yinping, you've spent the most time in Guang City. You must be tired of seafood. Yang Yinping glanced at Qin Bihua and smiled. I didn't eat much seafood in Guang City. In fact, I often eat it here with Sister Hua. We both like seafood. They hadn't been eating for long when one of Goer's men came in, whispered something in his ear, and left. Something must have happened again. Xiao Jian looked at Goer, who said, I knew something was off. We had just dismantled the coastal artillery, and then they attacked Yellowstone Village. There are definitely spies. Our men have found traces of them. Xiao Jian was shocked and asked, spies? How did you find them? He remembered what had happened to Li Changhong and was worried about high-level spies. Chapter 342, Assassination Attempt in Yellowstone Village. Goer said, we found the pigeons they were raising. They can only send information by using pigeons. We've been searching for traces of these pigeons these past few days. Goer put down his chopsticks, embarrassed. What's ridiculous is, this guy is one of my own men. Young master, I need to go back to the hotel. Xiao Jian also put down his chopsticks, saying, I'm almost done anyway. He looked at Qin Bihua and Yang Yinping. You two keep eating. I'll go take a look. Qin Bihua wasn't in the mood to eat anymore. She glanced at Yang Yinping and said, I'm not eating anymore. What's the point of eating if you guys are leaving? She whispered to Yang Yinping, let's go wash our hands before we leave. Yang Yinping nodded, and she and Qin Bihua headed to the restroom while Xiao Jian, Goer, and Lu Yingjie walked out the door. The Nanyang Seafood Restaurant was at the southern end of the commercial street, while the Yellowstone Village Hotel was at the northern end, about a kilometer away. There weren't any rickshaws yet, so they could only walk along the commercial street. As Qin Bihua and Yang Yinping hadn't caught up yet, they talked and walked slowly. When they were about to leave the commercial street, they noticed Qin Bihua and the others still hadn't caught up. Hong Yangzi glanced back. Suddenly, she saw a flash of light from across the street. Without hesitating, Hong Yangzi forcefully shoved Xiao Jian to the ground, yelling, Assassin! Xiao Jian was knocked to the ground. Immediately after, a gunshot rang out, and a spurt of blood bloomed on Hong Yangzi's arm. She pressed down on her bleeding arm. Her face was pale, and her footsteps lost their usual steadiness. She stumbled, but still stood, staggering, in front of Xiao Jian. Haiten drew his short fire gun and fired at the window of the opposite room. The guards immediately surrounded Hong Yangzi and Xiao Jian. Without hesitation, Lu Yingjie and Goer charged towards the building across the street. The gunshot had come from that window. Goer's men blew whistles, the sharp sound carrying far away. The Yellowstone Village Hotel was close by. The guards at the hotel, hearing the gunshot and the whistles, rushed over and immediately began searching the nearby rooms. Soon, Goer came back across the street, holding a fire gun. He handed it to Xiao Jian, saying, "The shooter ran away through the back door. We only found this gun in the room." Lu Yingjie came back from a southern alley. Inside was a vegetable market. The market was filled with people, making it impossible to find the assassin. Xiao Jian glanced at the gun. It was a Nanyang Company's rifled gun. If it hadn't been for Hong Yangzi pushing him to the ground, he would have been the one shot. Hong Yangzi saved his life today. She had risked getting killed to do so. Just then, Lu Yingjie saw many people leaving the nearby rooms. He asked curiously, "Goer, are all your men on this street?" Goer saw Ajia coming over from the other side of the street. He glared and asked, "Ajia, what are you doing here?" Ajia looked at Goer, confused, as he didn't know what had happened. He said, "We heard the gunshot and the whistles. We came over immediately." Goer grabbed Ajia by the collar and yelled, "Who told you to come? Who else is still at the hotel?" Before he could finish, an explosion suddenly sounded from the direction of the Yellowstone Village Hotel, interrupting him. Lu Yingjie looked at the hotel and said, "Oh no, we might have fallen for their feint." In the small courtyard where they were holding the spy, 2 guards were found dead. One had his neck snapped, the other had been stabbed in the throat with a sharp dagger. The spy's room had a window, but the door was locked. Xiao Jian peered through the window at the spy. One of his legs was shackled with an iron chain. The other leg had been blown off, the 2 chains still connected. Goer kicked down the door, knelt, and asked the spy, "Who was trying to kill you?" Blood bubbled from the spy's mouth. Goer moved closer and heard him say, "Fox, fox, fox." Before the spy could finish his words, his head lolled to one side and he fell silent. Goer shook the spy forcefully and asked, "Who is Fox? Tell me, who is Fox?" But the spy was dead. Xiao Jian turned and left. Hong Yangzi's wound had to be treated quickly. Nobody was more capable of treating wounds than him. He'd done countless injections and cleaned many wounds before. There was no need to look for a doctor. Hong Yangzi wasn't in a good state. She was pale, and her steps were unsteady. Xiao Jian helped her back to his small yard. Xiao Jian took out a first aid kit from the inner room and asked with concern, "Is it bad?" Hong Yangzi had been pressing down on the wound. Her voice trembled, not bone, just a lot of pain. Her eyes were brimming with tears, but she was trying hard not to let them fall. The heroic aura from before was gone, replaced by a vulnerable, pitiful look. Xiao Jian examined her arm. The bullet had struck near her shoulder. The assassin must have been aiming for his chest. He picked up scissors and carefully cut open Hong Yangzi's sleeve, revealing her fair skin. Hong Yangzi was an adventurer. She didn't act shy and bashful like ordinary girls. "First I need to clean and disinfect it with alcohol. It might hurt a bit, you have to bear it." He gently dabbed the wound with cotton swabs. Hong Yangzi immediately grabbed Xiao Jian's hand tightly. Sweat broke out on her face. Soon, her head was as if drenched by rain. She had even bitten her lip till it bled. Tears were finally falling. The pain was clearly severe. Hong Yangzi had a low tolerance for pain. It might be related to her constitution. People with sensitive bodies had a higher pain threshold than most. But if the wound wasn't cleaned properly, she might have long-term consequences later on. Xiao Jian took a sweat towel and wiped her face. He also thought of something. He found a rolling pin in the kitchen and put it in her mouth so she could bite it, preventing her from biting her lip or tongue accidentally during intense pain. He could only clean the wound quickly. A quick pain is better than a long one. Xiao Jian poured alcohol onto the wound, washing it directly. Hong Yangzi cried out. The rolling pin fell from her mouth. Xiao Jian quickly put his own arm into Hong Yangzi's open mouth. She bit down hard. He ignored his arm, disregarding how it was being bitten. She'd risked her life to save his. This little bit of pain was nothing. He poured the rest of the alcohol onto her wound, then quickly cleaned it with cotton swabs. Once he was done, Hong Yangzi collapsed. She also loosened her bite. Xiao Jian quickly pulled his arm from her mouth. He shook his arm, now sporting bloody marks. After giving her an injection of penicillin, he lifted her and laid her on the bed, tucking her in with a blanket. Chapter 343. Zhang Chun returns from the south. Hong Yangzi had shed countless tears, but she hadn't cried out loud once. Xiao Jian sat at the side of the bed, wiping the sweat and tears from her face, comforting her. Rest well. You'll recover soon. I'll tell the kitchen to cook some porridge. After you wake up, you can drink some to recover your strength. It'll be good for you. Hong Yangzi didn't even have the strength to talk. She soon fell into a deep sleep. Back in the hall, Goer and Luingjie were already there. They sat at the tea table, not speaking, both looking somber. The assassination attempt had left a shadow on both their minds. If it hadn't been for Hong Yangzi's quick thinking, the consequences would have been dire. Xiao Jian also wasn't in a good mood. The enemy had attacked right at his doorstep, and Hong Yangzi had gotten injured because of him. It was hard to be in a good mood. After a long while, he asked, "Have Chen Bihua and the others not returned yet?" Xiao Jian's tone was somewhat heavy. Luingjie looked up at Xiao Jian, then looked down without speaking. Goer took a deep breath to calm himself and said, "I've sent guards to bring them over. The Nanyang Company is targeting you. The two of them shouldn't be in danger." While talking, Goer didn't dare look at Xiao Jian. The spy they'd captured had been killed under his nose. Xiao Jian had to be furious. Luingjie, still looking grave, said, "There are at least 2, possibly 3 or more, spies hiding in Yellowstone Village. One is the shooter with the gun. The other is the one who killed the spy. And there's also one called Fox." Xiao Jian rubbed his face vigorously. He did a few deep breaths to drive away his frustration. He knew it was not Goer's fault. After all, the others were professional spies. After calming down a little, he said, "Could this spy called Fox be the one who killed the other spy?" Judging from the scene, he was a strong, burly man with some fighting skills. Xiao Jian based his assumption on the fact that one of the guards had been killed by having his neck broken. Someone without the required strength wouldn't be able to do that. Goer was still feeling very guilty. The spy was one of his men and had been silenced so easily. He had failed. After hearing Xiao Jian's analysis, he just shook his head gently. His tone of voice was softer and less confident than usual. "I feel that these two today are similar to field agents. Their levels seem to be the same. They don't seem like high-level spies." Xiao Jian frequently spoke about agents and spies. Goer understood the difference. Luingjie was deep in thought, not speaking. He was military. He was good at combat, but knew much less about espionage than Goer. Goer was still looking grim and continued. "Their purpose in killing the spy was to protect Fox from being exposed. That spy must have known who Fox was. Too bad he died." He slammed his fist on the tea table hard enough that the teacups almost fell off. Seeing how discouraged Goer was, Luingjie wanted to help, but couldn't think of anything good. He said, "How did they know that the spy was caught? Can we find clues from that?" Xiao Jian immediately rejected that idea. Yellowstone Village is not that big. It's normal for them to have found out about it during the arrest. I don't think we'll find anything from that angle. The few of them were at a loss. Finally, Goer said dejectedly, "Yellowstone Village is like a sieve to them. It's my fault for not doing my job. Young master, I suggest we bring the intelligence unit to Yellowstone Village. My men are too green to handle this." Today, it was only because the men at the hotel were tricked that the spy they caught had been killed. It was because his men lacked experience. Seeing that Goer was showing signs of giving up, Luingjie comforted him and half-heartedly supported the intelligence unit's involvement, saying, "They've sent information out twice, and both times, we've taken big losses. The first time, they intercepted our transport ships at the sea outside of Jinjiang. They lost 3 galleons. The second time, when they attacked Yellowstone Village, they lost 3 galleons and 2 ironclad ships. I suspect that their intelligence department has gone mad. They're likely to do more crazy things. We should let the intelligence department get involved." Xiao Jian also felt that relying solely on Goer's men would not be enough to fight the enemy. "Okay, things are too chaotic here. We can't go on like this. Let them try." Goer's men were mostly hooligans. They lacked professional training. Their organizational structure was not rigorous enough, and they even had a spy among their ranks. It was quite disappointing. Xiao Jian suddenly thought of Flying Eagle. She hadn't appeared since such a big event. He called out to the outside, "Haitan, where's Flying Eagle?" Haitan entered the room and hesitated, looking at Goer and Luingjie. Xiao Jian impatiently said, "They're here. Just say it." Haitan said, Flying Eagle was sent back to carry out other missions. The intelligence unit will send a new liaison officer, and I'll be in charge for the time being. Flying Eagle was indeed being wasted by Xiao Jian. Ever since he'd spoken to her about the intelligence unit's tasks last time, he hadn't seen her again. She must have participated in the mission to understand the Ryukyu Islands. Whether it was the intelligence unit or Goer's gang, they were severely lacking in higher-level intelligence. Most of the time, they only knew about something after it had happened, which caused many problems and dangers for the troops. Little Hong must be panicking too. Heighten, contact the intelligence department immediately, tell them about the situation here, and ask them to send people over as soon as possible to ensure the safety and stability of Yellowstone Village. The other side was already daring enough to launch a full-blown assassination. If he didn't find the hidden spies as soon as possible, Xiao Jian wouldn't be able to relax about Qin Bihua and the others. A spy war was about to begin. The enemy had already shown their fangs in Yellowstone Village. They could only wait and see what the intelligence unit would do. But this probably wasn't something they could find out in a short period of time. Goer was thoroughly humiliated. He furiously berated his men. His men, unable to do anything else, sent all their low-ranking members to search everywhere day and night, but to no effect. The transport ship convoy that had gone north to the shipyard returned to Yellowstone Village. Coincidentally, Zhang Chun's fleet returned from the south at the same time. The intelligence unit sent action team members, led by Zhang Zhihao, and they brought an acquaintance of Xiao Jian's, Monkey, from the former reconnaissance company. Zhang Zhihao and Monkey were the first duo who had worked together, once attacking a gang of bandits near Lake State City and almost wiping out their main force. Chapter 344. The Intelligence Bureau intervenes in Yellowstone Village. The key core members of Yellowstone Village, Zhang Chun, Lu Yingjie, Goer, Zhang Zhihao, and Monkey, gathered in the hall to discuss various matters. First, Zhang Chun reported on the situation at Coconut Island, saying, "Currently, the coastal defense works on Shuanglian Island are still under construction. The main reason for my return was to transport rebar and cement. The amount we took last time was a bit too little." Xiao Jian asked with concern, "Both of your warships have returned. What's the defense situation there like? There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Zhang Chun confidently replied, "Temporary coastal defenses have been built on Shuanglian Island and on the peninsula of Coconut Island across from it. In total, we've deployed 40 coastal artillery pieces on the 2 islands of Shuanglian Island. The remaining 10 pieces are all deployed on the peninsula of Coconut Island. Laifu's regular force of over 2,000 men, plus more than 100 infantry cannons, are defending Shuanglian Island, so there shouldn't be any problems." He hesitated for a moment before adding, "There's another matter that needs your opinion. One of the centurions in the Coconut Island naval forces wants to defect to our side. I don't know whether we should accept them." Xiao Jian said with interest, "Oh, this might be the first time a government soldier has wanted to join us. Tell me about the situation." Zhang Chun said, "This centurion is named Shui Bin. He has an older brother named Shui Wan, who has helped us a lot." Zhang Chun explained in detail what happened on Coconut Island. Lu Yingjie thought for a moment and said his opinion, "Young master, Coconut Island is in a very important strategic location. I feel that Laifu's regular force of 2,000 is still too thin. If we can bring the Coconut Island naval forces over to our side, I think it'd be beneficial to us, but we must break up their organization. If they don't agree to that, we'd rather not have them." Xiao Jian agreed with Lu Yingjie's point, saying, "It's not as if we don't have manpower. There are refugees all over the inland. We just lack grain." He turned to Zhang Chun, "Tell them directly and see what they say. If they're willing to break up their organization, we'll accept them. If they're not, then we can act like we never heard it. This only involves naval officers and soldiers. We don't want any of the land forces." The Coconut Island situation could only be handled like this for now. Without solid coastal defenses, they wouldn't dare to advance to Luzon Island. Zhang Chun then asked, "Older brother, I heard that something happened here. Do you have any leads?" Xiao Jian looked at Zhang Zhihao. This matter was handled by the intelligence department, and he still didn't know what their thoughts were. Zhang Zhihao stood up. "Our intelligence department has not been established for very long. We haven't set up intelligence stations anywhere. We plan to use Yellowstone Village as a pilot project and set up an intelligence station, appointing Monkey as the station chief." The others turned to look at Monkey. Since the intelligence department had appointed him as the Yellowstone Village intelligence station chief, it was time to see what he planned to do. Monkey had been working with Zhang Zhihao in the reconnaissance company, and now he could be considered experienced. He stood up and gave a military salute to everyone, saying, We plan to implement a Baojia system in Yellowstone Village and issue residence permits. There will be temporary residence permits and long-term residence permits. Only those with 5 guarantors will be issued long-term residence permits. If a person can't find even one guarantor, and we determine they are not a spy, we'll send them back directly. The others will be issued temporary residence permits. Goer's eyes widened as he looked at Monkey. The intelligence department was impressive indeed. How had he never thought of this method? Once residence permits were used, it would be much harder for spies to infiltrate. Xiao Jian thought for a moment and said, "This method will definitely work, but I'm starting to worry about the people infiltrating the Ryukyu Islands. If we start using residence permits, the Ryukyu Islands will probably follow suit, making it more difficult for you to infiltrate." Zhang Chun laughed. "That really is a question of the spear and the shield. Your intelligence department has to figure out ways to prevent the enemy from infiltrating, while simultaneously finding ways to exploit their weaknesses." Zhang Zhihao spread his hands, saying, "There's nothing we can do. If a method is good, the other side will definitely use it. The final battle will be about skill and ability." Xiao Jian nodded. "You're right. We can't stop ourselves from progressing just because we're afraid the other side will learn from us. However, there is still a time difference. It's up to you how you utilize it." Goer said somewhat dejectedly, "We news gatherers might be obsolete. Team leader Zhang is right. It's a stage for the high-level spies. The low-level infiltrators are just cannon fodder." Zhang Zhihao looked at Goer. "It's not that serious. There will always be loopholes. Government offices use travel permits, which are stricter than residence permits, and they're still riddled with problems. No matter how good the strategy is, it needs people to implement it." Technically, Zhang Zhihao was a level below Goer, but since they belonged to different departments with no direct superior-subordinate relationship, he spoke calmly and even seemed somewhat contemptuous of the gang. When Zhang Zhihao saw that Goer was a little dejected, he wondered if his words had been too harsh. He hesitated, then looked at Xiao Jian, as if making up his mind. He said, "Young master, there's another matter that needs your decision. My miss said that the pigeon station is too important. The intelligence department wants to take over the pigeon station and put it under the communications division of the intelligence station. What do you think?" The pigeon station had mostly been established by Goer. The intelligence department taking over was a bit like stealing the fruits of someone else's labor. Goer just glanced at Xiao Jian, then lowered his head without commenting. He also understood the importance of the pigeon station. The transmission of information relied heavily on the pigeon station, as did many of Xiao Jian's orders. If the pigeon station had a problem, it could be catastrophic. Goer absolutely couldn't bear that responsibility. Xiao Jian looked up at Goer and asked, "Goer, the pigeon station was your creation. What are your thoughts on this?" Xiao Jian was indeed disappointed in Goer's gang, but he couldn't let Goer think that he didn't trust him anymore, nor could he let Goer feel despondent and alienated. Goer stood up and said, "Young master, whether it's the gang or the intelligence department, we share the same goal. I understand the importance of the pigeon station. The members of our gang are diverse and loosely organized. This important institution should be under the control of the intelligence department. I have no objections." Although Goer spoke righteously, the sadness on his face was obvious to everyone. He was one of the earliest people to follow Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian definitely didn't want him to become despondent. He said, "Goer, I'm very pleased to see such a big-picture view. Don't be discouraged. You can draw elite members from the gang and form an intelligence organization independent of the gang. Once you think it's good enough, you can set up your own communication division. That's not difficult." Chapter 345. Establishment of the Security Bureau. Goer's face immediately lit up. He looked at Xiao Jian in surprise, afraid that he had misheard. He asked for confirmation, "Young master, is this possible? Won't it be a waste of resources? Creating another intelligence department might overlap the intelligence department's functions." Lu Yingjie chimed in, afraid that Xiao Jian might change his mind. "I think the young master's decision is very wise. The intelligence department also needs a competitor. Otherwise, they will become complacent. Besides, your gang, Goer, was established early on and has accumulated a lot of experience and intelligence. I believe that you will definitely carry it forward. I'm rooting for you." The intelligence department was an extremely powerful department that could easily become out of control. Xiao Jian was unwilling to put all his eggs in one basket. Of course, he trusted Little Hong, who was in charge of the intelligence department now, but what about the future? What if someone ambitious took control of the intelligence department? If they rebelled, it would be disastrous. Xiao Jian stated it clearly. The The intelligence department is our eyes and hands. It cannot go wrong. Having two intelligence departments will provide not only competition, but also mutual supervision. In the future, there may even be a third intelligence department. Go ahead and do it without hesitation. Goer stood up, gave a military salute, and said spiritedly, "Yes, I will never let young master down again." Then, he added, "Young master, the intelligence department already exists. We can't call ourselves the intelligence department too, can we? Please give us a name." Xiao Jian stood up as well, saying seriously, "You will be called the Security Bureau. Your functions will be exactly the same as the intelligence department, and the distribution of resources will be no different. However, I must tell you that if you don't do a good job, I will change you anytime." Goer stood up straight, gave another military salute and said loudly, "Yes, Goer understands. The Security Bureau will never let the young master down." The intelligence department was already a classified unit, and Xiao Jian didn't want to discuss it further. He changed the topic, asking Zhang Zhihao, "How are the cement factory at Black Cloud Mountain and the new iron factory at the shipyard progressing?" Zhang Zhihao said, 3 cement kills at the Black Cloud Mountain cement factory have started production. The main problem is that the equipment is not keeping up. The iron from the Julong Mountain iron factory is mainly used for producing cannons, and the supply of iron is insufficient. When I left, one blast furnace at the new iron factory at the shipyard had started production. The steel rails for transporting ore haven't been produced yet due to the lack of steel, so the ore is still being transported by ox carts. Xiao Jian nodded. The fact that both factories had started production was good news. The shortage of steel was inevitable at this point. Once the first phase of the new iron factory was completed, the steel shortage would ease a little. Upon hearing that there was a shortage of steel, Lu Yingjie commented, "Yellowstone Village is now considered stable. We could build another iron factory here and save a lot of transportation capacity." Goer looked at Lu Yingjie and laughed. "I mentioned this to young master too, but the young master said that there are no large high-quality iron mines here. If we built an iron factory here, the ore would have to rely on sea transport, which isn't cost-effective in the long run." Zhang Chun also felt that it wasn't appropriate to build an iron factory here. He had spent a lot of time at the shipyard and knew the situation in Shangzhou quite well. He said, "We can't rely on sea transport for ore. It's too dangerous. In fact, there are many iron mines in the Shangzhou region, enough for our use. However, Shangzhou City is now the capital. The court will probably not agree to our mining in Shangzhou." Xiao Jian thought for a moment and said solemnly, "Our steel needs will be enormous in the future. We can't let the iron mines be our bottleneck. Have Uncle Zhao try going to Shangzhou City first. It would be best if we could buy them, but if we can't, we'll have to get rough and seize the iron mines." The last sentence was spoken with a menacing tone. Lu Yingjie also said fiercely, "That waste of space Li Changwei. What's he even doing? He just schemes all day long, wanting to reap where he doesn't. Sao, he's going to ruin Great Hua sooner or later. There's no need to be polite with him. If he dares to stand in our way, we'll teach him a lesson." Li Changwei had tried to seize Julong Mountain and Xianrenping several times, and everyone hated him for it. Zhang Chun recalled the eunuch who had gone to the shipyard, naively thinking that he could take the Julong Mountain iron factory and the pharmaceutical factory with a single imperial edict. He laughed. When that eunuch left the shipyard, he still threatened us confidently. It's been so long, and we haven't heard any news from them. They were probably scared by the barrage of cannons we fired at the lower reaches of Shangzhou City last time. Seeing that the others were straying too far, Xiao Jian turned to Zhang Zhihao and asked, "Has the Research Institute come up with anything new recently? They asked me to bring some information with me." As Zhang Zhihao spoke, he took out a document bag from his chest and handed it over. The document bag was just a simple cowhide paper bag containing a stack of documents, with a table on the first page. Xiao Jian first examined the paper. The quality was excellent, snow-white, delicate, and durable. He picked up the table and quickly glanced through it. There were many items in the table. Xiao Jian only looked at a few of the more important ones. Among them, the paper mill had started production, but high-grade paper was still under research and experimentation. High-grade paper was used to print currency, and some important documents also required high-grade paper. The silicon steel sheet experiment was successful, and transformers had begun production. The importance of transformers was their use in welding machines. The silicon steel sheet only improved the efficiency of the transformer. In reality, transformers could still be made without silicon steel sheets. Research on steam engine-based locomotives had been successful, and a circular railway track had been built at Julong Mountain. The locomotive was being tested on the circular track to identify any issues and improve any easily damaged parts. Each research project in the table had an accompanying page of more detailed information. Since these projects didn't require particularly advanced technology, Xiao Jian only skimmed the brief descriptions in the table and didn't look at the detailed information pages. He was most concerned about the breech-loading cannons. Cannons were needed on the warships, in the coastal defense works, and by the infantry on land. Cannons were the kings of the battlefield. They were indispensable. He first looked at the research progress on the breech-loading cannons in the table. The table indicated that the development of the breech-loading cannons had been successful, but the development of the shell-and-case ammunition for the cannons was still ongoing. Xiao Jian quickly found the information page on the breech-loading cannons. The page stated that the breech mechanism for the cannons used a screw-type structure. The breech mechanism was like a bottle stopper. The screw was tightened to seal off the rear of the barrel. The structure was very simple. There was a firing pin in the center of the breech mechanism. This firing pin ignited the primer at the rear of the shell-and-case ammunition, which in turn ignited the propellant inside. Chapter 346. Xiao Jian heads south to Coconut Island. The parts of the breech mechanism and the cannon barrels were all formed by hot pressing. Both had extremely high precision. Even without polishing and grinding, they could meet the air sealing requirements. The table stated that the development of the shell-and-case ammunition was still ongoing. It must be encountering problems. Xiao Jian then found the information page on the shell-and-case ammunition. The shell-and-case was a cylindrical steel bucket with a small hole at the rear for installing the primer. The case was also formed by hot pressing. The problem lay in the loading of the shell-and-case. When installing the shell into the case, since neither the shell nor the case had any give, they were either too difficult to fit or too loose. Even if they were made to fit perfectly, changes in temperature or wear to the case would cause changes in accuracy. Xiao Jian thought that if he could figure out a way to coat the surface of the cylindrical shell with a soft material, it should solve the problem. For example, copper or lead plating would work. To plate soft materials onto the shell's surface, they'd probably need electroplating, which would have to wait until he returned. Electroplating the surface of the shell with a soft material had another benefit. It could improve the sealing precision between the shell and the gun barrel. Currently, the steel cylindrical shells being produced had a much smaller diameter than the bore of the gun barrel. Otherwise, if the shell was too thick and got stuck inside the barrel, it would cause an explosion. However, if they were coated with a layer of soft material, this problem wouldn't occur. Xiao Jian was engrossed in reading for a long time. The others didn't dare disturb him. They silently sat on the side, drinking tea, without making a sound. When he was done, he looked up and saw that everyone was still waiting for him. Xiao Jian touched his hair and said with a laugh, "Sorry, I was too focused." He then asked curiously, "Why are you still here? Didn't you all leave?" Everyone exchanged glances. Their boss hadn't said they could leave, so how could they? Hee, look at me. I was so engrossed in reading the information that I didn't react. Let's continue. He then handed the document bag back to Zhang Zhihao. Zhang Zhihao was about to pick up the document bag when Goer reached out and stopped him. He said seriously, "Young master, research data is top secret. Reporting research progress through documents isn't a good idea. If the documents are stolen by the enemy, we'd suffer heavy losses." Lu Yingjia also said gravely, "This method is indeed not suitable. Even if the documents aren't stolen by outsiders, someone will inevitably see them during transport. The security awareness of the Research Institute is a little too lax." Zhang Chun also nodded in agreement. Xiao Jian said, "It seems we need to do some security education. I didn't realize the problem either. The Research Institute's approach is definitely inappropriate." He then took the document bag back, walked to the fireplace, and threw the documents in, burning them all. After sitting back down, he said to Zhang Zhihao, "Tell your miss about this. When you're free, carry out some publicity and education on security. Important personnel should also sign confidentiality agreements. Many of our people have no security awareness at all, and they may unintentionally leak secrets." Zhang Zhihao stood up and saluted, saying decisively, "Yes, I'll tell her as soon as possible." After Zhang Zhihao sat down, Zhang Chun said, "Older brother, the governor of Coconut Island wants to see you." "See me? Why?" Xiao Jian didn't have a good impression of the government. He wasn't very interested in meeting government officials. Zhang Chun said, "There are also some intellectuals on Coconut Island who want to see you. These intellectuals are led by Xue Bin's older brother, Xue Wan. Do you think it's necessary to meet them?" Xiao Jian was unfamiliar with Coconut Island, so he had to ask for Zhang Chun's opinion. "I think meeting them would be beneficial. If we can bring the entire Coconut Island under our control, perhaps our food supply issue could be alleviated. Zhang Chun offered this with obvious enticement, but his tone lacked confidence. Xiao Jian asked in surprise, "Didn't you say that there are very few flat areas on Coconut Island, and that the only flat areas are along the coast? Coconut Island is not self-sufficient in food, right?" Zhang Chun had spent some time on Coconut Island and knew some of the situation. He said truthfully, Coconut Island's food production rate is low. This is mainly due to backward production techniques, the lack of irrigation canals, and a shortage of labor. He then asked mysteriously, "Older brother, do you know where most of the grain is?" Xiao Jian cooperated, asking, "Where?" Zhang Chun said with a smile, "Of course, it's Vietnam and Thailand. Coconut Island is only a few hundred miles from Vietnam. A seagoing ship could get there in less than a day." It was obvious that Zhang Chun's smile was a little forced. Xiao Jian thought that this guy must have some reason he wasn't saying. He spread his hands, teasing him, "But even if we don't take Coconut Island, we can still go to Vietnam to buy grain." Zhang Chun couldn't hold out anymore. He started to speak incoherently. "It's different, okay? Okay, it's actually the same, but I just think that Coconut Island is a good place. Since they want to defect, can you meet with them?" By the end, his tone had become a bit pleading. Luingjia, who had been watching the show, could tell that there was something off with Zhang Chun, but they all trusted Zhang Chun. It was likely that he had some secret reason. Luingjia deliberately said with a stern face, "Zhang Chun, did you get bribed? I feel like you're not acting normal today. You're clearly speaking on their behalf." Zhang Chun immediately argued loudly, "What benefits can they give me? What could they possibly offer me?" Then, his voice became quieter, and he said hesitantly, It's just that they've helped me before and asked me to bring a message, and it's not a bad thing anyway." Xiao Jian clearly sensed Zhang Chun's lack of confidence, but he didn't tease him anymore. He thought it would be good to go to Coconut Island and see what was going on. To solve the food problem, Coconut Island would be a transit point, or even a trading center. It would also be a good thing if they could peacefully coexist with the government. So he said, "Okay, I'll go to Coconut Island with you and see what's up. It won't take long to go back and forth." The Nanyang Company had just been defeated and was unlikely to actively cause trouble, so there were no safety issues in going to Coconut Island. Therefore, Luingjia and Goer didn't express any objections. The transport fleet that had gone south to the shipyard had brought 20 coastal artillery pieces and a large amount of rebar and cement. The cannons for the 2 galleons had not been completed yet, so they hadn't come along. Xiao Jian decided to bring all 20 of these coastal artillery pieces to Coconut Island. The Nanyang Company wouldn't attack Yellowstone Village again for the time being, but the situation at Coconut Island was much more complicated. Chapter 347. A glimpse of spring in the swimming pool. The rebar and cement that had been transported this time were enough for the coastal defenses on Coconut Island. On Shuanglian Island of Coconut Island, the coastal areas were made of rocky cliffs, and cement was mainly used as a binding agent, so not a large amount was required. Xiao Jian's trip south to Coconut Island was top secret. To prevent the enemy spies from noticing his movements, Xiao Jian secretly boarded the ship. The southward fleet set off with the transport fleet heading north to the shipyard, and only separated from them and headed south far out at sea. As soon as Xiao Jian left, Chun Bihua became restless. She had not been living with Xiao Jian for very long, but suddenly losing him at her side made her feel empty. When Xiao Jian left, he had specifically instructed her to try not to go out. The bank was managed by Xia Miaoying, and there were very few things that required her personal attention. Xia Miaoying was busy with the bank, and she didn't have much time to keep Chen Bihua company. Fortunately, Yang Yinping didn't have much work in the training class. The class was within the hotel, not far from Xiao Jian's courtyard. Seeing that Chen Bihua was looking lost all day, she would come to see her whenever she had nothing to do. Since neither of the assassins had been caught, Chen Bihua didn't dare go out, and the two of them had nowhere else to go. Chen Bihua recalled the time she had gone to the swimming pool with Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian had said that he would teach her how to swim, but later, she became afraid of the water, so she never learned. She still felt regretful about it. She said to Yang Yinping, "Little lass, do you want to learn to swim with me?" Yang Yinping pouted and scoffed. "I've lived in the Nanyang region with my parents since I was a child. I've been dealing with seawater every day. Do I really need to learn to swim?" She then added in surprise, "Oh, so Sister Hua doesn't know how to swim? That's easy to fix. I can teach you. It's easy to learn." The two of them went to the inner room. Chen Bihua took out a few sets of swimsuits and said, "Little lass, pick two you like. Oh, and pick a few of those undergarments over there too." They're a gift from me. These clothes were of significant value, all made from silk. However, Chen Bihua didn't care about those things. She had never needed to spend money, and there was plenty of fabric at home. Yang Yinping immediately pounced on them, holding them up to herself one by one, saying, "Wow, these clothes are so beautiful. Sister Hua, what style do you like to wear?" Chen Bihua picked up a short top and shorts set and held it up to herself, saying, "I'll wear this set." This swimsuit was the one she had worn with Xiao Jin in the pool, and it was the most conservative one. Yang Yinping took a look at it and said disdainfully, This one isn't pretty. Let me pick one for you, Sister Hua. I think a swimsuit should be a little smaller so that it feels refreshing in the water." She then picked out a triangular one-piece swimsuit and handed it to Chen Bihua, saying, "This kind is the most suitable to wear in the water because it requires the least effort when swimming." Chen Bihua held the swimsuit, blushing, and said, "This is too revealing. How can I wear this? No, I'll wear the original set." She then discarded the swimsuit. Yang Yinping picked it up again, shoved it into Chen Bihua's hand, and said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? There aren't any men around. When I was a kid in Nanyang, I used to play naked in the water. Or, how about we both wear the same swimsuit? This swimsuit is definitely comfortable to swim in." Chen Bihua also wanted to try the other swimsuits. With a companion to wear them with, she became a little bolder. Since there were no men around, maybe she could try and see how it feels. Chen Bihua was still a little embarrassed and said, "Why don't you try it on first and let me see how it looks? If it doesn't look good, I'm not going to wear it." In reality, she was eager to try it, but she had to sound a little more cautious. Yang Yinping didn't have as many concerns as Chen Bihua. She immediately started changing right in front of Chen Bihua. Chen Bihua said, "Little lass, you're shameless. You dare to undress right in front of me." Yang Yinping didn't care at all and said casually, "We all look the same. What's so special about it? If you want to see, I'll let you see all you want." Chen Bihua made a face, saying, "You dirty girl, who wants to look at you?" Yang Yinping quickly finished changing. She spun around in front of the glass mirror and jumped a few times, saying, "It's really comfortable. It feels like I'm not wearing anything. Sister Hua, quickly put it on. I'll help you." "Sister Hua, your skin is so good, so smooth and fair. How do you maintain it?" Yang Yinping then touched Chen Bihua's body a few times. Chen Bihua didn't know what was going on with her, but when Yang Yinping touched her, she actually had a very pleasurable sensation. Her face started to flush. If she kept messing around, she'd collapse on the floor. She reached out and pinched Yang Yinping's chest, saying, "You're asking for it, you little shameless thing." After putting on their swimsuits, the two of them joked around for a while and played in the pool for the better part of the day. Although Yang Yinping was a bit wild, having her around kept Chen Bihua in good spirits. She no longer felt despondent about Xiao Jian's departure. There were 2 swimming pools in the back garden, separated for men and women. Other guests staying at the hotel would occasionally come to the pool to play. Many of the people staying at the hotel were foreigners. Chen Bihua would sometimes greet them in a foreign language and have a brief conversation. For 3 days in a row, the two of them came to the pool on time. Yang Yinping would always drag Chen Bihua along to teach her to swim. Chen Bihua could even manage a dog paddle in the water. In the afternoon, after returning from the pool, Chen Bihua couldn't stop scratching the inside of her thighs. Yesterday, she had started feeling uncomfortable down there. There were some red spots on the inner thighs. She thought they had been caused by the edges of the swimsuit and didn't pay much attention to it. But today, it had become an unbearable itch. Seeing this, Yang Yinping asked with concern, "Sister Hua, why are you always scratching? Are you uncomfortable?" Chen Bihua blushed, lowered her head, and said hesitantly, I'm itchy here." When a woman has a problem with her private parts, she was always embarrassed to talk about it. Yang Yinping pursed her lips and scoffed, "What's there to be embarrassed about? We were playing in the water in swimsuits. You didn't seem that embarrassed." She then added in a commanding tone, "Let's go to the inner room. I'll check and see what's going on. If you're sick, you need to get treated quickly." With that, she pulled Chen Bihua into the inner room and, without saying anything, lifted her skirt. Fortunately, Chen Bihua was wearing underwear. This kind of illness wasn't very convenient to seek treatment for from a doctor. The two of them were very close and often spoke frankly with each other. Chen Bihua was very grateful that Yang Yinping had offered to help check. Besides, Yang Yinping was normally very rude, and Chen Bihua had long since become used to it. Yang Yinping squatted down and carefully examined her. She found many small, light red papules the size of sesame seeds on the inside of her thighs. She then lifted her underwear and, while looking, exclaimed, "Sister Hua, your body is really good. Even this place is very voluptuous." As she said that, she gently touched it. Chen Bihua felt a jolt and suddenly felt weak all over. She involuntarily squeezed her legs together and said, "Little lass, have you looked enough?" Yang Yinping stood up and said, "Sister Hua, there are a lot of small bumps on your thighs. It's a little like the gonchuang I had when I was a kid. Should we go see a doctor?" Chapter 348. Chen Bihua is attacked. This time, she wasn't being mischievous. She spoke with a serious tone. "Little lass, are you trying to kill me? How could we see a doctor about this?" Chen Bihua blushed instantly. She quickly pushed Yang Yinping's hand away and lowered her skirt. The doctors of this time were mostly male. There were very few female doctors. Chen Bihua then asked, "You had this kind of problem when you were a kid too? How did you get it cured?" Yang Yinping frowned, thought for a moment, and recalled, "I remember my mother buying some sulfur from the pharmacy. I think there was also realgar. After crushing them, she poured them into hot water, washed several times a day, and it got better in no time. But I'm not sure if that's what you have." Chen Bihua didn't hesitate, saying, "Why don't we try it? I know where to find realgar and sulfur, and they're not poisonous anyway." Chen Bihua couldn't think of any other method. Since Xiao Jin wasn't home, she could only try what Yang Yinping had said. Yang Yinping nodded, saying, "All right then, it might work. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble when young Master Xiao comes back. A great beauty sleeping by his side, unable to show affection, that'll kill a guy." Then, she reached out and grabbed Chen Bihua's breast. When they were alone, they would often make a few raunchy jokes, and touching had become a habit. Chen Bihua had also been trained by Yang Yinping. She pushed away Yang Yinping's naughty hand and countered, "Little lass, are you horny again? I need to find a man for you, so he can show you some affection every day." Yang Yinping accompanied Chen Bihua to the pharmacy. Unfortunately, the pharmacy was out of realgar. They did have sulfur. The pharmacy owner explained, very few people buy realgar, so the pharmacy only had a little over a pound left. Yesterday, a woman from a foreign land bought all of the realgar and some sulfur too. Chen Bihua immediately understood. She must have been infected in the pool. This foreign woman must have been in the pool at the same time as her. She bought the realgar to treat the same gonchuang. Chen Bihua stomped her foot and said angrily, "I'm never going to the hotel pool again. It's so dirty." She then looked at Yang Yinping, saying, "Little lass, what should we do? There's a lot of realgar in the North Mountain New Village, but it takes a long time to go there and back." The two of them were walking back, speaking quietly. Hearing that there was realgar in North Mountain New Village, Yang Yinping said thoughtfully, "Our realgar is used for the military, right? Why don't you ask Camp Commander Liu? Maybe they have some." Chen Bihua knew the purpose of realgar very well. When she was in North Mountain New Village, she was in charge of producing and managing gunpowder and grenades. She shook her head and said definitively, "There's no need to ask them. They won't have any realgar." Then she suddenly remembered that there was realgar in the gunpowder inside the grenades. She said happily, "I've got an idea. I'll just ask them for a few grenades." The gunpowder inside the grenades has realgar. Yang Yinping immediately objected. "Can the realgar in gunpowder be used? It must be impure, right? That won't do. Don't cause other problems on top of the gonchuang. I won't be able to explain to young Master Xiao." Chen Bihua said confidently, "It's fine. The realgar in gunpowder is only mixed with some resin. It won't harm the body." Chen Bihua had specifically produced grenades and gunpowder. She knew the components inside. Yang Yinping was still uneasy. There was only a temporary shortage of realgar. They'd be able to get it in a few days. If she messed something up, she wouldn't be able to live it down. She continued to object. "Resin? Are you talking about lacquer? That is very harmful to the skin. Why don't we have the pharmacy order more? It won't take long." Chen Bihua said casually, "It's not lacquer. It's just some cassia sap and rosin. It's fine." The two of them chatted as they walked back. While passing a small hill, Yang Yinping suddenly saw a gun barrel on the hill, pointing at Chen Bihua. Yang Yinping shouted, "Assassin!" She then jumped toward Chen Bihua. Chen Bihua was walking ahead, on a downhill slope. Although Yang Yinping wasn't as tall as Chen Bihua, she was higher up and jumped, falling right on top of Chen Bihua. A gunshot rang out, and the two of them fell to the ground at the same time. Soon, Zhang Zhihao and Goer arrived at the scene of the assassination with their men, but the assassin had already disappeared. Chen Bihua, who had been pinned down by Yang Yinping, finally managed to get up and found that Yang Yinping's thigh was bleeding. Yang Yinping was injured. Chen Bihua held Yang Yinping. Her face was frighteningly pale, covered in fine sweat. She said weakly, "Sister Hua, am I going to die? You said you would find me a man." Chen Bihua used her sleeve to wipe the sweat from Yang Yinping's face, comforting her, "Little lass, don't talk nonsense. We'll go get a doctor right away. You have to hold on. You'll be fine." Yang Yinping had been injured while saving her. If something bad happened to her, Chen Bihua would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Xiao Jin wasn't home, and Chen Bihua didn't know how to treat gunshot wounds. She could only quickly have someone take Yang Yinping to the medical center. After examining Yang Yinping's wound, the doctor said, "Fortunately, she didn't injure a bone, and the bullet didn't remain inside her body. It really is a blessing in disguise. If the bullet had been any higher, we wouldn't have been able to save her." Blood was still flowing from Yang Yinping's thigh, and fine sweat was pouring from her head. Chen Bihua asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is she?" The doctor said confidently, "Don't worry. Now that we have the miracle drug, just one injection of penicillin and she'll be fine soon." After such a big event happened, Monkey immediately gathered his men and started an investigation. After learning that Chen Bihua and Yang Yinping had gone to the pharmacy to buy realgar, he went to the pharmacy to talk to the owner. The pharmacy had been moved from Guang City, and they hadn't yet had time to replenish their supplies, so they didn't have much realgar in stock. He then rushed to the hotel and found the woman from Y country who had bought the realgar. Things were quickly clarified. This woman had also been infected with Ganchuang. The infection had happened just in the last few days. She was most likely infected in the pool. She bought sulfur and realgar to treat the Ganchuang. The doctor had told her the treatment. Lu Yingjie, Goer, Zhang Zhihao, and Monkey sat down to discuss the assassination attempt. After hearing Monkey's investigation results, Lu Yingjie said, "Someone must have deliberately spread the Ganchuang, with the aim of luring young master and Chen Bihua out to buy medicine so that they could attack on the way." Goer asked doubtfully, "But young master has already left. They must know that, right? Could it be that their target is Chen Bihua?" Zhang Zhihao shook his head, saying, "There's no point in assassinating Chen Bihua, other than creating chaos." Lu Yingjie was not very good at intelligence analysis. He spread his hands, saying, "Then I don't understand. What were they trying to achieve with such a big scheme?" Zhang Zhihao thought for a moment, and then said uncertainly, "I think the most likely scenario is that they didn't know young master had already left Yellowstone Village. Only a few people knew about young master's departure. Their target should have still been young master. But then they realized that young master wasn't with her and shifted their target to Chen Bihua." Monkey had been silent all along. He frowned, lowered his head and stared blankly at the ground, saying hesitantly, "I keep feeling that there's something strange about this, but I can't put my finger on it. I just feel that things are not as simple as they seem." Chapter 349. Encountering a Super Typhoon. Lu Yingjie looked at Monkey, and seeing that he also couldn't pinpoint the problem, he said, "You can investigate this matter slowly. The top priority is to stabilize the security in Yellowstone Village. The issuing of residence permits will take some time, but the guard posts must be set up. We can't let them come and go without a trace anymore." On the ship heading south to Coconut Island, Xiao Jin stood at the railing, looking at the vast ocean. The sea was calm, and the clear blue sky looked as if it had been washed with clear water. There wasn't a single cloud, and the sky was profound and transparent. A flock of seabirds had actually flown onto the ship, chirping nonstop. Schools of fish playing in the water glittered with spots of silver light, like stars scattered in the clear sky. The sun was about to set, and beautiful red and blue light shone from under the horizon. The sky was scattered with luminous clouds, like tangled silk threads. As the sky gradually darkened, the sea surprisingly began to emit a magnificent glow. It was like 10,000 stars, a sheet of milky light, and colorful fireworks. Xiao Jin became mesmerized by the magical light on the sea. Zhang Chun came to his side, but he didn't look away, only sighing, "It's too beautiful and magnificent." "Zhang Chun, when you went south last time, did you see such a grand sight?" Zhang Chun hesitated. "Older brother, last time I went south, there was nothing but thunder and rain. These scenes look beautiful and magnificent, but didn't you notice anything strange?" Xiao Jin turned his head sharply, looking at Zhang Chun, and said, "What do you mean?" Zhang Chun said uncertainly, "The scenes we saw today are a bit strange. I've been thinking about it for a long time. The seabirds on the ship, even when chased away, just keep coming back, which could only mean that they are too tired. The strange afterglow in the sky looks more like clouds that have been scattered by a storm, and the glowing objects in the sea and the fish playing on the surface of the water. I haven't figured out why. Xiao Jian didn't know about sailing, but that didn't mean he didn't know about the conditions in the sea. He said, the glowing objects should be marine life, such as jellyfish or pyrosums. They will float to the surface and glow when they are stimulated. Schools of fish surfacing are usually related to air pressure. Xiao Jian suddenly understood and shouted, not good. It's a typhoon. It must be a typhoon. Immediately inform the fleet to sail towards the coast and tell them that a typhoon is coming and that they need to prepare for it. Zhang Chun immediately used lights to send a signal to the fleet. Soon, the fleet began to turn right and head towards the coastline. The wind came, first a fluttering breeze, rustling over the deck, gently flipping up the lapels of their clothes, and a soft whisper rose over the sea. The sky, which had had a ray of light just moments before, had become dark and heavy, as if it was about to collapse. Dome-shaped swells started to appear on the sea. The swells surged towards the ships like massive mountain peaks. The ships rose and fell with the huge swells, sometimes being thrown into midair and sometimes plummeting into the deep abyss. The wind speed gradually increased. Whistling through the ropes, the mast started to swing wildly, making a creak-creak sound. Streaks of white spray flew onto the deck, washing away the debris on the ship. A terrifying howl came from far away on the sea. The dark clouds became heavier. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a huge boom. Instantly, torrential rain poured down from the sky. The typhoon finally revealed its ferocious face. It roared like an evil demon, brutally tearing apart the world. The dark clouds in the sky also started to become agitated, wildly surging and twisting. The overwhelming waves fiercely crashed into the ships, smashing the bow into pieces with a crack. The bow, smashed by the waves, was twisted around, and the ship suddenly tilted to one side. Those inside the cabin lost their footing, having to rely entirely on the handrails to steady themselves. At this moment, another gust of wind howled past, and the forecastle on the bow was lifted off like a light matchbox. The pigeons brought from Yellowstone Village were kept on the top floor of the forecastle, and they were swept into the air as well. Some of the pigeons flew out of the broken cages, only to be quickly swept away by the typhoon, leaving a few feathers falling behind. Seawater surged into the cabin. A high-speed stream of water struck a guard, causing the handrail he was holding to break. His body flew out of the cabin and disappeared with an oncoming wave. The sailors finally managed to adjust the ship's direction before it capsized. Xiao Jian wiped away some of the water and shouted loudly to Zhang Chun, "This won't do. The ship will be smashed to pieces by the waves sooner or later. If not smashed, it will be overturned by the wind and waves." Then, he looked up at the sky outside the window and was immediately terrified by what he saw. In the sky was a black, heavy disk, spinning rapidly, like a spinning flying saucer or a grinding wheel. Black clouds rolled within the disk, with flashes of lightning. The center of the disk was lower, like a monster sucker, greedily swallowing everything on the sea. The huge disk occupied the entire sky, dark as if it were about to fall, making it hard to breathe. The sea was gloomy. The only spot of light was in the center of the disk, a faint yellowish light that illuminated a very small area of the sea. The light reflected off of the disk, giving it a metallic sheen. The disk roared as it bore down on them. The ships were as tiny as leaves in front of it, as helpless as babies. The helmsmen tried their best to avoid it, but it was getting closer and closer. Xiao Jian stared blankly at the monster. Zhang Chun shook him vigorously, crying out, "Super typhoon! It's a super typhoon! Think of a way to escape, or we'll be torn apart." Xiao Jian suddenly woke up. Escape? Escape where? Everywhere was an ocean of towering waves. If they weren't torn apart by this monster, they'd be overturned and smashed by the waves. Their ships were only wooden sailing ships, not steel warships. Without a steam engine for power, could they really escape? Even if he hid in the pendant space, when he came out again, he would only sink into the sea. Besides, if he escaped, what about Zhang Chun and the others? Xiao Jian rubbed his head with his hands, feeling like his head was about to explode. A wave crashed over them, and the ship made a terrifying creak sound. Xiao Jian staggered, almost falling onto the deck. Hong Yangzi came up behind him and gently hugged his back, stabilizing him. A sailor stumbled inside, shouting in panic, "Young master, The ship can't withstand these waves. It's already showing cracks. Xiao Jian suddenly looked up at the eye of the typhoon. He'd had enough. Either way, death was coming. He might as well make a desperate gamble. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Xiao Jian widened his bloodshot eyes, kicked Zhang Chun and roared, "Stop crying! Immediately close all the hatches in the cabin. All sailors, get to your posts and prepare to stand by." Chapter 350, Surviving the Eye of the Storm. Zhang Chun and his men immediately started to work. Following Xiao Jian's instructions, they locked all the hatches, closed all the windows tightly, and, except for the necessary crew, over 200 people were concentrated in a few cabins. Xiao Jian, at this time, was like a general, commanding expressionlessly, "Turn the rudder and sail around the center of the typhoon." Typhoons rotated. Even if the ship did not hoist its sails, it could still move quickly, and its direction could still be controlled. The ship quickly changed course and, following the wind, headed towards the side of the typhoon. Zhang Chun's face was pale, and he shouted in fear, "No, that won't do. The closer we get to the center of the typhoon, the bigger the wind and waves will be. Our ship will be torn apart." Xiao Jian was calm and composed. He kept his eyes fixed on the center of the typhoon and ignored Zhang Chun. At this moment, another huge wave rolled in from a distance, but the direction of the typhoon was the opposite of the wave. Xiao Jian suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "Zhang Ban Fan, full speed! Steer straight towards the center of the typhoon." The sails had been lowered when the typhoon arrived, otherwise the ship would have been overturned long ago. Now was the time to fight for their lives. Success or failure was in this moment. Xiao Jian didn't care about anything else. Zhang Chun started to cry, kneeling on the ground and shouting, "Older brother, no, we can't go through that. The waves will submerge us. The typhoon will tear the ship apart." Xiao Jian turned and stared at Zhang Chun, roaring, "Follow the orders and turn the rudder immediately. I'll die with you. What else do you want?" The sailors who were operating the ship didn't wait for Zhang Chun to say anything. They directly followed Xiao Jian's orders, hoisting the half sail and adjusting the ship's direction, aiming the bow at the towering wave ahead. The extreme winds of the typhoon acted on the sails, and the ship shot towards the center of the typhoon like an arrow. Just then, a wave came crashing down, and the speeding ship immediately flew up into the air. Xiao Jian shouted, "Lower the sail." The ship flew over the top of the wave, turned its bow downwards, and plunged straight into the root of the giant wave. The churning waves came down on the deck, instantly submerging the ship in the water. Seawater flooded the cabins. Xiao Jian shouted, "Inhale, hold your breath." Then he used all his strength to take a deep breath, holding it in without exhaling. The cabins were soon filled with seawater, and everyone was submerged. Due to the momentum, the ship continued to move forward in the water like a submarine, albeit at a decreasing speed. Xiao Jian stared at the situation in the cabin. Hong Yangzi hadn't trained in the water and didn't even know how to dive. When she was submerged in the water, she panicked. Xiao Jian grabbed her, covered her mouth, and stared intently into her eyes. Hong Yangzi's face gradually turned purple. Her eyes widened greatly, the eyeballs threatening to pop out. If he didn't give her air, she would suffocate. He estimated that she hadn't taken in much air when the seawater entered the cabin. She had no experience with any of this. Xiao Jian let go of her lips, and Hong Yangzi immediately exhaled the stale air in her lungs. Just as she was about to instinctively inhale, Xiao Jian immediately pressed his lips tightly to her lips, blew air into her mouth, and then covered it again. Hong Yangzi's face started to turn red. She quietly snuggled into Xiao Jian's body, letting him hug her. At this moment, she was filled with happiness and satisfaction, and felt that even if she died, it would all be worth it. It felt like a century had passed. After a long and agonizing struggle, the ship finally emerged from the sea. The seawater in the cabins quickly receded, and everyone took a long breath. A ray of sunlight shone into the cabin, a little blinding, but it was more warm and lovely than ever before. The air was clear, mixed with the salty taste of the sea. Xiao Jian walked out of the cabin. A brilliant golden sun was embedded in the blue sky, and a few white clouds floated in the clear sky like solitary sails on a blue sea. The ship was inside a cylinder, surrounded by a thick white cloud wall. A few sparse clouds detached from the cloud wall, floating leisurely in the middle of the cylinder, looking gentle and kind. Nobody would believe that it was them who had participated in creating the super typhoon that could destroy everything. The cylinder was about 10 kilometers in diameter. The weather here was calm and clear, and the waves were no longer raging. Zhang Chun walked out of the cabin, rubbed his eyes, and then slapped himself on the head, saying in surprise, "Am I dreaming? It was just a windstorm before. How did the sun suddenly come out? There's not even a hint of wind. Where are we?" He then pointed a finger at the cloud wall not far away, saying, "This? What is this? This?" He hadn't even finished speaking before his eyes widened in horror. At the place he had pointed, the bow of a ship suddenly emerged from the cloud wall. But just as its hull became visible, the hull was torn into wooden planks. Then, these wooden planks were cut into small pieces and disappeared into the cloud wall. Zhang Chun carefully retracted his finger, looked at it closely in front of his eyes. Was this the legendary cursed finger? How could a ship be torn apart at a place I just happened to point to? At this time, Xiao Jian came over, scaring him into quickly retracting his finger and putting his hand in his pocket. Xiao Jian ignored Zhang Chun's strange behavior and said to him, "Notify the sailors to keep the ship in the center of the cylinder and not to get close to the cloud wall around it." Zhang Chun nodded repeatedly, saying, "Older brother, you're too brilliant. You actually managed to come through the water." After saying that, he quickly walked away, his hand never leaving his pocket. 3 days later, the typhoon's wind wall began to dissipate, and the few dozen survivors on the ship suddenly cheered. They had finally been rescued. Zhang Chun was also in high spirits, grinning from ear to ear. He picked up the binoculars and started to observe the surroundings. The sky was clear, and there wasn't another ship except for their broken one. The southward fleet was also long gone. A sailor climbing up to the watchtower shouted, "Island! Young master, there's an island ahead." The ship soon arrived in the waters with islands. There were reefs and many islands of different shapes, large ones like sea turtles lying on the sea, and small ones like dead trees pointing straight at the blue sky. Most of these islands were barren, and the ones with vegetation were only low bushes. There wasn't a single large tree in sight. Zhang Chun asked doubtfully, "Older brother, where are we? Why doesn't it feel like the southern sea? I can't see any coconut or palm trees here." Xiao Jian was using the binoculars to observe the surrounding islands. Some of the islands were as small as a few dozen square meters, while others were a few kilometers large. Regardless of whether they were large or small, the trees on the islands were very small. He carefully observed the vegetation on the islands and said, "It's not that there aren't any coconut or palm trees. It's just that they are still very small, only saplings. You can't see them." Chapter 351, Finding a Large Amount of Gold. Zhang Chundong looked around frowning. "This place feels so strange. Look at that small island to the right. It's like someone took a slice out of it, leaving only half. What happened to the other half?" Xiao Jian didn't answer Zhang Chun's question. He pointed to a larger island and said, "See that? That island is made up of 2 types of rock faces, fused together. The rock on the left is yellow, and the rock on the right is green. The exposed part of this island was estimated to be several kilometers long and about a kilometer high. It sloped on both sides, forming a perfect triangle, but with a huge crack at the top that extended down to the seabed. This was the largest island nearby, and the vegetation was also the tallest." Xiao Jian said, "Let's go around to the back and see what it looks like." Turning to the other side of the island, Zhang Chun exclaimed in surprise, "The rocks here are white. This island is actually composed of 3 rock faces. From this side, the island still formed a triangle, like a cone made of 3 different colored rock faces." After observing for a while, Xiao Jian said, "Let's go up and have a look. We're running low on fresh water. Let's see if we can find some." The 3 sides of the island were relatively smooth and sloped steeply, making it difficult to climb. Xiao Jian decided to climb up through the crack in the rock. He had just climbed halfway up when a rock under his foot suddenly broke, and he fell into the crack. Fortunately, some rocks were wedged in the middle of the crevice, and he landed on a large one. Xiao Jian looked down. The bottom was at least several dozen meters deep. Without these rocks, he would have been smashed to pieces. Zhang Chun, who could see Xiao Jian from above, anxiously shouted, "Cousin, are you okay? Wait down there, and I'll get someone to lower a rope to pull you up." Xiao Jian sat up, rubbing his bruised backside. The rocks he'd landed on were oddly shaped. Xiao Jian touched one, feeling the rough surface and sharp edges. He was puzzled. What kind of rock could be like this? He glanced at the rock, and a golden glint reflected off it. Xiao Jian's heart skipped a beat. He brushed away the dirt on the rock surface and looked closely. The entire stone was golden yellow and had a metallic luster. The surface was pitted and uneven. He looked at the other rocks. Xiao Jian almost jumped up. These rocks were all nuggets of gold. Xiao Jian happily shouted, Zhang Chun, gold. There's gold down here. Zhang Chun, who had been waiting above, asked when he heard Xiao Jian shouting, Cousin, what are you yelling about? Xiao Jian laughed loudly, Zhang Chun, there's gold here. I found some gold nuggets. Haha, I found some gold nuggets. A rope was quickly brought, and as Xiao Jian was pulled up, he was still clutching 3 gold nuggets in his arms. Zhang Chun eagerly took one. After looking at the gold nugget for a while, he turned his gaze to the yellow rock face and said, Cousin, if there's gold here, I suspect that yellow rock face is a gold mine. Xiao Jian immediately knocked off a piece of the rock. The rock was full of golden particles, some coarse and some fine. It was clearly high-grade gold ore. He handed the gold ore to Zhang Chun, saying, It is indeed a gold mine, but we have no way to refine it. After saying that, he climbed back to the edge of the crevice and looked down for a while. It was too dark down there to see anything. He then said to He Tan, Take some men down there and have a look, but remember to bring torches. If a torch goes out, don't go any further. Xiao Jian and his group were halfway up the mountain, and the crevice was less than 100 meters deep. He Tan went down and soon shouted, Master, there's a lot of gold down here. Haha, so much. And some large gold nuggets too. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun both laughed heartily. They sent for more ropes and created a rope ladder. Both of them went down to the bottom of the crack. The bottom of the crack was shimmering with gold. It was literally paved with gold dust. Xiao Jian dug into it with his hand. In places, it was over 2 meters thick. He examined the environment at the bottom of the crack. One end was directly connected to the sea, while the other end was blocked by white rock. When it rained, rainwater washed the weathered layer of gold or from the sides. The gold particles and sand were carried to the bottom of the crevice. The rainwater then flowed from the white rock end into the sea, washing away the sand from the gold dust. Because gold is heavier, it accumulated at the bottom of the crevice. Of course, a lot of the gold dust had definitely been washed away as well. Xiao Jian was overjoyed. With this gold dust, the unknown space manufacturing equipment would not be lacking gold for a long time. He laughed, Ha ha, this crack is a natural gold panning device. We don't even need to pan for gold. Then, he shouted, Throw out the ballast stones from the ship and load all the gold dust onto the ship. We'll use the gold dust as ballast. He couldn't expose his pendant space yet, so he couldn't send the gold dust into the pendant space. Xiao Jian didn't hear Zhang Chun respond. Turning around, he saw Zhang Chun staring at the gold nuggets with eyes like he was looking at a beautiful woman, drool dripping from his mouth. He quickly instructed, He Tan, gather these gold nuggets for me first. After they're taken out, put them in my room and tell Hong Yangzi to send someone to keep an eye on them. If they get stolen, I'll blame you. He Tan habitually replied, Yes. Then, he felt something was off and asked, Master, you're asking Hong Yangzi to send someone to watch the gold nuggets. If they're stolen, you should blame Hong Yangzi. Xiao Jian impatiently said, If they are stolen, I will blame you. Now go. He Tan was gathering the gold nuggets while muttering, Master is being unreasonable. He Tan finished collecting the gold nuggets, piled them together, and only then did Zhang Chun wipe his mouth. He approached Xiao Jian with a flattering smile, helping him to sit down. Cousin, where do you plan to put these gold nuggets? Oh no, I just want to ask, what are you planning to do with them? Xiao Jian glanced at the ground. It was covered with gold particles of various sizes, and there was nowhere to sit. He casually moved a gold nugget weighing several dozen pounds and sat on it as a stool. He patted the gold nugget and said, This? I plan to keep it as a family heirloom. Look at the biggest one. It must weigh over 1,000 pounds, right? Wouldn't it be majestic and classy if I put it in my study as a decoration? Zhang Chun stammered, Why yes, very classy, really classy. Cousin, look at me. I also want to get one, just for a decoration. Xiao Jian immediately moved the gold nugget from under his backside back to the pile, and then sat down on the gold nugget pile, saying, That won't do. I'm still going to use these for my daughter's dowry. These ones are for my sons as betrothal gifts, one for each son. He muttered to himself, This amount of gold isn't enough. I need to find some more. Zhang Chun immediately shouted, You have over a dozen gold nuggets. Your daughter and sons haven't even been born yet. Do you need so many? I just want one. Just one. For betrothal gifts too. As he spoke, his voice became quieter and quieter. His face flushed red, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Xiao Jian. Chapter 352. Strange, Transparent Pipes. You should have said so earlier. I knew you were hiding something from me. Tell me, whose daughter is it? If I like her, I'll give you a small piece. Saying that, he picked out a piece of gold nugget weighing less than 10 pounds from the dozen or so pieces and tossed it playfully in his hand. Zhang Chun immediately became dissatisfied and said anxiously, "Why do you need to like my wife? You have so many women who like you. Isn't that enough? Do you still want to like my wife?" Xiao Jian was taken aback for a moment before realizing he had said something wrong, angrily said, "Why would I like your wife? I'm saying if I am happy, I will give you this gold nugget." He pouted and added, "Who wants to like your wife? It's not even a certainty yet. Besides, I'm going to marry many wives, and I'll definitely have a lot of sons and daughters, so what am I going to do if I don't prepare early?" What Xiao Jian said was the truth. In this era, it was very normal to marry multiple women. A monogamous system would not work in this era. Wars in this era were mainly fought by men. Taking the Ming dynasty's downfall as an example, the total death toll was more than 20 million, while the total population of the Ming dynasty was less than 100 million. The mortality rate reached more than 20%. If the sexes were balanced, that would be 5 women for every 3 men. What would happen to the extra 2 women? This didn't even include poor people who couldn't afford to marry. Zhang Chun stepped forward and snatched the gold nugget in Xiao Jian's hand, scoffing, "You're not a good person. You're not allowed to look at my wife in the future." Xiao Jian laughed heartily, patted Zhang Chun on the shoulder, and said, "You've gotten brave, huh? Daring to talk to me like this? Tell me, who is the young lady? I'll help you make the decision." It's Schwebin's sister," he said, then warily added, "Who needs you to make the decision for me? I can make my own decisions. I don't need you to interfere." Xiao Jian said righteously, "It seems you care about her a lot. Am I really that bad?" He then asked in a low voice, "Is his sister very beautiful? Sexy? Get out." There were more than 160 sailors, 60 gunners, and 150 guards on the galleon, plus Hong Yangzi and a dozen or so personal guards, about 400 people in total. Everyone participated in the transportation of the gold dust. It only took 2 days for them to move most of the gold dust from the bottom of the crack. That day, after Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun finished breakfast, they were about to go to the bottom of the crack. There was still some cleanup work to be done. Zhang Chun inadvertently looked at the sea outside the ship's side. There were many fish in the sea, and the fish were constantly jumping and turning over. He was puzzled and said, "Cousin, look at these fish. What are they doing? They look like they're dancing." Xiao Jian looked at the sea and saw groups of fish jumping, some jumping more than a foot out of the water. Even more strangely, some of the fish were upside down, tails in the air and heads down, spinning quickly in the water like tops. He looked up at the sky. A large number of colorful butterflies, brown locusts, black cicadas, and many unknown small birds were flying around. Suddenly, a brightly colored parakeet flew over. It stood on the bow of the ship as if it was dumbfounded. Xiao Jian went forward and grabbed it. It didn't even move. It had just been a sunny day, but suddenly the weather turned cloudy, and the temperature became cold and then hot. All of a sudden, everything around them turned red, as if it had been raining blood. At this time, a strange sound came from underground. The sound seemed to come from hell, like roars, cries, mixed with screams and wails. Xiao Jian's hair stood on end, and goosebumps covered his body. Hong Yangzi by his side grabbed Xiao Jian's sleeve, her voice trembling, Master, this sound, feels creepy." Xiao Jian was now afraid of weird phenomena. The typhoon incident had only been a few days ago, and no one wanted to go through that again. He urgently shouted, "Go! Let's go quickly." Hayton said urgently, "Master, the skiffs haven't been retrieved, and there are still many tools at the bottom of the crack, and the gold dust hasn't been completely cleaned up." Xiao Jian yelled, "Go! Don't worry about those. Let's leave as quickly as possible." The ship immediately set sail and headed out to the open sea, without retrieving the skiffs. Xiao Jian stared at the cone-shaped island. The ship had just started sailing, and not long after, the cone-shaped island suddenly began to rise. In a short moment, the island rose over 100 meters higher than before. In the center of the island, a small, black sphere suddenly formed and disappeared quickly. The surface of the sea nearby also began to rise, and from a distance, it looked like a smooth, bare hill. The waves were getting higher and higher, and the sea breeze was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a faint, straight pillar of light shot directly from deep space. The pillar of light seemed to be a transparent pipe inserted into the seabed. Inside the pipe, golden liquid surged, emitting a dazzling light. The people on the ship were busy and panicked. No one noticed this anomaly. Only Xiao Jian was staring dumbly at the golden liquid in the pipe. He suddenly thought of the red sun in the sky of his pendant space, covered by a black net. Wasn't that the same golden liquid in the square box at the end of the black net? He hadn't paid attention to that mysterious square box for a long time. The golden liquid in the square box had been accumulating slowly. Now, was it full? Rumble. A thunderous explosion interrupted Xiao Jian's thoughts, pulling him back to reality. The loud noise shook the entire sea area. The originally clear blue seawater became murky yellow. Some of the nearby islands rose rapidly, quickly forming a large island, while others rapidly sank and soon disappeared. Before long, the pillar of light that had been shot from the depths of the sky disappeared. This sea area had already become unrecognizable. Where there had just been a sea lane, there was now a smooth, bare island. And the area where there had been islands had now become open sea. Just in front of the ship, where the pillar of light had landed, the sea suddenly sank, forming a huge vortex. Xiao Jian widened his eyes and urgently shouted, "Turn right! Turn quickly! Avoid the vortex!" The ship drew an arc, barely grazing the edge of the vortex, and headed west. Xiao Jian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. His legs were still shaking. At this time, the cone-shaped island suddenly jumped upward. A thick pillar of sand shot out from the crevice of the island and then scattered around it. The three rock faces of the cone-shaped island were now standing vertically on the sea, like lotus flowers in a pond or stone walls standing in midair. It didn't last long before these three standing stone walls collapsed with a bang. The sea that poured out flew into the sky, and soon, it crashed down like a tidal wave. Along with the collapse of the cone-shaped island, a low rumble came from underground, followed by a deafening explosion. An underwater volcano suddenly erupted, and thick volcanic ash shot up into the sky. A straight, gray smoke column shot into the air and then exploded into a giant mushroom cloud in the sky. Huge tsunamis surged around, instantly swallowing up the surrounding islands. In the midst of the earth-shaking chaos, several tall islands collapsed one after another. Soon after, volcanic ash came pouring down from the sky, covering everything. For a moment, the entire sky was full of thick volcanic ash, and daytime was covered by darkness. In the location of the cone-shaped island, a volcano was faintly visible. Amid the lightning and thunder, the volcano began to spew out meteor-like fireballs. The fireballs, like blossoming fireworks, scattered around, illuminating the already dark sky. The heavy volcanic ash rolled in the sky, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 353. Encountering pirate ships. Suddenly, a dazzling light emerged from the volcano. Then, the entire volcano turned into a pillar of fire. The dark red magma that spewed out rolled in the gray volcanic ash clouds, setting half the sky ablaze. The magma rolled in like a flash flood, and the sea also began to burn. The bright red flames and the volcanic ash in the sky merged into one, and the whole world was burning. Suddenly, several fireballs flew out from the volcanic ash in midair, passed through the sails of the ship, and fell into the sea. The two remaining sails of the ship were instantly set ablaze, but the howling wind still quickly carried the ship away from the fire-covered area. The burning sails finally broke the ropes and fell onto the deck. The fire spread quickly on the deck, threatening to engulf the entire ship. At this moment, a giant wave crashed down from midair, instantly extinguishing the flames. Xiao Jian looked at the deck, which had just been on fire, and was now clean. Even the remains of the burnt sails had been swept away by the seawater. He pointed at the deck and chuckled. This time was much luckier than the last time they encountered a typhoon. Because they had discovered the danger earlier, they had not suffered much damage. Zhang Chun also laughed, and then everyone laughed heartily while holding their stomachs. No one knew why they were laughing, but they had escaped death once again, and that deserved a celebration. After laughing, Xiao Jian quickly kissed Hong Yangzi on the face and said, "We survived again. Aren't you happy?" Hong Yangzi lightly punched Xiao Jian's chest, gave him a coquettish glare, and then took the still stunned parrot from his hands, held it in her arms, stroked its feathers, and whispered, "Are you scared? Don't be afraid, we're okay." The two spare sails on the ship were also burned, and the mast was about to break. The ship could only drift with the wind. Zhang Chun and Xiao Jian stood by the ship's side, gazing at the boundless sea, worried. "Cousin, we don't have much fresh water left. If we don't find an island with fresh water, we will die of thirst at sea." Xiao Jian turned around and glared at Zhang Chun. This sea is full of water. If we still die of thirst, then we deserve it. After speaking, he went back into the cabin and took out some glass bottles and glass tubes. First, he placed a thick iron plate in a glass bottle, and then he used several magnifying glasses to focus sunlight on the iron plate inside the glass bottle. A simple distillation device was completed, shocking Zhang Chun. After installing and adjusting the distillation device, he said, "The amount of water distilled each day won't be much, but it will still be enough for living use. Send 2 people to watch it. If the magnifying glasses are not positioned accurately, then adjust them. If the seawater inside is dry, then add some more." After doing all that, he went back to his cabin. Hong Yangzi was fiddling with the gold nuggets. She picked one up, looked at it, and then picked up another one if she wasn't satisfied. She flipped through them all. Finally, she found one that was relatively smooth and shaped like a flower. She held it in her hand and washed it with seawater. Xiao Jian leaned beside her and whispered, "Is that for our son or for our daughter?" Hong Yangzi was instantly embarrassed. She glared at Xiao Jian and turned her head away, ignoring him. As long as they had fresh water at sea, they wouldn't starve. There were fish in the sea. They could easily catch a few, which would be enough for everyone to eat for a few meals. If they didn't have enough firewood, they could use magnifying glasses to focus sunlight to burn it. It certainly wasn't delicious, but it was enough to survive. When drifting at sea, the worst thing to lack is vitamin C. In early seafaring, sailors who drifted for too long would get sick, which was because of the lack of vitamins. Vitamins could be supplemented with yellow bean sprouts, green bean sprouts, or soybean sprouts. They had a lot of these things on the ship, enough for a year or two. The galleon no longer had sails. They even found some clothes and bed sheets, tied them together, and made a few strange-looking small sails, which could at least move the ship, but very slowly. The sailors would climb to the lookout tower every day to observe. Xiao Jian wasn't worried. No matter how long it took, they would always encounter an island or a sea lane. That day, a sailor climbed onto the lookout tower as usual, and was about to use his telescope to observe the surrounding situation when he suddenly spotted a ship in the distance. Looking closely through his telescope, he saw a skull flag on the ship. After drifting for over 10 days, they finally saw another ship. Although it was a pirate ship that didn't do good deeds, it was still the same kind of ship. The sailor shouted excitedly, "Master, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead." After observing for a while, he held up 3 fingers and then shook them downwards, saying, "3 pirate ships." Xiao Jian was lying on a deck chair, basking in the sun. He got up, stretched, and said to Zhang Chun, "Keep an eye on them. See which way they're running. We'll follow them." Zhang Chun spread his hands and said with a wry smile, "At this speed, we can't catch up to them." Xiao Jian said indifferently, "If we can't catch up, then we can't catch up. Anyway, we don't have any direction. It's about the same wherever we go. Maybe they will even come to our door." Before long, the pirate ships also spotted them. Sure enough, after seeing that the galleon didn't even have sails, they swarmed over like a cat finding a stinky fish. You have to know that after a warship loses its mobility, it can only be abused. Wasn't this galleon a big meal sent to their door? The pirates were battle-hardened at sea, so they knew that galleons had cannons. If the sails were broken, it didn't mean the cannons were broken as well. Therefore, they deliberately moved to the blind spots of the galleon, approaching from the bow and stern. The galleon was slow, difficult to steer, and the cannons on the sides of the ship could not pose a threat to the pirate ships. When the stern and forecastle of the galleon were built, 2 small cannons were also installed there. These small cannons were not very powerful, and the pirates were not afraid of them at all. Based on their experience, even if they took 2 shots, they would just have 2 small holes. Not to mention 2 shots, even 10 or 8 shots wouldn't sink a wooden ship. Before the appearance of explosive shells, warships were rarely sunk by cannons in naval battles. At that time, the main purpose of cannons was to launch grape shot, to eliminate the sailors on the other ship, or to launch chain shots to cut the ropes on the other ship and destroy the sails, causing them to lose their mobility. The stern and forecastle of the galleon could not withstand too much recoil, so they could not install large cannons, nor could they install the naval cannons produced at Julong Mountain. When the shipyard modified it, they only replaced them with 3 infantry cannons in each of these 2 locations. It was the first time that Xiao Jian had dealt with pirates. He looked through his telescope, curiously observing the 3 pirate ships. The 3 pirate ships only had 1 deck each. There was also a shipbuilding at the bow and stern. There were 2 masts on the ship. A triangular sail was hung at the stern. The ship bodies were much lower and smaller than the galleon. There were also gun ports on both sides of the ship. There were only 3 gun ports, and the ports hadn't been opened. The cannons inside couldn't be seen. It was unknown what size of cannons were used. Zhang Chun had also never fought pirates. When he was on Coconut Island, he had learned about the situation of pirates, and Xue Bin had told him about the pirates in detail. Seeing Xiao Jian staring at the side of the ship, he said, "The cannons on pirate ships are all small cannons, mainly used to threaten merchant ships. In fact, unless it's absolutely necessary, pirates rarely fire cannons." Xiao Jian didn't understand and asked in confusion, "Why don't pirates fire cannons?" Chapter 354, Naval Battle with Pirates. Zhang Chun said, "Capturing an intact ship is more important to pirates than seizing the goods on board. Most pirate ships are modified from captured merchant ships." Xiao Jian nodded. Of course, he understood cannons. He laughed and said, "Small cannons are just big muskets. These cannons are only good for making noise. Even if we stood here and let them fire, they wouldn't sink this galleon warship in a day." The pirate ship intercepting from the bow of the ship was sailing parallel to the galleon. The 2 ships were rapidly approaching, and soon, they were close enough to see the situation on the ship clearly without a telescope. The pirate flag on the pirate ship was a completely black banner with a white skull in the middle. Underneath the skull were 2 crossed bones. The flag didn't show which pirate gang they belonged to. The pirates were gathered at the ship's side, watching the sails made of clothes on the galleon's masts. They were whistling and laughing, like they were seeing a naked beauty. Their greedy eyes showed no disguise. Although the ship looked worn on the outside, the hull was not damaged. It was a galleon. Their boss only had 4 of them. If they captured it and repaired it, it would be a true warship. When the 2 ships were dozens of steps apart, the pirates on the pirate ship began to attack. Some of them were shooting at the galleon with matchlock muskets, while others were launching arrows. More pirates were holding short, curved sabers or axes, waiting for their ships to get close enough to board the ship and fight. The galleon was higher than the pirate ships. The sailors and guard soldiers on the ship crouched behind the ship's side, not immediately counterattacking. They were waiting quietly for the pirate ships to approach. On the mast of the pirate ship, there were some ropes like swings. When the ships were still several yards apart, dozens of pirates grabbed these ropes, swung forward, and landed on the deck of the galleon like spiders, like a swarm of locusts. Then, they threw out many ropes with hooks, firmly tying the pirate ship to the galleon. Zhang Chun drew his short musket, and with a single shot, he killed a pirate who was wielding a saber and yelling loudly. He ordered, "Open fire from the stern. Destroy the 2 pirate ships behind us. Leaving this one in the front is enough." Because the galleon was moving forward slowly, the pirate ship that was coming from the stern was a bit slower than the one from the bow, but it was also close by now. The cannons on the warship had been loaded long ago. Upon hearing the order, they immediately opened the gun ports at the stern. The gun ports at the stern and forecastle were different from the gun ports on the sides of the ship. To increase the horizontal field of vision, the shipyard had modified the gun ports of the stern and forecastle during the remodeling of the galleon, making them into long, strip-shaped windows. The windows extended to the sides of the ship in a semicircle. This way, the cannons at the stern and forecastle could also attack targets that were approaching on the sides. The gun carriages on the infantry cannons were originally designed for sailing transport ships. They were relatively light, could be turned left and right, and were small in size. Installing 3 gun carriages provided ample space. The 2 pirate ships following the galleon were more than 100 meters apart, with some distance staggered between them. From the position at the stern, the hulls of both pirate ships were visible. The rear pirate ship was still more than 200 steps away. The head of the stern gun crew was worried that the cannons wouldn't hit, so he ordered that 2 cannons be aimed at the rear ship at the same time. The pirate ship in front was now only 100 steps away. At this distance, there was no need to aim. Even a fool could hit it. After the gun ports at the stern were opened, the pirates on the pirate ship immediately behind the galleon could also clearly see the dark gun barrels. But the pirates didn't panic much. They just dodged out of the way of the cannon's aim and stood in places that offered some cover to avoid the grape shot. There were also some bold pirates who deliberately stood in the middle of the deck, waving their arms and shouting to show their courage. All the pirates didn't take the small cannons on the galleon too seriously. Suddenly, 3 orange-red flames shot out from the stern of the galleon. The pirate ship in front bore the brunt of the attack. A cylindrical cannonball went straight through its bow. The wooden hull did not offer any resistance. The cannonball drilled into the middle of the hull before suddenly exploding. The entire deck of the pirate ship was instantly blasted into the sky. Flying wooden planks were flung far away before falling into the sea. If you looked down from the sky, you could see its bilge. The pirates who had been shouting on the deck a moment ago had been blown away, and no one knew where they were. This pirate ship was truly lucky. It wasn't blown in two. It was still floating on the surface of the sea like a complete ship, but the mast and sails had disappeared. From a distance, it looked like a small rowboat for ferrying people. The pirate ship behind it was not so lucky. Both cannonballs hit it. The cannonballs exploded one after another, and the entire hull was eventually split into several pieces. The bow of the ship was blown into the air. The middle of the hull was blown apart from both sides, and a large section disappeared. The remaining half of the stern was still floating on the sea. On the tilted mast of the stern, a sail was hanging like a banner in the air. The broken part of the stern faced upward, and seawater had not yet flowed into the cabin. The pirates who had boarded the galleon and were about to fight saw their companions being blown away, and they were stunned. They stared blankly at the ship, planks scattered on the sea, and they forgot that they were on the enemy's warship. The sailors and guard soldiers on the ship were all equipped with 2 short muskets. The muskets had been loaded with ammunition long ago. Taking advantage of the pirates' dazed state, they drew their muskets and fired. In less than half a minute, all of the dozens of pirates who had boarded the ship became cold corpses. The sailors holding long muskets at the ship's side also stood up, suddenly firing at the nearby pirate ship. The pirate ship was filled with screams, and the pirates at the ship's side were quickly cleared out. A large number of corpses fell into the sea, and the seawater was gradually dyed red with blood. The sea began to boil like it had been set on fire. The sharks that were wandering nearby smelled the blood and swarmed in to enjoy this unexpected feast. For a moment, the pirate ship lost all its targets. Several sailors on the galleon dropped their muskets, pulled the ropes thrown over by the pirates, and sped up the pirate ship's approach. The others quickly reloaded their muskets and stared at the pirate ship, not allowing the pirates to approach the wooden posts where the ropes were tied. A brave pirate suddenly stood up and swung his axe at the ropes. Before the axe could fall, a series of blood splatters burst out on his chest, and he plunged into the sea. The pirate's heart sank. These ropes were all thrown by themselves. At the time, they were too excited and had thrown too many ropes. Now even if they cut some, it would be futile. Chapter 355. Attacking Silver Tree Island. The pirate ship finally came alongside the galleon. The guards and dozens of sailors jumped onto the pirate ship. Zhang Chun hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill them all. Leave some alive for me." There were more of them than the pirates, and each of them had 2 loaded short muskets. The pirates' usual cold weapons were completely useless. The battle quickly ended in a one-sided victory. Zhang Chun brought over 3 pirates and said, "Master, they are not ethnic Chinese. These 3 pirates can speak Chinese." Xiao Jian looked up. The 3 pirates were all relatively short, their legs were unusually short, and their knees were bent outwards. They walked in like 3 ducks, swaying. Xiao Jian kicked all 3 of the bow-legged pirates to the ground and asked, "Whose men are you? Where is your base?" One of the pirates snorted and turned his head to one side. Xiao Jian looked at the increasing number of sharks in the sea and said, "Oh, you're very arrogant, huh? This pirate is useless. Let's use him for fishing. We'll catch some sharks. Shark fins are great things." Several sailors immediately came forward, stripped the pirate naked, and hung him on a large iron hook. Then, they immersed him in seawater, occasionally pulling him up to let him catch his breath before submerging him again. Soon, the water around the bait began to churn, and the waves were tinged with red blood. The sailors tried their best to lift the wooden pole, but unfortunately, the shark got away. The pirate who was used as bait had lost a leg. He shouted, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I just beg you to kill me with a single shot." Zhang Chun acted as if he hadn't heard the pirate's words. He scolded, "You don't even know how to fish. How are you trained? If you don't catch a shark today, you won't be allowed to eat." The sailors who were fishing muttered softly, "Unreasonable. There is no fishing in our training." Despite their grumbling, they didn't dare disobey the orders and continued to put the bait into the water. Seeing this, the remaining 2 pirates hurriedly said, "I'll talk. I'll talk. We are under the command of One-Eyed Lee. The one in the sea is our boss, and we live on Silver Tree Island." "How far is Silver Tree Island from here?" Zhang Chun asked. In the eyes of these 2 pirates, Zhang Chun was the incarnation of a demon. They hurriedly answered, "Only 200 miles or so. If you go south from here, you will reach Silver Tree Island. Another pirate, afraid that Zhang Chun would think he was uncooperative and throw him in as bait for fishing, quickly added, there are also 5 ships and more than 1,000 people on the island. Zhang Chun said expressionlessly, your lives are temporarily spared. Let's see if you have any use in the future. If you have no use, we will throw you on a deserted island and leave you to fend for yourselves. We have no food to feed you for nothing. The two of them kowtowed repeatedly and said in unison, we are useful. We are definitely useful. We can be your dogs. You want us to bite anyone, we will bite anyone. Zhang Chun had the spare sails from the pirate ship brought over. He sewed these sails together and installed them on the galleon. Although they were not as good as the special sails on the original galleon, they were much better than the sails made from bed sheets and clothes. They also found 5 disheveled Han Chinese women on the pirate ship. These women were the families of merchants that the pirates had captured on merchant ships. They were mostly from the Coconut Island area. Xiao Jin temporarily handed these women over to Hong Yangzi. There was some silver and grain on the ship, and nothing else was gained. But Xiao Jin wasn't disappointed. He hadn't had much hope to begin with. The Silver Tree Island, where One Idly was entrenched, was an irregular rectangular island. The island was composed of rising reefs and coral shells and sand. The surrounding area of the island was mostly shallow waters. The average height of the island was only about 4 meters, and the highest hill was less than 10 meters high. This hill protruded from the island for tens of meters, like a bull's horn inserted into the sea. Below the hill was the only deep water area of the entire island. The island's dock was next to this hill. The dock was very small, just a few simple ramps built from wood. 5 pirate ships were docked alongside the ramps. The galleon stopped in the outer sea. Zhang Chun, along with more than 100 sailors and dozens of sharpshooting guards, came to the dock on a captured pirate ship. The pirates on the island were not at all prepared for their arrival. This ship was originally a pirate ship. Of course, even if they had been prepared, Zhang Chun and his people wouldn't care. It would just take a little more effort. The 2 pirate prisoners stood at the bow of the ship. On the side hill of the dock, a pirate on guard shouted, Wang San, why did only one ship come back? Where did the other 2 ships go? Next to Wang San stood a guard in a guard outfit. He poked Wang San in the waist with a short musket, and Wang San quickly replied, we discovered a large merchant fleet that we couldn't handle, and the boss sent me back to report to the higher-ups. The sentry hesitated for a moment and didn't pursue the matter further. On a pirate ship at the dock, a pirate wearing an eye patch slammed his wine bowl heavily onto the deck, spilling the wine. He muttered, damn it, I made arrangements with Little Hong the day before yesterday to spend the night at her place tonight. Damn it, it's going to be ruined again. This pirate was actually speaking Chinese, but based on his short stature, he didn't look like a Han Chinese. However, in the South Sea area, many people could speak Chinese. The proportion of Chinese people here was very high. The pirate sitting beside him was Chinese. He picked up the wine bowl and took a small sip. He put down the wine bowl and picked up a mutton bone. While gnawing on the bone, he teased, hey, old brother, who told you that your luck is so bad? You drew the short straw for guard duty. This Chinese person was also speaking Chinese. Although he could speak a few sentences of the dwarf country language, his level was not good enough for chatting. If your luck was any good, would you be here guarding with me? No, damn it, I have to go up there. I'll be back soon. After speaking, he picked up his wine bowl, drank the wine in one gulp, and stood up. Old brother, I still think your life is more important than Little Hong's body. When the captain returns tonight and finds out that you've gone ashore, I'm sure he'll kill you. The Chinese pirate was still sitting on the deck, slowly tearing apart the mutton bone. Pirate rules were numerous, but punishment was only of one kind, death. The pirate who had stood up did not refute it. He looked at the people rushing toward them on the gangway and asked in confusion, what the hell is going on? What are these people doing at the dock? And I don't recognize any of them. The Chinese pirate heard the sound, looked over, and suddenly shouted in horror, enemy attack! It's an enemy attack! Quickly blow the horn. Shanyi, you idiot! Hurry up and blow the horn and raise the alarm. The Chinese pirate was more alert. He saw that many of the people approaching had short muskets in their hands. He had seen short muskets before. Some of the pirate leaders were also equipped with them. But among the ordinary pirates, he had not seen anyone use them. Therefore, he concluded that these people were not of their kind, nor were they Han Chinese. The Han Chinese sailors would not be equipped with such advanced weapons. Chapter 356, The Han Chinese Pirate. The pirate named Shan Yi also reacted at this time. He picked up the conch shell hanging from his waist and blew the horn. The horn sounded throughout the island. Tan, who was running in the front, held a long musket. He shot with one hand, and the pirate blowing the conch shell fell in response. The Chinese pirate who was sitting on the deck never stood up. He just looked at Tan, slowly drew the short sword hanging from his waist, threw it to one side, and spread his hands to indicate that he no longer had any weapons. He asked in Chinese, "Are you Chinese?" There were only 2 garrison pirates on this pirate ship. Tan had just killed one, and this Chinese person had also indicated that he would no longer resist. Tan didn't answer his question. He looked at the pirate and asked instead, "Are you Chinese? How did you end up with these dwarf country pirates?" The Chinese pirate said calmly, "You must be newcomers, right? A situation like mine is very normal here. I have something I want to tell your leader. Can you help me pass on a message?" While speaking, he stood up and proactively extended his hands, allowing them to tie him up. Tan saw that this pirate was very cooperative, refined, and did not look like the other ferocious pirates. He said a few more words. "You can tell me anything. My master may not meet you." The Chinese pirate hesitated and said, "It's not really appropriate to tell you. Just help me pass on the message. If he doesn't want to see me, then that's fine." Tan waved his hand, ordering the men to take him away. Then, he directed the sailors to move the ship away from the gangway. The galleon, which had been anchored in the outer sea, heard the gunfire and also entered the dock. At this time, thousands of pirates on the island swarmed towards the dock. They were holding all kinds of weapons and yelling loudly, rushing to the dock like wolves. The pirates wanted to recapture the ships. If they lost the ships, they would only be able to wait for death on the island. As soon as they rushed to the dock, the gunfire erupted. The galleon's cannons flashed and boomed. The large cylindrical cannonballs launched from the naval cannons flew toward the pirates like swarms of bees. The hordes of pirates had not seen the power of explosive shells before. They were crammed together, rushing forward in a dense mass. A single naval cannonball caused a bloody mess. No one within a radius of 10 meters remained standing. The pirates had not yet figured out the situation, and most of them had already been killed by the naval cannonballs. The previously dense crowd had become sparse. The few remaining pirates who were still standing, some were frozen in place, looking at their fallen companions, not knowing what to do. Others turned and ran, scattering in all directions. Silver Tree Island was only 10 kilometers long and less than 5 kilometers wide. The island was surrounded by seawater. Where could they escape to? After the pirates retreated, Zhang Chun dispatched a 200-man force to search the entire island and wipe out the remaining pirates. He also arranged for people to unload 10 shore defense cannons from the ship, transport them to the hill at the edge of the dock, and begin to build simple shore defense fortifications. Silver Tree Island was far from the sea lanes, and its geographical location wasn't important. Apart from pirates, it was unlikely that anyone else would attack this place. Deploying 10 shore defense cannons to guard the island should be more than enough. When Xiao Jin landed, the mopping up operation on the island had already ended. Apart from some younger pirates and some women, all the other pirates had been killed. Less than 200 were left. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun toured the entire island together to understand the situation on the island. There was plenty of rain here, and there was a freshwater lake on the island. There were many fields suitable for farming. What surprised Xiao Jian was that he actually saw many cattle and sheep on the island. Wild dogs, pheasants, wild ducks, wildcats, and other animals were also everywhere. These animals were not afraid of humans and were very similar to the domestic animals on the mainland, likely belonging to animals raised by the Aborigines. The vegetation on the island was lush, and there were many birds. The ground was covered with a thick layer of bird droppings, which had polluted the water in the freshwater lake. The freshwater in this lake was okay for bathing, but it was not suitable for drinking. If they wanted to station troops here for a long time, they would have to find a way to purify the water. Near the pirates' residences, there were many coconut trees and loquat trees, and some other artificially planted fruit trees. These large fruit trees were at least a few decades old. They existed before the pirates occupied this place. It could be seen that the island was previously inhabited. Many species here were only found on the mainland. These residents should be from Han China. These species were likely brought from Han China as well. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun returned from their tour of the island, and Heitan said, "Master, there is a Chinese pirate who wants to see you." Xiao Jian looked at Heitan strangely and said, "What is it? Why does he have to see me?" Heitan added, "When we attacked the ship, this pirate was still drinking. He surrendered without resistance and said that he had important matters and had to see you to say it. Xiao Jin nodded and had He Tin bring the prisoner in. Xiao Jin glanced at the Chinese person and then looked at the sea casually, saying, "Is it you who wants to see me? Speak. Let's see if the things you say are worth your life." A Chinese person working with dwarf country people is a pirate. Xiao Jin looked down on that kind of person. The Chinese pirate did not feel resentment from Xiao Jin's disregardful attitude. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. He said, "I am not one of One-Eyed Li's men. I infiltrated to gather information. I am what you would call a spy." Xiao Jin turned back to look at him in surprise. He had not expected that this person would be a spy that had infiltrated the enemy's ranks. The pirate continued, "The Han Chinese in the South Sea have always been relatively united, and there have rarely been irreconcilable conflicts. Only One-Eyed Li is the mortal enemy of the Han Chinese." Xiao Jin had come to Luzon Island to support the Han Chinese, but he would not believe the man just because he said he was a Han Chinese spy. He asked, "Who are you a spy for? What was your purpose in infiltrating here? You better tell the truth, or the consequences will be unpleasant." The Chinese pirate said, "My name is Lin Hai. I am a subordinate of Lin Liangqian. Our leader wants to see Silver Tree Island, so he sent me to infiltrate and gather information." "Oh, where is your base? And how many people are there?" This question was asked by Zhang Chun. Lin Hai did not speak. No pirate would be willing to tell others their base so easily. Zhang Chun said coldly, "Do you think that if you don't tell us, we will not be able to find out? I believe there are not a few of the remaining hundreds of pirates who know your men." Lin Hai thought for a moment. This was not a secret. Even if he didn't say it, they could easily find out. It would be better to be frank. "Our base is on Lin Family Island, which is 200 miles away from Silver Tree Island, to the west. There are more than 3,000 people on the island." Xiao Jin brought over a nautical chart and had Lin Hai mark the location of Lin Family Island. According to Lin Hai, Lin Family Island was even smaller than Silver Tree Island. It was high on the outskirts and low in the middle. The island relied on a few wells for fresh water, and the water quality was poor, barely suitable for drinking. Chapter 357, Meeting with Tainyo on Twin Islands. The fact that the well could provide fresh water meant that the soil on Lin Family Island had low salt content. Lin Hai also said that there were coconut and palm trees on the island, and that crops could be grown there. Xiao Jin looked at Silver Tree Island marked on the nautical chart. They had actually crossed the Devil's Sea. Silver Tree Island was located about 300 kilometers southeast of Coconut Island. It was much further away than Coconut Island, and only 200 kilometers away from Lee Mountain Island, where One-Eyed Li was entrenched. There were many large and small islands nearby, and it was the most concentrated area for pirates. The nearest island to Silver Tree Island was less than 30 kilometers away. After looking at the map, Xiao Jin solemnly asked, "What other pirate forces are closest to here?" He knew that someone who could act as a spy would definitely be familiar with the situation in the area. Another force of One-Eyed Li's is on Central Ring Island, to the northwest. It's only 100 kilometers from here. Central Ring Island is the largest island nearby. There are more than 5,000 pirates and dozens of ships there. Lin Hai betrayed One-Eyed Li without any hesitation. "Hey Tan, take Lin Hai down to rest. He is our guest. Arrange for his accommodations." Xiao Jin wanted to discuss the next steps with Zhang Chun and couldn't talk about it in front of Lin Hai. "Cousin, I'm afraid we won't be able to take down Central Ring Island with our current manpower." Zhang Chun was still looking at the nautical chart. Central Ring Island was too close to Silver Tree Island, making them feel insecure. Xiao Jin pondered for a moment and said with a frown, "If we had another galleon, we would have a chance to fight. But with only one warship, if the other is entangled by the enemy, we'll be in danger. We can't take that risk." Xiao Jin wasn't afraid of their cannons, but he was afraid that the enemy would use small boats to entangle their galleon and then launch a fire attack. "A lot of ants can kill an elephant. I don't know if Tainyo and the others have escaped. We'll leave 100 sailors and guard soldiers on Silver Tree Island, and 2 pirate ships will also stay here. The galleon and the other 3 pirate ships will accompany us to Coconut Island." Xiao Jin was worried about Tainyo and the others. He didn't know where the super typhoon had blown them. The carrier pigeons they had brought had already been destroyed in the last typhoon, so they couldn't contact Huangshi Village or Coconut Island. Zhang Chun asked, "What should we do with that Han Chinese spy?" Xiao Jin thought for a moment and said, "Let him go with us. After we get to Coconut Island, we'll let him leave and find his own way back to Lin Family Island." The next day, just as dawn broke, the galleon and 3 pirate ships set sail and headed for Coconut Island. This time, Xiao Jin left Heitan on Silver Tree Island. Heitan had always been by Xiao Jin's side, and he was unwilling to leave Xiao Jin, but he couldn't find a more suitable candidate. Someone had to be in charge of Silver Tree Island. Central Ring Island was located exactly halfway between Silver Tree Island and Coconut Island. The fleet first sailed north for a distance, avoiding Central Ring Island, and then sailed west straight towards Coconut Island. There were many hidden reefs along this route, and the galleon's sails were not fully repaired, so the fleet was traveling slowly. Fortunately, with Lin Hai guiding the route, they arrived at the Twin Islands waters on the morning of the second day. Xiao Jin eagerly picked up the telescope to observe the situation on the Twin Islands. The fleet was on the south side of the Twin Islands, and was able to see the harbor where the ships were docked. There was a galleon docked safely inside the harbor. Xiao Jin immediately cheered up and said, "Tainyo's ship escaped and is on the Twin Islands." Zhang Chun was also observing the harbor with his telescope and said, "Only 2 transport ships are docked inside. The other 3 transport ships must have encountered trouble." Remembering the danger at the time, Xiao Jin sighed. "It's very good that it ended like this. Those who escaped are lucky." After a long silence, he solemnly said, "We will erect a monument on the Twin Islands to commemorate the soldiers who died in this disaster. They did not die for themselves, and they made a contribution to Han China and the Han Chinese. They deserve to be admired by future generations." Zhang Chun didn't say anything. Hong Yangzi's personal guards, the surrounding guards, and the sailors all remained silent. Their eyes were filled with tears. They felt that all of this was worth it. On the Twin Islands, Tainyo also saw Xiao Jin's fleet. He recognized the remodeled galleon, but he didn't understand why there were 3 unfamiliar ships with them. Tainyo immediately boarded the ship and led the remaining 2 sailing ships to greet them. During this period, he had been restless on the Twin Islands, not knowing where Xiao Jin's ships had been blown. When the typhoon hit, the galleon that Xiao Jin was on was at the front of the fleet and was the first to be caught in the typhoon. The galleon that Tainyo was on was at the back of the fleet. He had no idea what had happened at the front. The fleet was completely disrupted by the typhoon. He had constantly blamed himself and felt that he shouldn't have allowed Xiao Jin's galleon to lead. Because of this, he had cried many times and had requested Huangshi Village to relieve him of his position as the commander of the naval camp. When Xiao Jin saw Tainyo, he almost didn't recognize him. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, his clothes were as dirty as a beggar's, and his once strong body had become emaciated and pale. He was staggering when he walked, and the tears that were flowing from his eyes left tear streaks on his dirty face. He came to Xiao Jin, and knelt on the ground. He didn't say a word, just sobbed. Xiao Jin quickly stepped forward and helped him up, saying, "Tainyo, what are you doing? How did you get so thin?" Zhang Chun stepped forward and said, "I understand how you're feeling, but it's all right now. We are all okay. And this is not your fault." Only after hearing Zhang Chun's words did Xiao Jin understand what was happening. He stepped forward, patted Tainyo on the shoulder, and laughed. "Ha ha, how could you blame yourself for this? You can't control a typhoon. Don't worry, I'm lucky. I won't die anytime soon." Ever since his younger sister had starved to death, Tainyo had been living with a sense of self-blame. He wanted to prove himself, but he didn't expect that Xiao Jin would be lost under his watch. This was a serious responsibility, and he couldn't face the people of Xianrenping. Xiao Jin reached out and slowly wiped the tears from his face and said, "Don't take the blame on yourself. This has nothing to do with you. Cheer up. We still need your continued efforts here in the South Sea. We are far from the point where we can take the burden off our shoulders." Tainyo nodded vigorously and said, choking, "Yes, master. Don't worry. I will work hard. I can't let anyone down again." Tainyo had always been proper, but he still lacked some experience. He was a bit lacking in a broader perspective, which required careful nurturing. Of course, it was also because Zhang Chun, Luing Jie, and Goer were too outstanding, making it difficult for him to have a chance to show his abilities. This time, the southbound fleet suffered heavy losses, and most of the steel bars and cement that they were carrying were lost. The shore defense fortifications on the Twin Islands were basically completed, but the shore defense fortifications on the opposite Coconut Island were still temporary due to a lack of materials. Chapter 358. The Girl with Unusual Expressions. Zhang Chun and Tainyo were in charge in the South Sea. This was the first time the 3 of them were discussing matters together. Xiao Jin said, "This place is still too far from Julong Mountain. Transporting supplies is too troublesome. I want to build a cement factory and an iron factory on Coconut Island. What do you think?" It was the first time Tainyo had participated in this kind of discussion, so he didn't dare to speak. He was participating with the attitude of learning. Zhang Chun looked at Tainyo, and seeing that he didn't intend to speak, he said, "Building factories here has many advantages. There is a high-grade iron ore on Coconut Island, and there are many coal mines nearby. The key is defense." Xiao Jian looked at Tainyo. Tainyo couldn't act like a turtle with its head in its shell anymore. He said, "Building more factories should be a good thing, right? I just don't know if the government will allow us to mine." Zhang Chun laughed and said, "Tainyo, don't be so afraid of everything. Be bolder. Is it really important if the government allows us to mine or not? Ever since the Nanyang Company occupied Siang Island and Oko, the imperial court has not managed things here anymore. We are the ones in charge here. If we can't even achieve that, why are we building factories here? Do you want to do all the work for others?" Xiao Jian was even more straightforward, saying, "It doesn't matter whether the imperial court manages things here or not. We do our own thing. If they don't provoke us, we'll pay what we owe. If they dare to provoke us, we'll smack them, or simply drive them away." Tainyo felt his blood boiling. Without the shackles of the government, it would be much more convenient to do things. He felt that his vision was too shallow. Tainyo got up and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master, and Brother Zhang, for your teachings. I understand." Xiao Jian's main purpose for coming to Coconut Island was to meet Governor Wang Yensong. Governor Wang lived in the backyard of the Zhushan City Government Office. The gatekeeper led Xiao Jian through the outer courtyard all the way to the study in the inner courtyard. There were no servants who came out to take over from the gatekeeper. The backyard was empty and very quiet. The study was sparsely furnished. Apart from the bookshelves filled with books, there wasn't even a decent painting. The tea table on the side was already old and dilapidated. Governor Wang was sitting at the side of the tea table. When he saw Xiao Jian, he got up to greet him. He had a youthful appearance despite his white hair, and a snow-white beard that looked like the feathers of a crane. He had a ruddy complexion like a child's, and a kind face. When he smiled, his eyes were filled with love, warm like a spring breeze. After exchanging some pleasantries, they each took a seat. Governor Wang said, "I never expected Master Xiao to be so young, yet be so strategic and able to help the world. It makes this old man ashamed." At this time, a young girl walked in with tea sets. She was wearing a light blue dress. Her slightly tan skin gave her a healthy beauty. Her black hair flowed down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her cheeks had a light blush. The girl skillfully arranged the teacups on the tea table, poured tea for Governor Wang first, and then turned to pour tea for Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian moved his teacup and thanked her softly without paying much attention to the girl. He picked up on Governor Wang's words and said, "It's also the situation that has forced me to do this. I am not my own master. There are barbarians invading in the north, and the Nanyang Company is aggressive in the south. If the Han Chinese don't work hard, I am afraid that our entire nation will suffer." The girl who was pouring the tea didn't seem to be thinking about anything. The teacup was full, but she was still pouring, and the hot water overflowed onto the tea table. Xiao Jian quickly got up and took the teapot, saying, "Be careful, don't burn yourself." When Governor Wang saw this, he coughed several times, as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. The girl's face turned red, and she said, "Sorry," before picking up the teapot and running out again in a hurry. The girl's interruption made both of them forget what they were talking about. Governor Wang raised a new topic, asking, "I've heard that Master Xiao does not accept silver in Huangshi village, and instead uses barter to trade. I am ignorant and have always been puzzled by this. Can Master explain it to me?" Governor Wang's intentions were obvious. He wanted to learn more about Xiao Jian. If he acted without any reason and was just a warrior, it would not be worth it for him to lower himself and pledge his allegiance to him. He was also curious about Huangshi village's actions. He had never heard of anyone who did not want silver. Xiao Jian bowed his hand and politely said, "Governor Wang, you are too humble." He then asked in return, "Governor Wang, what do foreign merchants purchase and sell in Zhushan City? Is the flow of goods balanced?" Governor Wang thought for a moment and said, "What they bring are mostly spices. There are also some other goods, but the quantity is small. The items that they purchase are numerous, mainly silk and porcelain. If we talk about balance, they earn very little silver from their sales, which is definitely not enough for their purchases. Isn't this a good thing? We have earned a lot of silver." Xiao Jian shook his head and said seriously, "We have indeed earned a lot of silver, but can this silver be eaten? Or can it be worn to keep us warm?" Governor Wang still didn't understand his meaning and countered, "Silver can be used to buy food. We also need to pay our soldiers during war, right? As long as we have silver, we can buy any supplies that we need, right? Xiao Jian felt somewhat helpless. The scholars of this era had almost no understanding of economics. It was very difficult to explain all these issues clearly. He could only explain simply, yes, in Han China, silver can buy any supplies, but isn't that only limited to within the borders of Han China? Can you use silver to buy these supplies from foreign merchants? Governor Wang thought for a moment and shook his head in confusion, saying, most of these goods are not very valuable. They do not sell these cheap goods because foreign merchants have a long way to travel and transporting these things is inconvenient. Xiao Jian spread his hands and laughed. Therefore, what we buy is still our own products. No matter how much silver we have in hand, the amount of our products will not increase. In the end, silver will only become less and less valuable, and the price of goods will become higher and higher. Governor Wang asked in confusion, if we have more silver, aren't we richer? We need silver for wars or disaster relief. Xiao Jian patiently explained, a country is not considered rich based on the amount of silver, but based on the amount of goods it has produced. Relief silver must eventually be turned into food, and soldiers' pay must be turned into goods to be useful. Silver only facilitates transactions. It has no actual value of its own. Governor Wang lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly got up and sincerely said, this old man is short-sighted. Master is right. A large amount of silver entering Han China will only leave more of our people unable to get enough food and clothes. Therefore, Master wants to use barter. If they transport food, we will not have famines everywhere in Han China, and there will not be refugees everywhere, and we won't have wars erupting. Xiao Jian nodded and said, silver does facilitate trade, but the burden of maintaining the value of silver should not be borne solely by Han China. Our brothers and sisters are starving. They are even resorting to exchanging their children to eat. Yet we are giving our goods away with both hands. This is slaughtering our brothers and sisters. It is a crime. As he spoke, his tone had become unusually stern. Chapter 359. Winning over Governor Wang. Governor Wang stood up, bowed, and cupped his hands, giving Xiao Jian a bow. He said solemnly, thank you, Master, for your analysis. It has awakened me like a dream. It turns out that the silver that we all yearn for is like a poison, harming us. Xiao Jian stood by the window, looking out, and slowly said, due to climate change, the grain production of Han China has been reduced by more than half. Based on the current output, it is not enough to feed even half of the current population, and this harsh climate will continue for decades. As he spoke, his tone became more and more somber. Xiao Jian stared out the window for a long time. Governor Wang's heart also became heavy. He asked in surprise, Master Xiao, are you saying that this cold climate will continue? What exactly is going on? Why is it like this? Xiao Jian was about to answer his question using the Little Ice Age theory, but he felt like something was wrong. He was momentarily stunned. According to the knowledge he had, the current era should not be in the Ice Age. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He thought again. Given the current climate, it did match what he knew about the Ice Age very well. Perhaps he had made a mistake. In the end, he still used the Little Ice Age to answer Governor Wang's question. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain the current climate anomaly. Xiao Jian said, this type of climate change has a name that you don't know, called the Little Ice Age. The Little Ice Age has appeared many times in history. Each time, it has resulted in a sharp decline in population and a change in dynasties. The appearance of the Little Ice Age is accompanied by the cooling of the climate throughout the world, lasting for decades. Governor Wang didn't ask how Xiao Jian knew this. He carefully recalled the history books he had read and found that every dynastic change was accompanied by unusual weather. This was actually caused by the arrival of the Little Ice Age. Xiao Jian turned back and looked at Governor Wang. When he saw the surprised look on his face, he quickly said, Governor Wang, don't ask me anymore. I can't explain how the Little Ice Age formed, but it is a fact that cannot be changed by human power. He continued to look out the window, and, continuing the previous topic, he said somberly, if we do not make up for the grain shortage of Han China, at least, half of the Han Chinese people will die, maybe from starvation, maybe in battle, but they will have to die. I know this outcome very well, but I am helpless. Xiao Jian's voice was trembling slightly, and his eyes were slightly red. He had been trying hard to save them, but so far, the results had been minimal, and he was a bit discouraged. Governor Wang also saw that Xiao Jian was worried. He went to his side and comforted him. Master Xiao, you do not have to blame yourself. You have done very well. With your strength alone, you have helped many people. This is obvious to all. Xiao Jian didn't turn around again. He didn't want Governor Wang to see his tear-filled eyes. But they are all my compatriots, Governor Wang. You haven't seen the children in the refugee groups. It's truly unbearable. Every time I think of their longing eyes, I feel extremely heartbroken and uneasy. But I don't have the ability to help them. Even Zion Rimping lacks a large amount of food. Governor Wang asked with concern, have you not purchased food to take back with you? It is still possible to buy some food in the market, and you can buy it in Jushan City. Xiao Jin shook his head and said, what's the point of buying more food in Han China? It would only be to exchange one group of people who are starving to death with another. I don't want them to die because of me. Does Master want to buy food from outside? After saying that, Governor Wang shook his head helplessly and sighed, that is probably not very easy. The other side won't sell food to us. Their food isn't plentiful either. He lowered his head and thought. Then, he looked at Xiao Jian and said with regret, penicillin is what they urgently need. Exchanging it for food may be feasible, but the quantity is too small. It's a drop in the bucket. Xiao Jian pretended to rub his eyes, wiping the tears from his face. Then, he returned to the tea table and sat down, saying, Europe is at war. This is our opportunity. If they want weapons, they have to exchange something for it. We don't want silver. It's best to exchange it for food. Then, he switched to a ferocious expression and said sharply, if that doesn't work, I'll have to steal it. To survive, I don't care about being the bad guy. Governor Wang didn't speak. He was a scholar and didn't like using force to solve problems. But he understood Xiao Jian and admired him very much. Governor Wang stood by the window for a long time. Then, he turned around and looked at Xiao Jian and said resolutely, Master Xiao, I have never admired anyone in my life, but today I admire you. If Master does not look down on my inability, I am willing to follow Master for the rest of my life and work together to save the Han Chinese. After speaking, he bowed deeply to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian quickly stood up and returned the bow, saying, Governor Wang, please don't make me feel embarrassed. How dare I say that you are following me? We are working together to help the Han Chinese overcome this difficulty. Now that Governor Wang had decided to follow Xiao Jian, he immediately began to plan for him, saying, Jilong Mountain is too far away, and the sea route goes through the area controlled by the Nanyang Company, which is not safe. I think we can build an iron factory on Coconut Island. It will be much more convenient to produce some weapons directly here. However, the defense of Coconut Island must be strengthened. The matter of building a factory on Coconut Island had been discussed with Zhang Chun and the others before. Xiao Jian thought for a moment and felt that Governor Wang's suggestion made sense. He asked, are there iron mines on Coconut Island? If we rely entirely on sea transport for iron ore, the cost will still be too high. Governor Wang said in surprise, of course, there are iron mines on Coconut Island. They are on Loose Stone Mountain. Master, did you not know about that? Loose Stone Mountain is a high-quality open-pit mine that is very easy to mine. It's just that transportation is a bit inconvenient. There is only one mountain road leading to the mining area. I am afraid it needs to be repaired. Xiao Jian's previous depression was instantly lifted. He was immediately invigorated. He had always wanted to find a large iron or mine to build a large iron factory. This Governor Wang was truly helpful. As soon as he offered his allegiance, he immediately brought him hope. Transportation is not a problem. We at Jilong Mountain are already able to produce self-propelled mining carts. No human transportation is needed. However, we will need to build a railway. I'm afraid we will have to wait for the iron factory in the shipyard to begin production before we have enough steel to build this railway. Governor Wang asked in surprise, self-propelled mining carts? Does Master mean mining carts that do not require animal power and can move on their own? Xiao Jian nodded and said, that's right. It doesn't need animal power or human power. All it needs is to burn coal, and it can transport the amount of thousands of ox carts at once. Governor Wang, you should have also heard of the iron ships of the Nanyang Company. These iron ships have no sails and are propelled by this machine. Governor Wang also became energized. He said, with such divine artifacts, I am more confident in Master's idea to save the Han Chinese. As for the road repairs, Master, you can leave it to me. You only need to arrange for craftsmen to come here and lead and supervise the construction. Xiao Jian lightly clapped the tea table and said, good. I will immediately notify Huangshe Village to arrange for a construction team to come here and start work on building the roadbed. After discussing the matter of the iron factory, Governor Wang also gave his suggestions on selling weapons, saying, Master Xiao, selling weapons to Europe is too far away. I think we should sell our weapons to Shilua and Dayue. They are also fighting a fierce battle. Chapter 360. A maid resembling Zhao Jin's. Xiao Jin's eyes widened immediately. He asked in surprise, are Shilua and Dayue at war? Who is stronger and who is weaker now? Governor Wang stroked his beard and laughed. The envoys of the Shilua kingdom have been seeking help from Han China, and they come here several times each year. They have already been pushed by the Dayue kingdom to only a small piece of land near Kampa. Shouldn't we support the weaker side? After all, they are still a subordinate state of Han China. Seeing Governor Wang acting like a saint, Xiao Jian also didn't want to ruin his good mood. So he cooperated, saying, this Dayue kingdom is too inconsiderate. How can they beat the Shilua kingdom so badly? No, we have to uphold justice in this matter. We can't send people for the time being, so let's support them with weapons. Governor Wang, please arrange this. I would like to meet their envoy. After speaking, the old man and the young man couldn't help but laugh heartily. They had finished discussing the official matters, which had gone very well. Both of them were smiling. Governor Wang got up and said, today, I have prepared some simple wine. I hope Master Xiao will join me for a small drink at my humble home. Please don't refuse. Since they were now on the same side, Xiao Jian did not need to be polite. He stood up and said, I'll do as you say. I will trouble Governor Wang. After a few rounds of polite greetings, Governor Wang led Xiao Jian to the main hall. A dining table was placed against the wall in the hall. Governor Wang pulled out a chair in the northwest corner and said, Master Xiao, please sit down. The home meal is simple. Please forgive us. They had another round of polite gestures before they sat down. Xiao Jian secretly muttered to himself, these officials are really troublesome, even when it comes to eating a meal. After the kitchen served the dishes, they toasted a few glasses of wine to each other. The conversation then became more casual. Governor Wang asked, may I know how old is Master Xiao? And you are not yet married, correct? Xiao Jian thought of Shuya. He hadn't heard from her in a long time. Perhaps she had already forgotten about him, her fiancé. Governor Wang was considered an elder. Xiao Jian didn't think it was right to hide anything. He said, my father once arranged a marriage for me. After the cities of Huzhou and Shangzhou fell, we lost contact. According to the rules of ancient times, Chen Bihua was not a formally wedded wife, but only a concubine. He also had a marriage contract with Zhao Jin's, but Zhao Jin's was even more nowhere to be found. After a few more glasses, they were both a little tipsy. Governor Wang also put down the airs of an elder and an official, stroked his beard, and said, that woman truly has no luck. Master Xiao, what do you think of my granddaughter? Without thinking, Xiao Jian casually praised, she is very good and very outstanding. Governor Wang said somewhat sadly, this child's fate is also bitter. Her mother passed away early, and when she was 3 years old, her father died in a naval battle, leaving only this granddaughter. I have raised her myself. He sighed again. Now is a time of turmoil, and wars are erupting everywhere. I am old and weak. I am just a little worried about her. I would like to ask Master to look after her in the future. Xiao Jian agreed without hesitation. There were many teenagers in Xianrenping, so adding one more wouldn't make a difference. She could keep Chen Bihua and Shaoling company. Don't worry, Governor Wang. Wang Yaqing is my younger sister. I won't allow her to be wronged. Governor Wang looked at Xiao Jian with a smile. He knew that Xiao Jian did not understand what he meant. He said, Master Xiao, since Master's parents are no longer here, and you are single, you can just call me Uncle Wang. I will act like an old man and be brazen for once and offer Yaqing to Master. I wonder what Master thinks about it. Governor Wang had actually had this idea for a long time. He just didn't know how to bring it up. Now, they had both drunk a lot of wine, so he had fewer scruples. It was worth it to go all out once for his granddaughter. Xiao Jian was stunned. He really hadn't thought that Governor Wang would offer his granddaughter to him, but if he refused face to face, he would put Governor Wang in a difficult position. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. If he remained silent for too long, it could lead to misunderstandings. Xiao Jian hesitated and said, this, your kindness, uncle, makes me feel overwhelmed. However, what does Miss Wang think about this? Her parents made the decision, and the matchmaker will handle it. She has no say in the matter, Governor Wang said very righteously. Xiao Jian had intended to use his granddaughter as a shield, but it seemed that it wouldn't work. He could only stall for time. Uncle, my housekeeper, Zhang, has been with my father for many years. I have always regarded him as an elder as well. Would it be okay if I asked Zhang to discuss this matter with Uncle? Directly refusing was not appropriate. He would push it back first and then discuss it with Zhang. He also had to let Uncle Zhao know about this matter. After all, Uncle Zhao had also said that he had betrothed Zhao Jin's to him, but that had been put on hold when Zhao Jin's had disappeared. Governor Wang had no objections. The key was to get the matter settled first. He very happily said, "Since you regard your housekeeper as an elder, it is appropriate for him to make the decision. This matter is settled then. When will your housekeeper be arriving? Or perhaps, I can visit him once as well?" The old ginger is spicier. He was no match for Governor Wang in this regard. Xiao Jian felt that he had been cornered, but he still had to brace himself and continue. A new cement factory is being built in Xinjiang, and the shipyard is also building a new iron factory. These are all managed by Zhang. After these two factories are completed, he will be heading south to be in charge of the construction of the iron factory on Coconut Island. It will take a few months at most, and perhaps even earlier. Uncle Wang nodded, looking very happy. He shouted, "Mengzhu." At this time, a maid-dressed woman walked in, bowed slightly, and replied, "Master." Xiao Jian turned his head and looked at the maid. Her deep and piercing eyes caused Xiao Jian to become lost in thought. He looked at the maid with a blank stare. These eyes made him involuntarily think of Zhao Jin's. His mood instantly became depressed. Zhao Jin's had not been heard from for a long time, and he didn't know how she was doing. Governor Wang was in a good mood and didn't pay attention to Xiao Jian. He said to the maid, "Let your young lady come over and greet Master Xiao." The maid turned and left. Xiao Jian was still staring blankly at her back. She looked very much like Zhao Jin's, but she lacked a sense of nobility and had more of the lowliness of a servant. Of course, Xiao Jian knew that she was not Zhao Jin's. It was just that her eyes and body were extremely similar to Zhao Jin's. However, her face shape was very different, and she was more voluptuous than Zhao Jin's. Wang Yaqing soon entered. What shocked Xiao Jian was that she was the girl who had poured the tea in the study. Young woman Wang Yaqing greets Master Xiao. She gave a perfunctory bow and then turned around to stand behind Governor Wang. Xiao Jian didn't even take a second look at Wang Yaqing. He was still thinking about Zhao Jin's and did not respond to her greeting. Uncle Wang coughed lightly, bringing Xiao Jian back to reality. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, it was my fault. I suddenly remembered someone, and I was lost in thought for a moment." Governor Wang stroked his beard and said, "Is she somewhat similar to Mengzhu?" Mengzhu is also a pitiful child. Her father encountered a typhoon at sea, and he never returned. Yaqing saw that she was alone and had no place to go, and that they were of similar ages, so she took her in to keep her company. Chapter 361, Changes in the Pendant Space. Master Wang's explanation was rather subtle, but in reality, he had simply acquired a maid for Wang Yaqing. Xiao Jian's lack of propriety had annoyed Wang Yaqing. She teased, "The person who resembles Mengzhu must be young Master Zhao's soulmate, wouldn't you say?" This girl was rather fierce, and didn't seem too impressed with him. Her words were certainly not ladylike. Xiao Jian laughed self-deprecatingly. "Actually, I'm not sure what to call her. I've always thought of her as a little sister." He didn't harbor any romantic feelings for Zhao Jin's, but she definitely had feelings for him. Moreover, he had promised Uncle Zhao that he would marry Zhao Jin's if he found her. Wang Yaqing pursed her lips, scoffing, "Heh, does young Master Xiao have many sisters? I wonder if you could introduce me to them?" Xiao Jian felt a bit awkward by her sarcasm and could only speak the truth. "Her name is Zhao Jin's. She disappeared during the plague in Qingsha City. Oh, and my teacher's granddaughter, Xiaoling, is also like a sister to me. So, just the two of them." Master Wang, seeing Wang Yaqing's impropriety, scolded her, "Yaqing, that's enough. Don't be rude." But Wang Yaqing did not let Xiao Jian off the hook despite Master Wang's admonishment. She snorted, "Humph. Martial artists are uninhibited. It's normal to have a few extra sisters. I'm about to become young Master Zhao's sister too, aren't I? Right. Young Master Xiao will treat me as a real sister, won't you?" Before Master Wang could scold her again, she fled, as if escaping. Master Wang looked distressed and felt a bit embarrassed. He spread his hands and said, "Please forgive her, young Master Xiao. I'm always busy with official duties and have rarely disciplined her. I also spoil her too much, which has led to her boyish personality." Xiao Jian waved his hand and laughed. "Ha ha, it's just a child's temperament. My teacher's granddaughter, Xiaoling, is the same way. Uncle, please don't take it to heart." Remembering Xiaoling, Xiao Jian felt a warmth in his heart. Xiaoling was still young, a bit boisterous. When she grew up, she would probably be like Yaqing. They chatted for a while more, and then Xiao Jian stood up to take his leave. When Zhang Chun had previously visited Coconut Island, He had purchased a 5-courtyard house in Jushan City. A plaque hung above the gate, bearing the characters, Xiao Residence. It was a residence he had prepared specifically for Xiao Jian, knowing that Xiao Jian would come to Jushan City eventually. Xiao Jian's status was now different. Staying at an inn was no longer suitable. It was not only difficult to guarantee security, but it would also make people think of him as merely a temporary visitor. The inner courtyard had remained empty. When Xiao Jian returned to the Xiao residence, the inner courtyard had been cleaned. The guard battalion had already set up sentry posts, and Hong Yangzi's personal guard team had also moved in. The courtyard was quite lively. For days, Xiao Jian met with various people in Jushan City, handling business matters, and he also purchased a large quantity of grain within the city. He intended to store these grains on Shuanglian Island as reserve provisions. After the grain was loaded onto the galleon, Xiao Jian also returned to the ship, ready to return to Shuanglian Island. Shortly after Xiao Jian boarded the ship, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, followed by thunder and lightning. It hadn't rained on the mainland for a long time, but the South Sea didn't seem to lack water at all. He looked up at the sky and saw several bolts of lightning streak straight down from the depths of the sky, striking the distant sea surface. Xiao Jian's heart suddenly jolted. He remembered the strange events in the Devil's Sea, the black sphere emerging from the mountain peak and the transparent tubes that had shot down from space. Could these bolts of lightning also be carrying those transparent tubes? Thinking of the golden liquid inside the tubes, he couldn't help but think of the strange celestial phenomena in the pendant space. The square box at the end of the black net seemed to be accumulating that golden liquid. Xiao Jian turned and walked towards the lower deck, then looked back at Black Charcoal and Hong Yangzi, who were following him, and said, "Black Charcoal, you and Hong Yangzi stay outside. Don't let anyone come in." Xiao Jian was about to enter the pendant space and didn't want anyone to discover his sudden disappearance. He entered the pendant space and looked up at the square box in the sky. The red sun was still enveloped by the black net. The golden liquid in the square box at the end of the net was almost full. Looking at the golden liquid in the box, Xiao Jian immediately confirmed that the transparent tubes that had appeared in the Devil's Sea carried the same substance. He observed the red sun enveloped by the black net. The energy emitted by the red sun seemed to be largely absorbed by the black net, making it appear less dazzling. Xiao Jian suddenly wondered if the black net might be an energy conversion device. And the square box at the end of the net seemed more like an energy storage container. Thinking this, Xiao Jian felt a pang of anxiety. If the black net was truly collecting energy, how terrifying would the energy stored in the box be? Who was behind all of this? What did they want to do by collecting such a massive amount of energy? The black net covering the sun was in the pendant space. Perhaps all of this was the work of the Guardian? But Xiao Jian still felt extremely uneasy, with a sense that a great disaster was imminent, a feeling that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Xiao Jian still didn't understand. Perhaps the black net covering the sun in the pendant space was just a sign, but what was it a sign of? He began to explore the entire pendant space, hoping to find an answer. He hadn't entered the pendant space since he had found a pendant fragment in the desert of the training space. The pendant had gained a fragment, repairing a part of itself, and the pendant space had also undergone significant changes. The pendant space had expanded again, and at the edge of the space, he could faintly see lush green mountains. A river meandered out from the depths of the mountains, its clear waters flowing across the entire land. The space was no longer as barren as it used to be. However, the land was too quiet, the trees and flowers still as a picture and unchanging. There was no breeze blowing, nor did any animals appear. The only thing that changed was the river that crossed the land, the clear water flowing along its course. The pendant fragment he had collected had not only expanded the space but had also changed the environment within it. However, no new buildings had been added. Behind the metal building with the workbench, the spherical building that led into the training space still stood like a large mushroom. Behind the spherical building, the area was still shrouded in gray mist. Clearly, the space had not changed in this direction. Xiao Jian had not found any clues about the black net covering the sun and had to give up for now. Looking at the changes in the pendant space, he suddenly thought that the pendant's ability to carry matter should have expanded as well, right? Xiao Jian immediately exited the pendant space and began transferring the gold dust from the ship's hold into the pendant space. Even after transferring all the gold dust from the bottom hold, no anomaly occurred. Looking at the mountains of gold dust piled up in the pendant space, which should have long exceeded the previous weight limit, Xiao Jian's heart stirred. Perhaps the pendant space no longer had carrying restrictions? He returned to the cargo hold filled with grain and transferred all the sacks of grain into the pendant space. The pendant space still showed no anomalies. Chapter 362. A Sudden Meteor Shower. He patted the sacks of grain piled up in the pendant space and laughed heartily, the previous gloom completely dispelled. The changes in the pendant space were indeed unexpected. With the ability to carry a large amount of supplies, the issue of the unknown space was solved. Not only was the unknown space problem solved, it would also be a huge help in the real world. He laughed to himself. Ha! Ha! It looks like the pendant space no longer has a carrying limit. With this pendant space, I wouldn't even need a transport fleet. Xiao Jian exited the pendant space, and looking at the empty hold in front of him, he suddenly felt a headache again. The gold dust and grain in the hold were all handled by Zhang Chun. Now that it had all suddenly disappeared, how was he going to explain it to Zhang Chun? He remembered the fortune-telling Taoist and the menacing man, the soul-devouring spirit, in Huzhou City, who were investigating the light orbs that had fallen from the sky on North Mountain. Xian Renping was also destroyed by barbarian cavalry because of that, and his father and teacher had died in that disaster. All of it was because of this pendant of his. The pendant space's secrets must not be known by outsiders, especially the soul-devouring spirits. Xiao Jian meditated for a moment, but even if he could get away with it this time, there would be many more similar situations in the future. Without someone to cover for him, people would eventually notice the anomalies. After all, the amount of supplies he wanted to move was simply too large. It was impossible to hide it from Zhang Chun. As long as he didn't reveal the pendant or give too much information, it should be fine, right? Only Zhang Chun could cover up the truth for him in the future. Otherwise, the pendant space's secret would eventually be noticed by outsiders and discovered by the soul-devouring spirits. Xiao Jian composed himself and walked to the cabin door. He knocked on the door and called out, "Black Charcoal," informed Zhang Chun to come to the lower deck alone. Black Charcoal and Hung Nyangzi had been guarding the door. No one was allowed to enter without Xiao Jian's command. With a creak, the door opened, and Zhang Chun pushed it open and walked in. It seemed Zhang Chun had been waiting outside the door all along. Zhang Chun stood at the door and peeked into the cabin before calling out, "Cousin, you're hiding alone in the hold, not even letting me in. You wouldn't be keeping a beauty in here, would you?" Xiao Jian glared at Zhang Chun. He was in no mood for Zhang Chun's teasing. "Stop talking nonsense. Come in, and close the door behind you." As soon as Zhang Chun walked into the cabin, he noticed something was off. He looked around and found the cabin was completely empty. His expression instantly changed. He frantically looked around the cabin before asking in shock, "What? Cousin, where is the grain stored here? The grain? Where did our grain go?" Xiao Jian waved his hand and led him to the compartment where the gold dust was stored. The place where gold dust had been piled up was now completely empty, without a single grain. Zhang Chun felt like his whole world was collapsing. The grain and gold dust had disappeared completely under his watch. He slumped to the ground, his eyes blank, his face filled with dejection. Gold. Their mountains of gold had also vanished without a trace. How was he supposed to explain this to his cousin? Zhang Chun sat there blankly for a while before suddenly getting up and heading towards the cabin door. He had to find out how the gold dust and grain in the lower hold had disappeared. Xiao Jian, seeing Zhang Chun's strange reaction, calmly stopped him. Zhang Chun then realized that Xiao Jian had been completely calm and didn't seem angry about the loss of the supplies. Could it be that Xiao Jian had transferred the missing supplies? But he had been on the ship the whole time. How could so much gold dust and grain have been moved out without him hearing or seeing anything? Xiao Jian pulled Zhang Chun back and had him sit down. He looked at his eyes and said, "Zhang Chun, don't look into where these supplies went. What I want you to do is to keep this a secret from everyone." Zhang Chun's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open wide enough to fit 2 duck eggs. He couldn't help but ask, "Cousin, what's going on? How could all our gold dust and grain just vanish?" He was full of confusion. He had loaded all of that grain and gold dust onto the ship himself. It wasn't a small amount. He was sure that the supplies had not been moved out of the cabin. But now, it had all mysteriously vanished under his watch. Now, Xiao Jian was even telling him to cover up the truth. But what was the truth? Could it be related to Xiao Jian? Xiao Jian stood up and patted Zhang Chun on the shoulder and said, "Zhang Chun, don't be curious. What you saw today will happen again in the future. All you need to do is help me hide the truth." He still needed to use the pendant space to transfer large amounts of supplies to the unknown space. He needed Zhang Chun's cooperation for this. Zhang Chun managed the fleet. Only he could conveniently cover up the destination of the supplies. Zhang Chun nodded blankly, his eyes darting back and forth. He pointed at the empty cabin and asked again in confusion, "Cousin, the grain, gold dust?" Xiao Jian raised his hand to stop him, looked at Zhang Chun solemnly, and gestured for him to stop asking. Zhang Chun swallowed hard and held back the words he was about to say. Seeing that Zhang Chun was still looking lost, Xiao Jian said, "Don't dwell on the things that have disappeared. You just need to remember that some of my things must not be known by outsiders. Otherwise, it will cause great trouble." Hearing Xiao Jian's words, Zhang Chun finally relaxed. He understood that the missing supplies must have been moved away by Xiao Jian using some unknown method. In reality, Zhang Chun had noticed changes in Xiao Jian a long time ago. He had felt these changes ever since Zion Renping had been attacked. The various techniques in Zion Renping were unheard of before, unlike any knowledge from this world. And how had Xiao Jian learned all this from there? If Xiao Jian did not speak about it, he would not ask. He believed that if Xiao Jian felt it was okay, he would tell him. If Xiao Jian didn't speak about it, he must have his reasons. Zhang Chun took a deep breath, looked sideways at Xiao Jian, grabbed Xiao Jian's hand, and shook it. "Thank you for your trust, cousin. You can rest assured. Whatever unimaginable things happen, I will handle them for you." With Zhang Chun taken care of, Xiao Jian's mood brightened. Having had to carry his secrets alone for so long had felt very stifling. Perhaps it was time to tell Zhang Chun about the soul-devouring spirits as well. The soul-devouring spirits had been hiding in this world, but they would eventually show their fangs. Zion Renping also needed to be prepared. Just as Xiao Jian was about to reveal everything about the soul-devouring spirits, Hong Yangzi's voice suddenly came from outside. "Master, come and see. There are so many meteor showers in the sky." Chapter 363. A large-scale influx of soul-devouring spirits. Xiao Jian opened the door and Hong Yangzi excitedly pulled him, happily saying, "Master, come out and look. There are so many meteor showers in the sky." Upon hearing the words meteor showers, Xiao Jian felt a strange tremor in his heart. He looked out of the door and window and saw a meteor streak across the sky. He quickly ran out of the cabin and was immediately stunned by the scene before him. Streaks of light blazed across the sky one after another. When the light spots touched the ground, they always flared into a pillar of light, illuminating a patch of the night sky before quickly returning to darkness. This strange phenomenon was exactly the same as the soul orbs he had encountered on North Mountain in Zion Renping for the first time. He clearly remembered when the barbarian cavalry attacked Zion Renping, and he and Zhang Chun had fled into North Mountain. At dusk, two spots of light had appeared in the sky. One had arced into his body. After entering his body, that light spot had immediately begun to attempt a body seizure. However, a mysterious force within his body had driven the foreign soul out. Now he knew that that light spot was the soul orb of a soul-devouring spirit. Xiao Jian had seen these soul orbs more than once in the unknown space. Xiao Jian knew that there weren't many soul-devouring spirits in this world, but now they seemed to be invading on a large scale. Xiao Jian suddenly thought, could this be related to the transparent tubes in the Devil Sea? The golden liquid flowing in the transparent tubes should be a super energy, and the large-scale deployment of soul-devouring spirits from space to the ground must also require huge amounts of energy. In this light, the Devil Sea was probably not as simple as it seemed. What secrets were hidden in the depths of that sea? The Devil Sea was prone to frequent earthquakes, and ships dared not approach it, covering it with a layer of mystery. He had previously thought the geological changes in the Devil Sea, the earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, were caused by the collision of tectonic plates. But now it seemed that this Devil Sea was something special. If the golden liquid transported through the transparent tubes was a high-level energy, then the phenomena of the Devil Sea were terrifying. Everything there was perhaps man-made to prevent ships from entering and covering up some truth. Xiao Jian looked at the meteor shower that had not stopped in the night sky. This meteor shower, in reality, was the soul orbs of the soul-devouring spirits. Its sudden large-scale appearance was likely related to the Devil Sea. Why were the soul-devouring spirits suddenly entering this world on such a large scale? What did they want to do? Xiao Jian stood at the ship's railing, sighed, and said to Zhang Chun beside him, "Sigh, Zhang Chun, this world might be about to change." Then, he turned to look at Zhang Chun and said solemnly, "Zhang Chun, if something unexpected happens, and you can't find me for a while, you have to take charge and protect everyone." Hearing Xiao Jian say these words, Zhang Chun felt that the atmosphere had turned eerie. First, the supplies in the cabin had suddenly disappeared inexplicably. Now, a large number of meteor showers suddenly appeared in the sky, and Xiao Jin, with words as if he were making his last testament, these strange signs completely confused Zhang Chun. He even felt like the end of the world was coming. Zhang Chun turned to look at Xiao Jin, frowned, and asked solemnly, "Cousin, can you tell me the truth about what's happening?" Xiao Jin looked up again at the continuously falling soul orbs and said, "Zhang Chun, do you remember what happened in the Devil Sea? At the time, I saw a transparent tube stretching from the depths of space to the seabed. I suspect that this transparent tube is an energy transport device." Zhang Chun thought about the earthquakes in the Devil's Sea. Because the situation was urgent, he had to steer the ship to avoid danger and had no time to think about anything else. Xiao Jin's words made Zhang Chun even more confused. He quietly stared at the sky and pondered for a moment. Then he turned to Xiao Jin and asked, "Cousin, are you saying someone is sending energy from space into our world? If so, what are they trying to do by sending such large amounts of energy here?" Xiao Jin shook his head, his brows furrowed. His expression was grim. He said worriedly, "Right now, I have no idea what they want to do, but it can't be anything good. Perhaps everything we see in front of us is just a facade." Zhang Chun didn't speak. He looked up at the sky again, deep in thought. Zhang Chun didn't know that soul-devouring spirits existed in this world. Xiao Jin had never mentioned them to him. Before, there weren't many soul-devouring spirits, and Xiao Jin hadn't thought too much about it. After all, even the unknown space had soul-devouring spirits. It wasn't that strange for a few soul-devouring spirits to be in this world. However, now that soul-devouring spirits were entering on a large scale, the situation was completely different. Xiao Jin sorted out his thoughts before saying, "Zhang Chun, there are some things you don't know. The Southern Ocean Company is not as simple as you imagine. Its high-level managers are likely controlled by outside beings." Zhang Chun turned to look at Xiao Jin in surprise and asked, "Outside beings? Cousin, what do you mean by outside beings?" Xiao Jin was feeling somber. He sat down on a wooden stake and pointed to another stake. After Zhang Chun sat down, Xiao Jin slowly explained, "These foreign beings can seize a human's body. They are called soul-devouring spirits. It is said that they come from another universe." He looked up at the night sky at the constantly falling light orbs and said, "These falling light orbs contain the souls of soul-devouring spirits. They have been secretly entering our world. Before, the number of them entering here was not that large. But now it seems that they have begun a large-scale invasion. Zhang Chun, the soul-devouring spirits, they do not come in peace." Then, Xiao Jin explained the matter of the soul-devouring spirits to Zhang Chun in detail. After listening to Xiao Jin's words, Zhang Chun's mouth hung open wide enough to fit two fists. His eyes were blank, and his expression seemed frozen. It was only when Xiao Jin patted Zhang Chun on the shoulder that he finally came to his senses. Zhang Chun still couldn't accept what Xiao Jin had said. If what he said was true, then everything they had done in Xianrenping was meaningless. According to Xiao Jin, these soul-devouring spirits were not something that ordinary people like them could deal with. Was there no hope for this world? He suddenly got up and grabbed Xiao Jin's hand, trembling as he asked, "Cousin, what you said, is it all true?" Chapter 364. Re-entering the Devil's Sea for exploration. Xiao Jin nodded, patted Zhang Chun's hand, and comforted him. "Actually, the soul-devouring spirits aren't invincible. What I'm most worried about now is what their purpose is in entering our world on such a large scale. What kind of conspiracy are they plotting?" After speaking, he glanced at Black Charcoal not far away and beckoned to him. Black Charcoal and Hung Yangzi had been guarding both ends of the ship's rail, preventing anyone from getting close and interrupting Xiao Jin and Zhang Chun's conversation. When Black Charcoal saw Xiao Jin beckoning, he ran to Xiao Jin and saluted him. Xiao Jin waited until Black Charcoal reached his side before speaking. Black Charcoal immediately notified the intelligence department and Doggy and the others to pay close attention to any recent natural disasters and anomalies in various places. At the same time, launch a full investigation into an ancient sect called the Altar Sect. Black Charcoal acknowledged the order, saying yes, and headed towards the stern. The carrier pigeons used for communication were in the cabin at the stern. Next, Xiao Jin said to Zhang Chun, "Zhang Chun, you immediately lead the fleet back to Xianrenping and be prepared to deal with any sudden incidents." By now, Zhang Chun had regained his composure. He asked, "Cousin, aren't you going back with us?" Xiao Jin looked towards the Devil's Sea and calmly said, "I feel like the Devil's Sea might be hiding some kind of secret. I want to go back and take a look." When Zhang Chun heard that Xiao Jian was still going to venture into the Devil's Sea, he immediately objected, "Cousin, that's too risky." Seeing that Xiao Jian was unmoved by his words, he knew that he couldn't change Xiao Jian's decision. So, he said, "The Devil's Sea is too strange. If you really have to go, then take me with you. If there's any danger, at least I can be of some help." Xiao Jian shook his head and said, "No need. Don't worry about me. I have ways to protect myself. Just have black charcoal and Hung Yangzi follow me." He stood up and patted Zhang Chun's shoulder and said, "Your coming with me won't be much help. You need to return to Beishan New Village right away." Zhang Chun, of course, believed Xiao Jian when he said that he had ways to protect himself. Ever since he witnessed the grain and gold dust in the hole disappear without a trace, he knew that Xiao Jian had many secrets and tricks up his sleeve. He hesitated for a moment, then patted Black Charcoal's shoulder and said, "Black Charcoal, you must ensure my cousin's safety. Anyone can be in trouble in Xianrenping, but it cannot be him. Do you understand what I mean?" Black Charcoal raised his hand in salute to Zhang Chun and said loudly, "Rest assured. We in the Guard Battalion are always ready to give our lives to protect the young master's safety." He couldn't give Zhang Chun any guarantees, because in the face of the harsh environment of the Devil's Sea, what they could do was very limited. He could only tell Zhang Chun that he would use his life to protect Xiao Jian's safety. After giving Black Charcoal his instructions, Zhang Chun didn't linger any longer. Leaving one pirate ship behind, he headed north. The soul-devouring spirits were suddenly entering on a large scale, so he had to return as quickly as possible to prepare for any sudden changes. Xiao Jian didn't delay either. He had Black Charcoal leave a few men behind to receive carrier pigeon messages, and he directed the pirate ship towards the Devil's Sea. The Devil's Sea was already shrouded in a white fog. The seawater was like boiling water, constantly bubbling, creating rolling waves and releasing a thick water vapor. The water vapor covered the entire Devil's Sea, forming a mysterious fog. Even more bizarre was that the fog was highly charged, with electric sparks flashing everywhere. Xiao Jian looked up at the sky. The fog blocked the sun, and electric arcs danced wildly in the air like dense lightning, illuminating the sea. Perhaps it was because the seawater had high conductivity. The closer these electric arcs were to the surface of the sea, the weaker they became. Xiao Jian erected several iron poles around the pirate ship to ground the fog's charges and prevent people from being electrocuted. The electric arcs on the iron poles twisted and turned, making crackling sounds. The ship slowly sailed through the fog. Visibility was less than 100 paces, and there was always the risk of hitting a reef. The compass was spinning randomly like a small motor, and it had completely lost its ability to indicate direction. At this point, even if Xiao Jian wanted to retreat from the Devil's Sea, it was impossible. They could only wander aimlessly in the fog, like a piece of duckweed drifting in the wind. Xiao Jian had anticipated this situation before entering the Devil's Sea, so he didn't feel too discouraged. Instead, he tried to adjust the ship's course, heading into the densest part of the fog. In the fog, it was dark, and the light emitted by the electric arcs was the only thing they could rely on to see the waterway ahead and avoid running into any reefs. The pirate ship that Xiao Jian had chosen had a shallow draft, and the ship was almost empty. Food and water were all taken from the pendant space. Unless the ship crashed head-on into a reef, there was little risk of running aground. Days and nights passed in the fog, and Xiao Jian had no idea how long they had been sailing. One day, a sailor testing the water depth at the bow was suddenly covered in crackling electric arcs. He was shocked by the powerful static electricity, lost his balance, and fell over the side of the ship. "Erlong!" A sailor on the deck exclaimed and leaped towards the bow to try and grab the falling Erlong. "Don't go over there. Come back now." Xiao Jian shouted upon seeing this. Clearly, the bow of the ship had encountered a strong static field. As expected, just after Xiao Jian shouted, before the sailor who was rushing to the bow had even reached it, he was covered in silver, snake-like electric arcs. His body suddenly froze. His hair stood on end like needles, as if it were about to explode. With a pop, the sailor fell stiffly onto the deck. The moment his body came into contact with the deck, numerous sparks flew out, enveloping him. Xiao Jian immediately ordered loudly, "Turn the rudder to the right and avoid the static field ahead." If the entire ship were to enter the static field, Xiao Jian couldn't be sure what would happen. The ship quickly changed direction. The port side grazed the powerful static field. The iron poles erected on the side of the ship emitted a dazzling light. The electric arcs crossed the gap between the iron poles, creating long arcs and emitting thunderous sounds. The ship barely grazed the strong static field, but the static around them seemed to have increased, and sailors were constantly struck by electric arcs and fell onto the deck. Black Charcoal, order the ship to stop moving. The ship quickly docked next to a reef that was protruding from the water. The reef looked like a sharp sword piercing the sky and absorbing most of the static, so the surrounding static field was no longer as volatile. The sailors who had been knocked over by the electric arcs on the deck were trembling as their comrades helped them up. Most of them were only burned by the electric arcs. Only the sailor who had rushed to the bow to try and save ere long had entered the powerful static field and had his body almost charred by the arcs. Chapter 365. The Mysterious Altar of the Devil's Sea. Black Charcoal walked over to the sailor, squatted down to check his pulse, shook his head, and instructed 2 guards to carry his body and bury it in the sea. They had long grown accustomed to this. Once sailors lost their lives while sailing the vast sea, the sea became their only resting place. After the ship had come to a stop, Xiao Jian picked up his binoculars to observe the direction where the strong electric field was coming from. Deeper into the area of the strong electric field, countless thick electric arcs were intertwined like silver snakes, forming a dazzling light that was as bright as the sun. Within the dense electric arcs, a straight, transparent tube was faintly visible, stretching upwards into the endless space. In the transparent tube, a continuous stream of golden liquid, accompanied by an unusually dazzling light, flowed into the abyss, illuminating the surrounding seawater. The tube was surrounded by crackling electric arcs, which slowly spread out like thick golden earthworms, wriggling and drifting in all directions. When Xiao Jian saw the transparent tube, he once again confirmed his guess. The golden liquid flowing inside was indeed a high-level energy, and the large number of charges in the fog were all caused by the golden liquid from the transparent tube. The huge amount of energy constantly flowing in the tube must be accompanied by a powerful disturbance in the magnetic field, thus producing large amounts of charge. Looking at the golden liquid in the transparent tube, Xiao Jian knew that there must be a huge container hidden in the depths of this sea, storing this incoming liquid. He couldn't imagine the devastation that such a huge amount of energy would cause if it were to erupt. It was likely that even the planet could not withstand such a high-level energy explosion. Xiao Jian guessed that the soul-devouring spirits wouldn't be so mindless as to want to destroy this planet. It didn't seem to benefit them in any way. Moreover, if they really wanted to destroy the planet, they wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. They could already gather energy from the sun. With such advanced technology, destroying the planet beneath their feet would be an easy feat. So why would they go through all this trouble? Xiao Jian was certain that the soul-devouring spirits had some kind of ulterior secret. They must be hiding a huge conspiracy. He put down his binoculars and glanced at the direction of the transparent tube again. Because the distance was too far, the fog too thick, and the electric arcs were too chaotic, even using binoculars, he couldn't see the details. He could only vaguely see what appeared to be a black object behind the transparent tube. Xiao Jian looked at Black Charcoal and then at Hong Yangzi. In the end, he decided against bringing Hong Yangzi. Black Charcoal, lower the lifeboat, and let's go check things out in front. Without saying another word, Black Charcoal immediately untied the small boat from the side of the ship and lowered it into the sea. Hong Yangzi walked over and grabbed Xiao Jian's sleeve and said, "Master, I want to go with you." Xiao Jian looked at Hong Yangzi and shook his head. "You stay on the ship. If anything unexpected happens, lead the ship away from here right away." Hong Yangzi pulled a guard over and said, "Did you hear that? If something happens to us, leave here on your own. Don't worry about us." After speaking, she grabbed a rope and slid directly towards the lifeboat in the sea. Hong Yangzi used to not know how to swim. In the last superstorm, when the ship passed through the waves, she had nearly drowned. Luckily, Xiao Jian had given her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and she had survived. Later, whenever Xiao Jian was free, she would pester him to teach her how to swim. Now, whether it was swimming or holding her breath underwater, even the old sailors on the ship were inferior to her. Seeing that Hong Yangzi was already sitting in the lifeboat and had picked up the oars, Xiao Jian didn't say anything more. He slid down, followed by Black Charcoal. Because the lifeboat was close to the surface of the sea, the water absorbed a large amount of static electricity. They didn't need to erect iron poles on the boat to short-circuit the fog's charges anymore. As soon as Xiao Jian sat down, Hong Yangzi started rowing towards the dense electric arc area. Black Charcoal was holding a bamboo pole at the bow, testing the water's depth and observing the waterway ahead, preventing the boat from colliding with any reefs. Xiao Jian sat at the stern, holding his binoculars and searching around, keeping a close watch for any anomalies nearby. Just as the lifeboat was approaching the dense area of electric arcs, Xiao Jian waved his hand, signaling Hong Yangzi to stop. Xiao Jian had seen a small, low-lying island in the area behind the dense electric arcs. He held up his binoculars and began to carefully observe this island. The part of the island that was above the water was only about 1 kilometer in radius and a few dozen feet high. It was dark black in color and looked like a hard rock. It had a rounded top, higher in the center and lower on the sides. The surface was smooth, without any vegetation or cracks. It looked like a giant sea turtle, lying still in the sea, waiting for the chance to strike, always ready to capture its prey. At the very center of the island, at its highest point, stood a strange building. This strange building was made up of 3 plate-like structures. The 3 plates were assembled in a tilted formation, forming a triangular cone. The cone was dark and shiny, reflecting a metallic luster. Its base was one with the dark black island, like a sharp sword point abruptly rising from the island. A black sphere floated above the tip of the cone. The sphere was slowly rotating, and electric sparks constantly flashed on its smooth surface, giving it a technologically advanced yet mysterious aura. The faintly visible transparent tube was south of this island, extending into the sea. Xiao Jian guessed that there was most likely something under the deep sea, connected to this strange object on the island. This strange object looked so intricate. Could it be the core of the energy transmission device? If he could destroy this cone, perhaps he could destroy the entire energy transmission device? He lay on the boat and observed for a long time. He didn't notice any moving objects on the island. He then had Hong Yangzi row the lifeboat around the island. After confirming that there was no danger on the island, he had Hong Yangzi row towards the island. The area surrounding the island was a large shallow water area. Even the light lifeboat couldn't get close to the shore. Xiao Jian and the others had to jump out of the lifeboat and wade ashore. Xiao Jian stepped on the island. It felt smooth. The entire island was like a huge sphere, extending slowly towards the seabed. The submerged part was probably much larger than the part that was above the water. This island did not look natural at all. If the entire island was a large rock, it had at least been modified or even polished. Apart from the cone at the top, there was nothing else on the island. Xiao Jian walked to the top of the island, where he could see everything. Chapter 366, Subduing the Confucian-Robed Youth. The cone was right before Xiao Jian's eyes. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the image of the sky. He reached out his hand to touch the cone, but as soon as he approached it, its surface rippled like water. It seemed there was an invisible protective membrane that blocked anything from getting close. Hong Yangzi drew her sword and forcefully slashed at the cone. It was still blocked by the protective membrane. Only the ripples on the cone surface were a bit more noticeable than before. Black Charcoal, standing to the side, took out 2 hand grenades and tapped them on the ground before throwing them at the base of the cone. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions followed, sending a large number of fragments and steel balls flying through the air, whistling as they went. After the smoke cleared, they returned to the point where the grenades had exploded. Not only was there no damage to the cone, but not even a single mark was left on the ground of the island. Xiao Jian stared blankly at the cone before him. It seemed that destroying it by force, with his current abilities, was unlikely. Who dares to destroy the altar here? Do you want to die? As Xiao Jian was stunned, a voice suddenly came from inside the cone, scolding them. Then, without any warning, the surface of the cone began to ripple, and a youth wearing a Confucian robe appeared beside the cone. The Confucian-robed youth. The young Master Zhang from the Zhang residence in Huzhou City. Xiao Jian immediately recognized the youth. He was the Confucian-robed youth who had stopped Xiao Jian's carriage at the gate of Huzhou City. In Huzhou City, the two had become enemies because of Xiao Jian's fiancée, Shuya. Later, he had seen him again in Shangzhou City. At that time, when Xiao Jian was on his way to Shangzhou City, he had encountered Xiao Chong, who had been beaten to death by Black-Faced Tiger for stealing his buns. Xiao Jian was enraged and infiltrated Black-Faced Tiger's home to get revenge for Xiao Chong. He discovered that the Confucian-robed youth was with Black-Faced Tiger. From their conversation, he learned that the Confucian-robed youth had joined the altar sect because of his pure spiritual root. Xiao Jian hadn't seen him since then. He never expected that he would meet him here today. It was truly a case of enemies meeting on a narrow path. The Confucian-robed youth didn't seem to recognize Xiao Jian. It was no wonder. Xiao Jian had changed too much. Not only was he taller, but his physique had changed significantly due to cultivation. As soon as the Confucian-robed youth appeared, Hong Nyangzi, without another word, thrust her sword towards him. In her mind, anyone who came out of the cone was an enemy of her master and definitely not a good person. The Confucian-robed youth stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Xiao Jian with a blank face. He felt that the person before him was somewhat familiar, as if he had met him somewhere. It wasn't until Hong Nyangzi's sword was less than a half-foot away from him that he casually flicked his hand. Clang! The Confucian-robed youth's palm struck the sword, emitting a sharp, metallic sound. With just a casual tap, he had deflected the attacking sword. Hong Nyangzi felt her palm go numb, as if a hammer had struck the sword. The sword vibrated violently, almost slipping out of her hand. She staggered backward, the immense force coming from the hilt sending her back several steps. Black Charcoal, who was standing in front of Xiao Jian, immediately became anxious. Even Hong Nyangzi had been defeated in one move. He knew that his mediocre martial arts were no match for him. Seeing that the youth was steadily walking towards Xiao Jian, Black Charcoal pulled out a short fire gun and fired. With a bang, the projectile shot out. The Confucian-robed youth dodged sideways, and with a reach of his hand, he caught the projectile. When he slowly opened his palm, the projectile fell to the hard ground and bounced a few times. Xiao Jian looked at the Confucian-robed youth in surprise. It was true that 3 days apart, one should view people with new eyes. He never expected that the weakling of the past had now become a master cultivator. When Xiao Jian had acquired the pendant fragment in the cultivation realm, his cultivation level had also reached the spirit essence realm, but he didn't think he could catch a projectile with his bare hand. Entering the unknown space was only a soul transfer. Cultivating the physical body in the unknown space had no effect on his real-world self. Only soul-related improvements would affect his real-world self. For example, his spirit sense and his ability to perceive things were all closely related to his soul. And the cultivation of techniques was only an improvement to the physical body. Even if he cultivated to a high level, it wouldn't change anything about his real-world self. That meant that the real-world Xiao Jian was still only at the foundation stage. Of course, the soul-grasping hand technique that he learned in the metal room in the cultivation realm would not be lost. The soul-grasping hand mainly used spiritual sense to form a claw and required only a small amount of spiritual energy. Xiao Jian looked at the Confucian-robed youth before him and chuckled, saying, "Heh, brother Hai, it's been a long time. You've become a cultivator. You're so arrogant now that you don't even know your own name, do you?" Xiao Jian was not afraid of the Confucian-robed youth. He was probably still only at the spirit essence realm. His soul-grasping hand was more than enough to deal with a spirit essence cultivator. And the spirit essence realm mainly involved a limited improvement to the physical body. His physical body couldn't even withstand a hand grenade. The only techniques that a spirit essence realm cultivator could use were the Iron Fist technique. They couldn't even use fireballs yet. Hearing Xiao Jian's words, the Confucian-robed youth widened his eyes in shock. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Xiao Jian. You're Xiao Jian." Only Xiao Jian would call him Brother Hai. It was a nickname that Xiao Jian had given him, and it was an unforgettable humiliation. Xiao Jian said playfully, "Well, congratulations on answering correctly. Unfortunately, there's no reward." The Confucian-robed youth immediately became happy. He rubbed his palms together as if he had Xiao Jian in his grasp. "Good, excellent. Xiao Jian, I was originally planning to look for you to settle our score. But today you've come to my doorstep, It's like the heavens have eyes, Black Charcoal didn't stop and stare foolishly. During their conversation, he had taken out a hand grenade from his waist, tapped it against his head, and violently hurled it at the Confucian-robed youth. The Confucian-robed youth still looked calm and collected, as if the situation was a breeze. He simply lifted his hand and caught the incoming hand grenade. Hand grenades were not secrets anymore. He also knew that he couldn't withstand the powerful explosion of a hand grenade. Just as he was about to throw the hand grenade back at Black Charcoal, Xiao Jian immediately used his soul-grasping hand. An eagle claw suddenly appeared above the Confucian-robed youth's head and clawed down at his head. The Confucian-robed youth suddenly froze. His hand holding the hand grenade was shaking in midair. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't throw it. Boom! The hand grenade exploded in his hand. His hand was instantly mangled, and his white bones were exposed. The Confucian-robed youth cried out in agony and, despite his mangled hand, he held his head and rolled on the ground. Chapter 367. The Altar That Saves the World. The Confucian-robed youth's pain wasn't from his hand being injured by the grenade, but from the depths of his soul. He was only at the spirit essence realm. How could he withstand the soul-tearing power of the soul-grasping hand? If Xiao Jian's spiritual energy hadn't been insufficient, that one move alone would have cost him his life. Xiao Jian retracted his soul-grasping hand and pulled him up from the ground. He didn't want the Confucian-robed youth to become an idiot. He also wanted to learn about the altar sect from him. Black Charcoal understood Xiao Jian's intentions immediately. He stepped forward and strapped 2 hand grenades onto the Confucian-robed youth's body. He also used a rope to connect it to the grenade's trigger mechanism. These hand grenades were the latest improved version developed by Nine Dragon Mountain. They could be detonated by pulling a rope and used as landmines or booby traps. The poor Confucian-robed youth had just escaped the torment of the soul-tearing pain, and he saw Black Charcoal fiddling with his abdomen, securely strapping hand grenades to him. Black Charcoal was also holding the trigger rope, as if ready to detonate them at any moment. He was so scared that he turned pale. Once these 2 grenades detonated, they could easily tear him into 2 pieces. Even a god couldn't save him. He was completely broken. Although he had successfully cultivated his techniques, he was still just a young master who had not experienced hardship. How could he endure such a threat of death? The Confucian-robed youth was no longer composed. His entire body became limp, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed to Xiao Jian, begging for mercy. Don't, please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't oppose you again. Please, for the sake of my cousin Shuya, please forgive me. Xiao Jian kicked the Confucian-robed youth hard and looked at him with contempt, saying coldly, "Give me a reason not to kill you." The Confucian-robed youth was truly afraid of death. He felt like he hadn't lived long enough, and he now completely believed that Xiao Jian really dared to kill him. He lay on the ground, constantly kowtowing to Xiao Jian. "Why you can't kill me? I'm an inner disciple of the altar sect. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. My master is also looking for you." The Confucian-robed youth's body was still trembling, and he couldn't speak properly. He tried to threaten Xiao Jian, but his tone was weak and powerless. Xiao Jian stepped on the Confucian-robed youth and sneered, "Heh, you're quite something, aren't you? You even dare to threaten me with the altar sect. Is the altar sect so great? Wasn't Black-Faced Tiger also from the altar sect? I beat him into a one-eyed tiger. By the way, tell me, what exactly is the altar sect?" Xiao Jian had always suspected that the altar sect was colluding with the soul-devouring spirits, even suspecting that they were the same group. That time at the poetry gathering in Huzhou City, he had personally seen the fortune-telling Taoist walking with a soul-devouring spirit on the pleasure boat. And the fortune-telling Taoist was the Confucian-robed youth's master and an elder of the altar sect. The Confucian-robed youth didn't dare to struggle while being stepped on by Xiao Jian. If he accidentally tripped on the trigger rope, he would be dead for sure. He even painstakingly arched his body to keep the hand grenades on his abdomen suspended, fearing that he might touch the trigger mechanism. He only hoped that Xiao Jian would quickly lift his foot. As for Xiao Jian's question, he answered it without thinking. The altar sect is trying to save this world, to save the humans here. If you oppose the altar sect, you're going against everyone. Xiao Jian didn't care about the Confucian-robed youth's powerless threat. His goal was to find out the truth and figure out the purpose of the soul-devouring spirit's massive arrival. "Oh, you of the altar sect are so noble. Tell me, how are you planning to save humanity? If you explain it in detail and I'm in a good mood, I might even let you go." Seeing that Xiao Jian had finally relented, the Confucian-robed youth believed that as long as he cooperated, there was a chance that he wouldn't be killed. He hurriedly said, "As long as you let me go, I'll tell you everything I know. According to the Grand Elder, this world is about to be destroyed. Without the altar sect, everyone here will fall into dire straits. As for why the world is going to be destroyed, I asked my master, but he didn't say. How the altar sect will save this world, I only know it is related to the altar." Hearing this, Xiao Jian's heart sank. Regardless of whether the altar sect was truly trying to save the world, he felt that what they said about the world's destruction was likely true. Xiao Jian released his foot from the Confucian-robed youth and pressed further. "What is the relationship between your altar sect and the soul-devouring spirits? Why did they come here?" The Confucian-robed youth was finally able to sit up and talk. He was afraid that Xiao Jian would step on him again and trigger the grenades strapped to his body. He said without reservation, "Our altar sect has no relationship with the soul-devouring spirits. In fact, the soul-devouring spirits are the ones we're trying to hunt down. The resources we use to cultivate our techniques are the crystal cores of the soul-devouring spirits. I don't know the purpose of the soul-devouring spirits coming here. My master has never mentioned it. Seeing that the Confucian-robed youth didn't seem to be lying, could it be that he had misunderstood the altar sect? All right, I'll temporarily believe what you say. Recently, a large number of soul orbs have entered this world. Is this related to the altars you have set up? The Confucian-robed youth shook his head and denied it, saying, "We set up the altars to save the world, to save the people here. It has nothing to do with the soul-devouring spirits." Xiao Jian looked up at the cone. Before he had clarified the truth, he probably couldn't destroy this altar. If what the Confucian-robed youth said was true, then destroying the altar would mean destroying humanity. He couldn't bear the responsibility for that. Xiao Jian sighed helplessly. The Confucian-robed youth was only a disciple. There were many things he wouldn't be privy to. Even if the altar sect was in cahoots with the soul-devouring spirits, they wouldn't let him know. Xiao Jian waved his hand and said to Black Charcoal, help him remove the grenades. In reality, there was no life or death feud between Xiao Jian and the Confucian-robed youth. It was more like a clash of egos. Besides, he was Shu Yu's cousin. He would just scare him at most. He wouldn't really kill him. Of course, even if he removed the grenades on his body, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in front of him. His soul-grasping hand could teach him a lesson in minutes. Black Charcoal had just taken the trigger rope off the grenades. He hadn't even removed the grenades yet, when a roar suddenly came from inside the cone. Who is it? Who dares to make trouble in the holy land of the altar? Immediately after that, an old Taoist priest wearing a gray robe walked out of the cone. This gray-robed Taoist was the fortune-teller Xiao Jian had seen in Huzhou City. The grenades on the Confucian-robed youth were no longer a threat now that the trigger rope had been removed. He immediately ran to the old Taoist and pointed at Xiao Jian, saying, "Master, it's him, Xiao Jian from Xianrimping. He wanted to destroy the altar here. Your disciple vowed to protect the altar and didn't let him succeed." Chapter 368. The shocking inside story of the altar sect. Hearing the Confucian-robed youth's words, Xiao Jian felt his stomach churn. He felt a strong urge to vomit. This Confucian-robed youth was truly shameless. His change of face was faster than flipping a book. He was bragging and seeking praise in front of his master. The fortune-telling Taoist looked at the Confucian-robed youth's injuries and, deeming them not serious, said, "You should go back and heal. I'll have a chat with Xiao Jian." After the Confucian-robed youth entered the cone, the Taoist's attitude changed completely. He was no longer the kind-looking fortune-teller from Huzhou City. His eyes were cold, and a sinister smile was on his face as he walked over to Xiao Jian, narrowed his eyes and carefully sized him up. Then, he asked coldly, "You are Xiao Jian, right? Tell me, what did you see and get during your trip to Huzhou City?" His tone was as if he was interrogating a criminal, and his gaze was as if he were looking at a dead man. Xiao Jian felt a chill in his heart. He had underestimated this gray-robed Taoist. His kind demeanor in Huzhou City had been nothing but a facade. Xiao Jian pretended not to notice the Taoist's expression and playfully teased him. "Heh, you claim to be a fortune-telling immortal. You can use your fingers to calculate, can't you? Figure out what I saw back then." The gray-robed Taoist's eyes flashed with a sinister glint, and a wave of pressure was directed at Xiao Jian, causing him to involuntarily shiver. He said sternly, "Xiao Jian, don't try to bite off more than you can chew. I don't have the patience to play games with you." Xiao Jian took a deep breath, forcing down his discomfort and sneering in his heart. "You want to know my secret, but don't I also want to know yours?" He put away his playful expression, looked directly at the gray-robed Taoist, and said without flinching, "You want to know? Then let's exchange information, shall we? What do you say?" The gray-robed Taoist still stared at Xiao Jian intently. Seeing that Xiao Jian still hadn't backed down, he asked, "What do you want to know?" In the Taoist heart, he had already considered Xiao Jian as good as dead. Even if he revealed all his secrets, it wouldn't matter much. Xiao Jian naturally knew what the gray-robed Taoist was thinking. This was his chance to probe into their secrets. Since the gray-robed Taoist was so cooperative, Xiao Jian immediately took the lead and asked, "Tell me, what is the purpose of the soul-devouring spirits here, and what is the purpose of your altar sect?" The old Taoist sneered inwardly and used the same rhetoric that he usually used with his disciples, modifying it slightly to deceive Xiao Jian. He said, "The soul-devouring spirits are here, of course, to create chaos. Our altar sect takes it as our mission to save humanity." Xiao Jian spread out his hands and laughed. "Heh, you're not being sincere, Taoist? Don't think I don't know anything. Seeing that his fabricated story couldn't deceive Xiao Jian at all, the Taoist knew that he would soon die, so it wouldn't be a big deal to reveal a little secret to him. The Taoist said, "The soul-devouring spirits came here to create a cataclysm, to destroy this world. Are you satisfied with this information?" Xiao Jian's heart sank upon hearing this. What the old Taoist said wasn't far from what he had guessed. He just didn't expect that the soul-devouring spirits would be so insane as to want to destroy the world. The soul-devouring spirits were truly malicious. Xiao Jian was very puzzled. Why were they going through so much trouble, even to the point of destroying this world? What was the benefit to them? He was perplexed and couldn't help but ask, why do they want to do this? What good does it do for them? The gray-robed Taoist didn't answer Xiao Jian's question. If he revealed everything, Xiao Jian would not truthfully answer his question. He countered, "I've already answered your question. Now it's your turn." Then, he asked, "Tell me, when you passed through North Mountain, did you see anything strange?" Xiao Jian knew that the gray-robed Taoist was still investigating the pendant. He didn't know where he got the information, that besides that dark black rock, there were other things that fell at the same time. Otherwise, after they found that rock, they wouldn't still be fixated on this. Xiao Jian knew that the rock had been moved. He would bring up the rock to make his story seem more credible. Of course, he had no control over whether the old Taoist would actually believe his story. Xiao Jian didn't hesitate and immediately answered, "Are you talking about that landmine? I did see a huge rock fall down with a ball of light. The rock surface was black. I don't know what it is. If you're interested, I can take you to see it." The gray-robed Taoist's face became grave, and he stared at Xiao Jian's eyes, trying to see into his heart. Xiao Jian's face was full of sincerity, and he didn't reveal any flaws. The key was that what he said was true. The Taoist still wasn't convinced, and his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Jian's eyes. He asked again, "Was there anything else? Like a jade pendant, ring, or a pendant-like object?" Xiao Jian waved his hand and said, "That's your second question. It's your turn to answer my question." The old Taoist was still looking at Xiao Jian's eyes. He shook his head and said, "No, it's your turn to answer my question first." Then, he made a fist, extended his index and middle fingers towards the sky, and swore, "As long as you answer truthfully, I swear to tell you the secrets of the soul-devouring spirits completely. You will be surprised and amazed." The gray-robed Taoist was right. He had asked the first question, so now it was his turn to ask first. That was fair. Besides, he didn't have anything to hide anymore. He would never tell the truth about the pendant. He nodded and said naturally, "All right, you're right. It's my turn to answer. Actually, there's nothing to say. Apart from that rock, I didn't see any other objects. Of course, I don't know if there were any small objects that fell into the bushes." The gray-robed Taoist looked at Xiao Jian for a moment, as if to confirm that he wasn't lying. Then, he withdrew his gaze. Then, he said coldly, "Good. Since that's the case, I will tell you everything about the soul-devouring spirits, so that you may die knowing the truth. The purpose of the soul-devouring spirits destroying this world is to select qualified people and concentrate them in the spiritual realm for cultivation. Just like you are extracting our crystal cores, we also need the crystal cores created by human cultivators." The gray-robed Taoist spoke without emotion. The more Xiao Jian listened, the more shocked he became. At the beginning, the old Taoist was referring to the soul-devouring spirits, but later, he directly replaced them with we. The gray-robed Taoist didn't care about Xiao Jian's reaction. He continued talking, as if fulfilling his oath. His speech was also very fast. "Our large-scale entry here this time is to start implementing the destruction plan." After saying all this, the gray-robed Taoist paused for a moment, slowed his speech, and said with a sinister grin, "Oh, by the way, our altar sect is the mastermind behind the soul-devouring spirits. Everything here is controlled by us. Ha, ha. Aren't you surprised and amazed?"